Perfect. Sorry, just turning some things off there. I'm going to be sharing screen and we're going to get going. And honestly, ladies, this one is a workshop, a masterclass. I've spoken a lot this week about funnels, about the user journey, about the different customer touch points. I've spoken a lot about empathy mapping. Okay, understanding who your audience is, not just understanding the demographics, understanding the difference between a target audience and the segment, understanding that each segment has to be targeted. And today I want to take that and I really want to hit home with it. So this is actually going to be a workshop that I deliver. So, Sasha, my assistant, is going to be introducing and officially kicking the day off. Please, make sure you go and get a pen, a notepad, your laptop, open up a Google Docs, a Microsoft Word. I'm still old school and like pen and paper. Well, actually, I like a pencil, to be fair. Go and get some notes. This is an exercise that you're really going to want to do. If you know anybody in their business that might be struggling or they need some clarity, send them the link. The QR code's on the screen. Get them to come on now. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to be starting a workshop. This is a work in the workshop, work on your business type of workshop. I keep telling you what to do this week. Today, I'm going to run a workshop to show you exactly what I'm saying about understanding who your audience is. So go and get ready. Go get your pen. Go get your paper. Go get your phone, your laptop. Open up Word, Google Docs, wherever it is that you put your notes, because I promise you, this is going to be really invaluable. Like, seriously, we are streaming on social media. We are live here today. This event has been put on and it's absolutely free. The content that I'm about to deliver to you is content that I deliver when I'm in training rooms with SMEs in central London, okay, where I'm helping their marketing departments get to understand their audience more so they can create better content. Content is what moves which is a vehicle that will move your prospect from one touch point to another. We've got to start learning how to use technology, how to use the smartphone, how to use the laptop, how to use the tablet. We've got to start learning how to use that to form connections. Connections is how you're going to make people aware of you. There's no point posting on social media just for the posting's sake or what you think is good content. Okay, we've got to use content once they're in the funnel to push them from one level to the next. They've got to move through the customer touch points to get to know, like, and trust you. Content sits at the center of it, but that content has now got to connect with a human. Okay, and I'm going to show you, and I keep saying the psychometrics, know your audience better than themselves. It's one thing saying it, but I'm about to ask you a series of questions and you're going to answer them. And this is going to start to be the guideline of you really understanding who your avatars are and taking what we've done in theory this week and making it practical and making it relatable. So go and get ready. It's an exciting time. Okay, so let's officially open up day 5 of the Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit.
Every movement begins with a spark. Natalia Nicholson dared to dream of empowering 1 million Black women to build digital wealth. Her vision led to the creation of the Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit. Natalia's mission transformed into a global network, empowering Black women to build digital assets. This isn't just about having seats at the table, it's about owning the table and shaping the future. Through digital empowerment, Black women are creating businesses that offer freedom and legacy. The movement is about building, empowering, and leading with purpose and vision. The summit brought together 100 powerhouse voices for 5 days of brilliance and truth. Speakers sharing invaluable insights, offering free wisdom to Black women worldwide, igniting a transformative movement. From Natalia's story of transformation to trailblazers redefining leadership, the summit is an awakening. It inspired Black women to build digital brands and generational wealth, unlocking new doors. From London and different locations to the entire globe, a digital sisterhood of brilliance and resilience emerged. Sisters united in collaboration, saying, "We rise together," creating a movement of women redefining history. The next chapter arrives in March 2026, bigger and bolder. When Black women lead with vision, the world listens. This is just the beginning of a powerful legacy. Join Natalia Nicholson and the Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women. Together, we don't just make history, we redefine it. This is day 5.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Thank you to Sasha. I could not have said it better myself. So I would like to officially welcome you to day 5 of the Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit. We have one more day to go tomorrow. So make sure you scan that QR code, you get into our platform today, and you'll automatically get an email that will give you access the following day on Saturday. And you'll also be able to gain access to all the full 100 masterclasses that we will send to you. So make sure you use the link. If you've got this link here, share it. Share day 5. Like I said, anything that you've been missed, as long as you log on to the day and you've got this QR code, you're now a part of the mailing list, and we will send you all 100. And don't worry, we don't stalk, we don't send out junk, we don't stalk you, we just give you value. So with that said, oh, frog in my throat, sorry. So with that said, oops, sorry, I thought I pressed something that I shouldn't. We're going to get started today. So let me share my screen. Here we go. Sorry, ladies. There we go. Whew, like to say, I knew I had it here. See, sorry, you saw I just put my hand there. Right, bear with me. There we go. Whew, got there in the end. Sorry, ladies, just bear with me. I can't see. Oh, no. Right, I think I am sharing now. Sorry, the mouse on. Yes, I am. Absolutely brilliant. We are sharing. So what we want to do now is, yay, you got the whole page. Right, here we go. Let me come back to you. Apologies about that, but what I've got in store for you, I'm hoping you're going to like it. So, at the core of everything, for you to really get a business and get the customers and get to where you want to be and start really growing your business, you've got to understand who your end user is. Okay, I've spoken a lot about the offer, because obviously once you understand who your audience is, you've got to craft an offer that really connects with them. But really, this is where it all starts. If you can understand your audience better than they know themselves, it's going to give you insight into understanding, ideation. And the ideation process, it always says the first thing you've got to do is, what's your problem statement? The only way you can figure your problem out that you're solving is to really have a deeper understanding of your audience. Netflix first CEO, the whole business model for network was based on what's wrong. For literally, I think it was 5 years. Don't quote me, but it's somewhere within that region. All they wanted to know from their customers is, what do you not like? What are you not happy with? What could be better? And doing that is really what brought Netflix to where it is now. They took the time out to understand who their different customer segments are. What are their requirements? What does their user experience need to be? What are their pain points? What are their challenges? And by understanding all of their customer segments' needs and understanding them psychologically and really being able to fulfill what they would want out of the streaming channel where they could watch documentaries, films, movies, etc., that's what enabled them to grow. This is where you really want to make sure, whether you're at the absolute beginning of your journey, it's just an idea, whether you're seed, you've started to grow it, whether you've grown it, but you can't seem to grow it and flourish it anymore from where you are. This is something you always need to look at. Within our business, every quarter as a team, we have a whole day where we look at the data. What do we know about our audience? What are the telltale signs? What do we need to change? You're always having to optimize. Even after this summit, the first thing we're going to be doing is having a debrief as a team to figure out what can we do better the next time round. Yet we can all have a round of applause, a hug, and be proud of ourselves for what's great. But we've got to figure out for the next one, what can we do to make it even better? We have a debrief with all the speakers. What did you like? What did you not like? That way we can keep getting better and better and better and better. But it starts with your customer. That's where all of the magic starts. So we're going to look at the mirror matrix. This is 7 key questions you need to answer before your ideal client will buy from you. Okay. And obviously, some of you might be saying, oh, come on, Natalia. Oh, who can really understand their audience better than themselves? That's my point. You need to get as close to that as possible. You really need to humanize and understand who it is that you're connecting with. Okay. This summer, my team thought I was crazy when I said, I'm going to be the salesperson. I got the pleasure of speaking to round about 150 Black female entrepreneurs to put this event on. And the connections that we made with one another, they're special. They might not continue in my community, but I've definitely made connections for life. They're genuine. And I got to really learn how much we had in common. And I got to learn more about Black female entrepreneurs, which is who I serve. I don't represent every single Black female entrepreneur. I've got my own experiences, and I like to share those experiences with you to make sure you don't have to make the mistakes that I make. And don't ever get it twisted. There's nothing wrong with making mistakes. Making mistakes is a great thing to do. It's one of the best ways to learn. But if I can limit that and you can learn from some of my mistakes and what I went through, that's what I've got to do. But at the same time, I'm not mistaken that every Black female entrepreneur is exactly like me. So I'm basing all my decisions around myself. And that's what many of us entrepreneurs do. So let's take a moment out of your business. Okay. I just want you to clear your mind. Get that fresh sheet of note paper, a fresh sheet on your Word docs. Just clear your mind, and I really want you to bring it back to who do I serve? Who are the people that see me as an authority? Who are the people that would buy into me? What's that low-hanging fruit? And I want you to take some time out, and we're going to get to know them a little bit more. So that way you can start to craft offer, a funnel that's actually going to convert and work and bring you to where you need to be. So the mirror matrix. The mirror matrix are 7 golden questions, but it's 2 in 1. So we could say it's 14, but anywho, there are 7 golden questions that you want to answer in your marketing funnels and content marketing. And we need to really understand, who is your prospect? What are their demographics? Okay. Who are you to solve the problems of your audience? So we're starting, by the way, just in case you're wondering, I'm jumping into it. So this is the start of the 7 questions. I want you to jot down now. Who is your prospect? Just overall. Write it down. I'd like you to write it down, please. Who are you? Who are you? Coach, consultant, content creator, influence. You might be someone that's selling e-commerce. Who are you? Who are you? Who are your business to solve the problems of your audience? Now, to do this exercise, I would prefer that you pick one customer segment, please. Remember, I gave you the example that I always give. If I was a business selling bags to mums, what type of mums am I serving? Am I selling nappy bags that are for newborn mums? Am I selling bags because I've got to drop my kids off to nursery and then get on the tube or the subway, and I need a bag that can carry all of that? Am I a mum that stays at home but my children are at school? All of these mums have a different requirement for a bag. So choose a segment, and I want you to answer. Who are you to solve the problems of your audience? Okay, I'm literally going to give you a couple of minutes. Couple of minutes. Anybody that's joined us, just giving everybody a couple of minutes to answer the questions on the screen. Okay, pick a target or pick a customer segment from your target audience. Sorry, who is your prospect? What are their demographics? Who are they? Just generally, roughly what age are they? What gender are they? Maybe what sexuality are they? Religion are they? Basic demographics. And then I want you to now say, who are you to solve the problems of your audience, your customer segments? What credibility do you have? Do you have any awards? What's your results? What's your experience? Who are you? Why should they trust you to solve the problem that they've got? Okay, 1 more minute. One more minute. We're about 30 seconds left. Right, time's up. Time's up. Now I want you to think about, what is your prospect looking for? What problem do they have? What desire do they have? What unmet need do they have in relation to what you do? What will your product or solution, if you're a service, do for your prospect? What's the results they will get? What's the outcome they will get? Okay. So again, picking the same customer segment, the next set of questions are, what is your prospect looking for? Remember, you've chosen one customer segment. What problem do they have? What's their desire? What's the unmet need? What will your product and or solution do for your prospect? What's the results they're going to get? What's the outcome they're going to get in relation to what you offer? 2 minutes. One more minute. For those of you that might just have joined us, we're doing an exercise. It's called the mirror matrix, getting to know exactly who your audience is. Just joined us, pick a segment of your target audience. It's just the second question. And I want you to think about, what is your prospect looking for? What problem do they have? What desire do they have? What unmet need do they have? What will your product and solution do for your prospect? What results will they get? What outcome will they get? One more minute. Don't overthink it. Just answer the question. Right, that's it. Let's move on to the next one. When do they need your product? Think about this one, because this one relates directly to your customer life cycle. Okay, and it's important for you to think about in terms of your strategy. When do they need your product? Is it immediately, a few days and weeks, longer term? When will your solution give them the results? Clearly communicate timescales. Okay, so again, when do they need your product or service? This is your customer segment. For those of you who have just joined us, we're in a workshop. Relate these questions to your customer segment. It's going to give you a lot of clarity. So when do they need your product? Is it immediately? Is it a few days or weeks? Is it longer term? Answering this question might make you think, do you know what? Actually, what I offer, do they need it immediately? What is it they need immediately? It might make you change your offer. Okay? That's why this is such a good place to start, because it gets you to really think, you start to look at it from a different angle. You start to look at it from your prospect's point of view and how that relates to your business. Okay, so when do they need your product or service? Is it immediately, a few days or week, or longer term? When will your solution give them the results? clearly communicate the timescales. With anything we buy, we want to know when can we use it? How can we use it? Think about it. And especially if you're a coach or consultant, if you're saying you can help someone, what are the timescales that you can really realistically make a decision? Do not make promises that you can't keep, because it just ends up backfiring on you. So 2 minutes. One more minute. Your customer segment, when do they need your product? Is it immediately, a few days or week, or is it longer term? Think about this. This is your product life cycle. Maybe this will prompt you to think, what can we do to create urgency? What do they need solving straight away that would be the difference from them buying now rather than delaying you? What else could you add to then make sure they keep buying from you and you continue that user journey? What we call the return path that we looked at this week. And when do they need your product or service? When will your solution give them the results? Be clear and communicate your timescales. Right, next one. Like I said, don't overthink it. So big picture, what's the knock-on effect this problem is having on their life? In terms of what you do and what you offer and the problem that you solve, that problem that you solve, what is the knock-on effect this problem is having? Where else is it impacting them? How does it make them feel? This is you really agitating the problem. You know, if you've got a problem with debt, you know, what's the impact it's having on your life? What happens, you know, if you don't do anything? Okay, is it that it's going to lead to repossession and you're going to lose your house? You know, what's the bigger picture if, you know, you want to lose weight? What's the bigger picture if you don't do something? Is it health concerns? So what's the knock-on effect that this problem that your prospect has is having on their life? Where else is it impacting them? And how does that make them feel? How does your solution as a business help them to overcome this? How does your solution solve all the additional problems that they're solving? Start thinking from your customer segment's point of view. Okay, 2 minutes. weird. Right, your 2 minutes are coming to an end. What's the big picture? What's the knock-on effect that the problem that you solve is having on your prospect's life? Where else is it impacting them? How does it make them feel? How does your solution help them overcome this? How does your solution solve all the additional problems that they're solving? Right, so you're 2 minutes up. Let me know how you're finding this activity in the chat as you're answering it. Is it bringing up some aha moments for you? Is it making you view things differently to maybe how you're doing it and who you're communicating with? Let me know in the chat. So, next question, resolution. Why can't your prospects solve their problem? What's the reason why they can't solve it for themselves? What's missing from the skills and knowledge they have? Why is your solution the perfect solution? And this is really where the USP is, and it can't just be because I offer great customer service. It can't just be pricing. Like, why is your solution the perfect solution? This is really your unique selling point. Why are you superior to the competition? Don't overthink it. 2 minutes on your customer segment. For those of you that have joined, we're answering the 7 golden questions from marketing, known as the mirror matrix. So again, resolution. Why can't your prospects solve their problem? What's missing from their skills and knowledge? Why is your solution the perfect solution? Okay. What's that? That's your USP. What makes you superior to your competition? And if you're struggling to answer these questions, that's where you might need to rethink how you position yourself and rethink about your offer and possibly rethink about your audience. 2 minutes. That's your 2 minutes. That's your 2 minutes up. Let's go over to the next question. Okay, next question is how? What have they tried and failed at? What else did they do to solve the problem? How is your solution different and how does it work? What are the big benefits? There's a difference between benefits and features. Okay. Okay, I'm sitting to my desk and picked up the first thing I can find. So this is my lipstick. The feature is that this is a red lipstick. There you go, and it's in a silver plastic casing. Okay, what are the features? The features is this lipstick is going to make me feel more confident. It's going to make me more articulate when I'm presenting. It's going to give me an alter ego that I can be really great when I'm on stage. See the difference between benefits and features. Features is what actually something is. Benefits is what's the gain going to be. So the benefit of a pair of getting into a pair of skinny jeans is, you know, how you might feel. How you feel might lead to you finding romance, finding a job. Be clear about the words benefit. So how? What have they tried and failed at? What else did they do to solve the problem? How is your solution different and how does it work? What are the big benefits? For those of you that might have just have joined us, we're taking some time out to do a workshop to work on our business as we're always in it. These are questions I'm asking you to answer all around one of your customer segments. This is what's going to connect you to having much more clarity around your offer, your brand, and making sure that you have a product and an offer that resonates with your prospects and you've got a really good understanding of what your prospect's looking for. Okay, so again, how? What have you tried and failed at? What else did they do to solve the problem? What else have they tried, your prospect? How is your solution different and how does it work? What are the big benefits of it? Okay, 2 minutes. Oh, guys, I didn't realize that it went on mute. So the next question is the future. If they don't solve their problem, what's going to happen to them? This is where you're going to pour salt in, really agitate it. Think about when those adverts come on from America and they're promoting some type of drug or vitamin, and you hear right at the end really fast, taking this could result in death, heart failure, makes sense? So what happens? Really agitate this with salt. What's the future? What happens if they don't solve their problem? What's going to happen? What does their life look like when they use your solution? What does success look like? 2 minutes. Thirty seconds. Right, next question. And we'll be getting ready for our next guest soon. Okay. Oh, actually, no, that's all your questions. Sorry, lost count there. So I'm just going to go back through them. For those of you that joined halfway through this is the mirror matrix. So there's 7 golden questions you want to answer in your marketing funnels and content marketing to really give you perspective and make sure everything is aligned. Who is your prospect? What's their general demographics? Who are you to solve the problems of your audience? What credibility do you have? What awards have you won? What results? What experience? If you're tapping into a new marketplace and you haven't got anything like that, you might want to rethink, does that make sense, how you message about yourself and how you present yourself as an authority that's got credibility and experience. These questions should throw up a lot of other questions and give you ideas, to be fair. What is your prospect looking for? Okay. You know, the problem, their desire, what's the unmet need? You've really got to understand their problem. And this is what design thinking is all about. We had the pleasure of listening to Abigail's presentations yesterday, the Innovation Doctor. You know, make sure you check all these masterclasses about. She specifically talks and teaches about design thinking. And design thinking is a methodology that all big companies use, Samsung, Apple. And what they do is they really spend a lot of time to figure out what the problem statement is for each one of their customer segments. They do not go on to the solution until they fully understand the problem. That's what design thinking is. So what's your prospect looking for in terms of their problem? What desire do they have? What unmet need have they got? What will your prospect, what will your products or your solution do for your prospect? What's the results? What's the outcome? So I'm just recapping the questions that I asked and said, you know, fill this out, answer it. When do they need your product? Is it immediate? Is it a few days or week? Is it longer term? This is really going to help you understanding the life cycle of your customer, when they need you again, and just understanding what the timelines are. This is going to create a calendar for your business of when you might be busier more than other times, because it's going to be dictated to depending on where your prospect is in their customer life cycle. So when do they need your product? Is it immediately, a few days, a week, longer term? When will your solution give them results? You want to clearly communicate timescales. If you get something, you want to know when it's going to work, don't you? Big picture, what's the knock-on effect this problem is having on their life? Where else is it impacting them? How does it make them feel? How does your solution help them overcome this? How is your solution, how does your solution solve all the additional problems that they're facing? This is where you might think, actually, we should be adding more because there's other people that add more, or this is the reason why maybe they're not using us. Every business is different. But again, this should be making you kind of check what you're doing, thinking, giving you aha moments, and really thinking, does everything really, are all the dots connecting within my strategy? Because when they connect, that's when the magic happens. Next was resolution. Why can't your prospect solve their problem? What's missing from the skills and knowledge? Why is your solution the perfect solution? This is your USP. What makes you superior to the competition? Okay? Really important. And what have they tried and failed at? What else did they do to try and solve the problem? How is your solution different and how does it work? What are the big benefits? And remember, I told you the difference between benefits and solutions. And again, if you are watching this, make sure you rewatch this masterclass if you missed anything. Well, this wasn't even a masterclass, this was a workshop. And finally, the future. If they don't solve their problem, what's going to happen? What does failure look like? What does their life look like when you use your solution? What does success look like? So the mirror matrix can be used for an email sequence, your email marketing, your sales pages, landing pages, opt-in pages. A sales page is an individual page that talks specifically about one thing, where a website showcases everything you do. Then it can be used for all of your content, social media, your website, your videos. It's just a really, really good way to make sure you are aligned with your customers' segment always. Because when you're aligned with them, that's how you're going to start selling. Selling can feel quite uncomfortable when you're not where you want to be, because there's an element of serving someone and knowing that you can really help someone. There's an element of needing to make money. And those two things can conflict you to make decisions sometimes that the dots don't connect. And that flow isn't there and that connection isn't there, which makes you ultimately feel like you're selling. And you shouldn't feel like that. If you know what you're talking about, you're an expert and you generally know you can help someone, you shouldn't feel like that. We get paid for what we're good at. But when we feel like we're trying to convince someone, that's when we start feeling like we're selling. And that's because we're not connecting based on thinking about the end user. We're thinking about the business from our own viewpoint. So that brings us to the end today of our workshop of how to know your customers better than they know themselves. Okay, if you are here, please let me know how you found that exercise. I noticed that a lot of you came in while we were doing that. That's why I recapped it. Make sure that you have registered because you will get all the replays. Let me know what you thought of the exercise. Let me know if you had any aha moments. Please drop it in the chat. Now, before I introduce the next speaker, when I can see her in the studio, she is looking absolutely fabulous. Hey, Stacey, you're looking really good. You guys are in for a treat. Okay, before we do that, I'm going to pass over in the Mo. There is a QR code on the screen. If you would like to go through all your content assets, your social media, your website, any landing pages you've got, essentially all of these is what makes up what I call a funnel. Some people call it a user journey. Some people even call it a marketing campaign, because essentially a funnel is just a framework that we use in a digital age for our marketing. Marketing stands for the promotion of products and services to be able to sell them. Selling them gives the business profit. Marketing is a very important function of any business. So if you want to do an audit on all your marketing activities and your content assets, just scan the QR code at the left side top of me. I'm pointing up to it. Scan it. Opt in. Next will come up with a video just explaining like what funnels can actually really do for you. But it's not just about a funnel. Like I said, a funnel is just a framework. But if you want to book that business audit call, once you opt in, a page will come up where you can book an audit with me. I'll be doing them just for next week and the week after. That's it. So make sure you click the QR code. Right. I am going to get ready to introduce our next guest, who is absolutely amazing. And we have got, just bear with me a moment, the fabulous Sasha. Any of you that have been with me and watching me, you would know that I seem to be having problems with navigating my mouse. So just bear with me a moment while I get set up, and I'm going to be passing the mic over. So here we go. I keep saying 2 sets. I think I'm just filling out the noise, by the way. Here we go. Back to the studio. Oops. And then let's upload.
Stacey
Here
Ann
we
Buchanan
go.
has transformed storytelling into a powerful.
Sorry, guys. I did that a bit too prematurely. That was great, Sasha. Right.
Her journey as
me.
the digital landscape.
Right. We are ready. I am going to pass you over to the fabulous Sasha to introduce Stacey Ann. Stacey Ann, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here with us on our live virtual stage. And let's hear a little bit about who Stacey Ann is before she kicks off one of the second masterclass, the Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit.
Stacey Ann Buchanan has transformed storytelling into a powerful tool for change. Her journey as a storyteller and advocate dismantles stigma and builds community. Discover how her narratives have driven impactful change and inspired countless individuals. Through authentic storytelling, Stacey Ann has rewired narratives, allowing Black women to feel seen and valued. Her stories create spaces where silence once prevailed, fostering a sense of belonging and empowerment for all. Vulnerability is often seen as a weakness, but Stacey Ann views it as a source of power. Her personal experiences reveal how embracing vulnerability can lead to strength and resilience. Stacey Ann's journey teaches us to embrace our vulnerabilities. By doing so, we unlock potential and growth. Learn strategies to harness vulnerability in your own life and transform it into a powerful asset. Women are shaping the digital landscape, and Stacey Ann is at the forefront. Her initiatives support women entrepreneurs, providing them with the tools and confidence to thrive in digital business. Stacey Ann shares tips for women to excel in digital business. From building networks to leveraging technology, her insights empower women to rise and succeed in the digital world. Let's recap Stacey Ann's key messages: authentic storytelling, embracing vulnerability, and empowering women in digital business. These insights are your tools for clarity, growth, and breakthrough. Embrace your story and elevate your impact. By doing so, you'll inspire change and create a legacy. Take action today and rise to your potential. Welcome on stage, Stacey Ann.
Thank you. What a Can you all hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. Just let me know when you are ready for your decks, and I'm in the background. Just say ready, and I'm all here for you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for that introduction. That was wonderfully done. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world today. It is such an honor to be here today and to share space with you and to let you in on my masterclass. I'm ready to share my my presentation now. So can we have it up, please? Do you have it, Natalia?
Oops. I do. Let me just get it up for you. Hang on a mo. Right, there we go. And let me remove myself.
Okay. Thank you. So my presentation will be called Rest is a Revenue Strategy, Burnout-Proof Leadership for Black Women, because being exhausted isn't a badge of honor. It is a business liability. Before I get into my presentation, it is very important here. I live in Canada, and so before I begin, I want to start with a land acknowledgement. In Canada here, we do this to recognize that the land we live and work on has been home to Indigenous peoples. It's our way of honoring their history, their stewardship, and their continued presence, and to remind ourselves that reconciliation is an ongoing practice, not a moment. So I humbly acknowledge that it is a privilege to work, live, and learn on the ancestral land of Toronto, a Mohawk word that translates to the place in the water where the trees are standing. It has been and continues to be the home of the Chippewa, the Wendat and Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, the Mississaugas of the Credit, and many other First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. And just to add a little part as to why this also resonates with me, as a woman of African descent and enslaved peoples of African descent, my privilege in being an immigrant settler here from Jamaica through post-colonial displacement makes me undoubtedly acknowledge that I am also a settler on stolen land, and I stand in solidarity with the Indigenous people and on the land now called Canada. A little bit about me. My bio was beautifully said prior, but a little bit about the stuff that I've done. I'm a mental health advocate. I've been doing this for 10 years. I'm a TEDx speaker, a filmmaker, an author, an actress. I do a bunch of keynote speaking as well. I was listed as 100 Black women to watch in Canada, the 150 leading Black Canadians for mental health, and 150 Black women making Canada better. I've been seen on a few media outlets here in Canada and North America and in the Caribbean, and I want to acknowledge a few that is here. Now, before I get into my presentation, I want to share something about how I'll start it. I'm going to start with a brief story, and this story will have no slides or visuals. And I want you to know that that is intentional. I want to invite you back to that childlike freedom of imagination. You know, the kind we once had when mama, papa, auntie, uncle, or just an elder will sit us down to tell a story. They didn't use PowerPoint, charts, or had smartphones, but somehow we saw everything. And our minds created the images and our hearts felt the rhythm. Storytelling is how our ancestors passed down wisdom, preserved culture, and kept traditions alive. It is how we remembered who we are and found meaning in where we've been. So for this opening story, I want to honor that legacy, to remind us that words alone can heal, they can connect, and they can awaken our imagination. Now, with all of that being said, before I share my personal story, I also want to take a moment to honor the space we're in and the hearts that are listening. What I'm about to share includes references to anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation. These are deeply human experiences. And while my story will be told from a place of healing and purpose, I recognize that it can feel heavy for some. So here's your invitation. If at any point my story feels too much, please take care of yourself. You have full permission to pause, step away, or mute for 10 minutes. I'll only be sharing this for 10 minutes, but please do whatever you need to stay grounded and safe in your body. With that all said, I want to also share that I share my story not to center the pain, but to show how rest, reflection, and radical honesty can become the foundation of restoration and leadership. Years ago, let's go back to 2011. I live in Toronto, and I decided I was going to pack up, I was going to leave, and I was going to move to Vancouver to pursue my acting career. I was 29 at the time, and I figured, hey, my friends are getting married, they're having houses, they're having kids, they're having all of that. I don't have that, so at least I should have the career, right? And I figured, you know what? I share the same birthday as Halle Berry, so why not share the same success? So I packed up and I moved to Vancouver. When I got to Vancouver, I got off the plane, my luggage was stolen. My dad called me and he said, how's your flight? And I started ranting and screaming. I was like, Daddy, my luggage was stolen. I'm not meant to be here. I was supposed to go last year and I got really sick. You know, my dad calmed me down for a bit and he said, did you get there safe? I said, yes. He said, did the plane land safely? I said, yes. He said, when you're on your way to victory, you get the most obstacles thrown your way. I was like, okay, Dad, that kind of calmed me down a bit. I think the person who took my luggage had a change of heart because they returned it to WestJet and I was able to pick it up the next day. Things were going great. I already secured a place to stay. I had an agent and I was getting commercials. I was getting auditions and things were going great. However, I gave myself 6 months to be successful. I'm like, in 6 months, I better be famous. I better be doing all of this thing. I better be getting to work. I noticed little things about my body when that 6 months was drawing near. And it was 6 months before I turned 30 as well. I noticed that I started to do things fast. I started brushing my teeth fast. I wasn't really sleeping. I was eating fast, like gobbling my food. I was just doing everything fast. I had a roommate. And at the time, my roommate said to me, I think you have anxiety. And I went into my room and I thought to myself, anxiety? White girls get that. At that time, I've never heard of a Black person talk about anxiety. And mind you, I went to film school and I went to theater school, and I was always one of 3 or the token Black girl in my class. So I would always hear my white friends talk about having panic attacks, having meltdown. Oh, this is too much. And these are conversations that I could not bring home to my Jamaican Rastafarian father. We don't talk like that at home, you know? And so when she told me that, I was like, this is odd, but I'm still going to go to the hospital to check things out. I went to the hospital to check things out, and they ran all sort of tests on me, and it came back that I did have anxiety. And I remember they gave me a prescription, and it said it was for Valium. And I remember reading the prescription and thinking to myself, Valium? That's a crazy people drug. They're telling me I'm crazy. Because I remember doing a scene in acting class, and Valium was that. So I remember I threw the prescription away, and I thought to myself, I repeated this mantra, mind over matter, mind over matter, mind over matter. And I beat my anxiety. I beat it for a week until it came back. And it came back so rapidly. I'm going to explain to you what it felt like. And for this moment, if you can, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. In this moment, I felt, picture your heart. Your heart is in a cage. And your heart is beating 1,000,000 miles per second. And in the cage, the heart is growing bigger. With every beat, it's growing bigger. But the cage is getting smaller and smaller. Open your eyes. That's how I felt. I felt like my life was being stifled. I knew that I had the control, but I couldn't control it. So I was back at the hospital. They had me on heart monitors. They had me on treadmills. They're trying to figure out what is going on to cause me to get so sick. I had to go home with heart monitors just to manage my heart because it was beating so fast. I felt like it was in this cage and I had to like rip it out. Although I'd made lifelong friends in Vancouver, I knew I had to come back home to family to make sure that I'm okay. Now, the thought of coming back home to Toronto as a quote unquote loser spiraled that anxiety now into depression. And I experienced a kind of depression, the one that people always talk about. You know, the blinds are closed. I'm not eating, or I'm eating myself silly. I'm not bathing. I'm not taking a shower. I am not brushing my teeth. I am not talking to anybody. I'm not texting anybody. I've experienced that kind of depression, and I'm in bed all the time. But the other form of depression that we don't really talk about, this one is known as the high functioning depression or the smiling depression. This is the one where I knew something was wrong with me, but I just didn't trust anyone around me or felt safe enough to share. So I made sure that when I went out, my wig was laid, my hair was done to the gods, my makeup was done. I was wearing the best clothes, brand name clothes. I was going out partying, dancing, hashtagging, living my best life because I felt like if I mask, had a facade of happiness, then somehow my body will feel happy. And so many of us go through that stage. And I also want to add one thing. So many times when we talk about depression, especially within our community, we'll be like, oh, you're lazy. That person doesn't want to get up. I'm going to tell you why. As someone that has experienced that, and as someone that has experienced suicidal ideation for over 2 years, you're living in a body that wants to live, but you have a mind that wants to die. And so it is a constant battle, 24/7. That's what depression is. It's a constant battle. And the only time you feel rest is if you're sleeping or if you're watching something to kind of numb the pain. And so sometimes, I don't want to go too much into it, but sometimes when people die by suicide, it's their way of escaping because the pain is just too much. Okay, so let's get back to my story. I didn't feel safe to tell anyone. I think the only person that I felt kind of safe to talk to was my dad. And so I went to my dad and I told my dad what was happening with my body, all these things I was experiencing. And he said, drink some tea, and then, okay, and read your Bible. I drank tea after tea after tea after tea. I read my Bible nonstop. Next time I went back to him with the same problem, he said, drink some tea, read your Bible, and pray about it. I did. I prayed. I drank tea after tea, and I read my Bible. I did it all. Still, I was feeling like that. Finally, again, I went to him and I said, Daddy, this pain is a lot. Like, I just don't know. These thoughts are in my head. And my dad said the most ignorant thing that actually saved my life. He said, since you like to chat so much, how about you tell your business to strangers? Now, his fear was that if I told a friend was going to tell another friend, and that friend's going to tell another friend, and somehow it's going to reach back home to Jamaica that he's raising a mad daughter. And no parent want that. And so his way of telling me to talk to strangers was a way of him not feeling that he failed as a parent. And that's what I did. One day I was sitting at the park. A lady came up to me. I was crying, and she's like, what's wrong? And I told her everything. And I know we talk about stranger danger, but in that moment, that stranger provided me with such a safe space, because she didn't say to me, oh, you have a roof over your head, you have clothes on your back, you have money in the bank. Why are you feeling this way? She just let me talk. And sometimes when you're going through that much pain and anguish, all you really need is a space to talk, a listening ear, a non-judgmental ear, just to talk. And so when that happened, I started to use strangers as my therapist. Everywhere I went, I was just talking to strangers, and I got lighter and lighter and lighter. Now I'm going to speed this up a bit. Now, while I'm going through my healing process of talking to strangers, a friend was doing an event, and he said, I would like for you to host this event with me. And I was like, host this event? I've never really hosted an event before. I usually go to events. I have a little card that says Stacey M. Buchanan, inspiring actress, hire me, da, 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 da. But I'm like, okay, sure. Let's host this event. We hosted it together. It was really successful. After the event, the owner came up to me and he said, I know you're an actress and a model, but if you ever think about doing an event, you can do it here. And I thought to myself, me put on an event by myself? Let me think about it. In the March of the following year, March 25th, 2012, it was a Sunday, I decided that I was going to do a show. And I was going to do a show called The Mystic Effect. And I'm going to give an ode to Vancouver, because I feel like Vancouver is such a mystical city. And I was going to do this event, and I'm going to fuse all the elements of art together: music, poetry, dance, fashion, and film. I'm going to put it all together. And I'm going to use people that are the underdog, because the underdog, they really want it. They're hungry, but they're passionate, and they really want it. I'm not going to use anybody that has a name or anybody that's famous. I'm just going to do it with the underdog. When I announced that I was going to do this on Facebook, a couple of people reached out to me, and they're like, Stacey Ann, if you really want your show to sell, you need at least one person that's sort of famous to be on the show, just so it could be, people can come out. I was like, no, I'm going to listen to God with this one. And I'm going to do the show with a bunch of nobodies like myself. I'm going to do the show. The show turned out to be so successful. I had a friend that I hired to be the bodyguard at the door, and we literally had to tell people no, because the event was so packed. When the show was finished, and the audience all stood up to give me a standing ovation when they were calling my name. And as I'm walking to that stage, I started bawling my eyes out. And the reason why I started crying so much was because on that day, that was the day that I was gonna unalive myself. And everyone who stood in that audience and said, Stacey, you got to do the show again. This show is so amazing. They saved my life without knowing that they saved my life. And the reason why I chose that date, I wanted to do something to leave a footprint. I was like, everyone is born for a divine purpose. We're born for a divine purpose. And before I go, I just want to leave a little footprint in this big sand, just to say I did something. But everyone who said, you got to do it again, they saved my life. So I decided to do it again. I decided to make it an annual show. And in making it an annual show, I said, okay, I'm going to start a production company. And so the next year I announced that I'm starting a production company. And I announced this on social media as well. And so many people were happy for me. But there were like a few people wondering, who's this Stacey M. Buchanan? Where did she come from? What is happening? And here's the thing. It takes 10 years to be an overnight success. And people will never see your grind, your sweat, your blood, or nothing like that. They only see the shine. And here's the thing. As human beings, we could have 1 million people loving us, supporting us, telling us how amazing we are. And yet we have 2 people that hate on us. and we'll fixate it on the two people that hate on us. And that's what I did. And I remember calling my parents and saying, why would people think this about me? Didn't they know that I was suicidal and I almost took my life, and this is hard for me? And my dad said something to me that I will never forget. And I want you to listen to this too. He said, there are two things in life that you cannot control. One, what people say about you. Two, what people think about you. You can only control your reaction. And so I decided to react. I decided that I was going to write a book on my journey with mental health. But then I thought about it. I was like, I'm more creative than that. So I'm going to do a documentary. And in this documentary, I'm going to research. I'm going to get a team together and I'm going to research how mental health is viewed in the Black community. And I got a team together for a year. We researched this. I reached out to people on social media at the time in 2012 that were openly talking about mental health in the Black community. It was very far and few, but I got my team together. I got the people together. I got everything together. And I said, now, okay, I need someone to direct this for me. Where am I going to find somebody? And I reached out to a director that I thought did amazing work, and I wanted to work with them. I knew I was going to produce it from my credit cards, but I just needed someone to direct it because I had no experience. When I met up with the director, he said, it sounds like a great project, but he's not going to do it because we live in Toronto. It's the mosaic of different cultures. It's a melting pot. Why not make it mental health about the entire different races and cultures that are here? I said, that's really great, but I did a year's research on mental health in the Black community, and I really want to do it about the Black community. He said, well, the Black community does not support the Black community, Stacey Ann. So there you have it. And that kind of brought me down for a bit. And I thought about it. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe he's right. What was I even thinking? A documentary about mental health in the Black community, about Black people? I'm not going to do it. My dad called me a few days after, and he's like, how's the documentary going? And I said, Daddy, I'm not going to do the documentary anymore. And I echo the words of what the director said to me. The Black community does not support the Black community, and I'm just not going to do it. My dad said, you're mad? And he's like, you have to do this documentary. You went through all of that for a reason. You have to do it. And then I got angry and I got upset, and I was like, are you going to come in that documentary? And are you going to tell folks how you treated me when I needed you the most? My dad said yes. I named the documentary The Blind Stigma. I named it after my dad, your family, your auntie, your cousin, your elder, everyone who purposely turns a blind eye to mental health in the Black community. The documentary took off. I had a psychiatrist, a prominent psychiatrist in Toronto featured on there. And I also went to the church, because there's so many times when we talk about mental health in the Black community, it's referred to as something spiritual, something like a demonic attack. And so I wanted the church angle and I wanted the psychiatrist angle, because if we go see a doctor when we cut our leg or we sprain our foot or something, then we should be able to see a doctor for our minds. And so I had both angles in there. I went to the streets of Toronto and I asked people what it's like, or what do they feel like mental health is like. And I made sure that this film was so blackity black. Everyone that I worked with, from the hairstylist to the house we filmed in, everything was black owned everywhere, nonstop. And so I wanted to create this, and I ended up directing the film. The film came out in February of 2015, and it came out to a packed house. It was a snowstorm here in Canada. It came out to a packed house, and also it made Canadian history. And then it cemented my career as a filmmaker. Got on to speak about a TED Talk, and shared, and now I'm a mental health advocate. And I go into community centers, I go everywhere, and I really talk about how mental health is viewed in the Black community. And to be very honest with you, that film, that season that I went through, that darkness, became the first chapter of my healing. And I learned that silence is heavy and that sharing is medicine. That healing that I went through was the blind stigma. It became my purpose. But even after that awakening years later, I found myself right back at the edge of burnout. I was working from home after the pandemic. I'd watered down with my 1-year-old baby, working with a team and holding space for everyone but myself. And I remember thinking, how did I end up here again? How can someone who talks about wellness still forget to rest? And I'm going to rest as I say that. And that's when I started writing Good For You, not as a book, but as a lifeline. Because I realized something. We're told that the key to fulfillment is living a balanced life. But balance Balance is pressure disguised as perfection. It demands that we equally give to everything at all times: work, family, self, dreams, and that's just not sustainable. What we actually need is harmony, because harmony gives us permission to ebb and flow, to let one part of life rise while the other rests, and to feel peace instead of performance. Rest is a revenue strategy. This workshop was born out of that realization that being exhausted isn't a badge of honor, but actually a business liability. So I'm going to take a pauser and I'm going to get you to gather back in. I hope we can all breathe. And so for today's masterclass, I want to share 3 practical ways you can start protecting your peace while still pursuing excellence, because you deserve a version of success that doesn't cost you yourself. Okay, so we're going to get back into the slide and I'm going to move over to the first slide. Okay, so wanting you to understand the real flex in this next season of leadership, it's how courageously you can rest. I want to show you this quick meme that I saw on social media, and I kept this and I saved this because I was like, oh my God, this speaks to everything. And it talks about what's showing up daily, what we think it looks like. But the actual reality is the second part, what it looks like. Sometimes you're empty, sometimes you're high, sometimes you're low, and that's okay. You showed up, and that's okay. You're giving your best self regardless of how full your cup is, regardless where your cup is. Show up in the space that you are. So I want to talk about the 3 steps to burnout proof your leadership. And while we dive into this, I want you to think about how we can lead differently from a place that's sustainable, grounded, and whole. This is especially important for us Black women because so many of us were raised to believe that rest is a reward, something we have to earn after we've poured ourselves into everyone and everything else. We've been conditioned to see stillness as laziness, softness as weakness, and exhaustion as proof of our strength. And as Tricia Hersey reminds us in her book, Rest is Resistance, I would ask, I know I'm promoting someone else, but yes, read that book. That book really saved me. Naps provide a portal to imagine, to event, and heal. But rest isn't a retreat from purpose, okay? It's an act of power. It's how we reclaim our time, our bodies, and our joy. And the 3 steps that I'm going to go through is to audit your energy, redefine productivity, and to schedule rest like a revenue. So let's talk about auditing your energy. Take inventory of where your energy is always going, whether it's people, projects, and problems, okay? And ask yourself, what gives me energy? What drains me? What no longer deserves my emotional investment? The other part, you can't protect what you don't measure. So awareness is your first boundary. When you pause long enough to see what truly fills you versus what empties you, you stop treating your burnout like a performance issue and start treating it like data. And we know data is gold in business. In business, we keep track of what we're gaining and what we're losing. And in life, we have to do the same with our energy, because wherever your energy is leaking, your peace is leaving, and you can't lead from deficit. We're going to go into the next one about redefining productivity. Replace the question of, did I do enough today, with, did I do what mattered today? Shift your focus from quantity to quality and from busy to meaningful. This simple reframe, what it does, it transforms you how to measure success. Okay, it moves you from output to alignment and remind you that your worth isn't determined by exhaustion, endless checklist, or not the hustle culture. It is in fact defined by impact and intention. Productivity without purpose is just performance. And we've been performing survival for way too long. True leadership is learning to produce peace, not just results. And I want to talk a little bit about the hustle culture. So many of us are like, we got to hustle, we got to hustle, we got to hustle. And it's okay to feel like, yes, you need to make bread. Yes, you need to bring this in. But if you shift your mindset, because I was on the hustle culture and I realized that the fact that I was hustling so hard, which was like highly ambitious, is because I also struggle with high functioning anxiety. This is a form of anxiety that people don't really talk about enough, but the facts are there where you feel like you always have to be there. You always have to support people. And it's because you have poor boundary skills. you feel like you always have to run around, you always have to be doing this, and it's because you feel like that you have the fear of missing out, but you need to rest. That is something that I also teach, but I can get a little bit into high functioning anxiety and how it affects us all. Okay. And so remember, productivity without purpose is just performance. And when you switch your mindset from the hustle culture to the alignment culture, you're no longer taking jobs or doing jobs that are stressed out. Like, there's a big saying that we like to say, booked and busy. I like to say paid and peaceful, because there's a difference between when you're booked and you're getting stress money. Do y'all know what stress money is? When somebody gives you a job and you're like, oh my God, this pays $200,000. This is amazing. And it comes with a whole bag of stress. It comes with a whole bunch of limitations. It comes with so much. I'm sorry. I say no to that. I'd rather be paid and peaceful rather than booked and busy. Let's go over to the next point. Schedule rest like a revenue. I want you to block rest in your calendar, just like how we block it on everything else, just like how we have our calendar for everything. Blocked rest. Set out a schedule for resting in your calendar before anything else, even if it's just 15 minutes a day. Do you know how glorious naps are? And we really need to gift ourselves the permission to nap. Okay, so even 50 minutes a day, treat that space like a client meeting with your future self, because it is with your future self, because you need to preserve your future self in order to continue running your business. When you treat rest as a non-negotiable meeting, it becomes a system, not a suggestion. Your body becomes your first business partner, and peace becomes part of your plan, not the prize at the end of a burnout. If it's not scheduled, it is not sacred. Can I repeat myself? If it's not scheduled, it is not sacred. And rest must be both, because the more we honor our pauses, the more powerful our presence becomes, and the more clarity we get. I want to take a moment also to pause, because I felt like I went from sharing my story and making sure that I'm keeping up with my time, and to diving into a little bit on my masterclass. Rest is a strategy. But I just want to take a moment to pause. And if anyone is in the audience, I can't really see the comments right now, but if anyone's here in the audience, and if you need to pause and reset, please do so. Please do so. As I move on now to my next slide. Okay. I want to keep the healing going. Okay. So let's keep it going. So I created this Peace and Profit Audit. It's a digital tool, and it's designed to help you track where your energy flows and where it leaks, so you can protect your peace and your profits. It's a self-paced reflection you can download and revisit anytime you need to align. You can find it here. If you scan the QR code, you can find it, and it's a special price for us here, and it's only $14.99. And honestly, I use it, and it's really awesome, and it's really great. Did I say awesome? It's really mindful and amazing at how you can really audit what's really your piece. And so if you have a chance, I'll leave it scanned here, and you can check it out. I'll give you a moment if you need to take out your phones and to get it. Okay. Next, I'm going to move over to our next slide. So this is my book called Good For You. It is 114, sorry for the typo, 114 mindful practices every woman can adopt for a more harmonious life. This book is, it's like your best friend. It's like that BFF that always bigs you up, right? It dives deep into the rest philosophy by showing how small intentional practices can bring you back to center and to help you design a life that feels good. The book is like, I design it to feel like art. So when the book is art and it says good for you, I truly believe that's a term that I use all the time, because I truly believe in life. Whether things that happen to you, whether it's good or bad, I believe it's never to you, and it's for you. And it takes a really powerful mindset to really think about it and be like, it's for me. Because you don't let things define you that happen to you in life. You let it refine you, not define you. And so my book can be found here at Amazon. And if you do purchase it from Amazon, I would love for you to leave me a review. You can also find it on social media. We're all there. So the book is called Good for You. It's also an award-winning book. And I would love if y'all could support me on that. Next, I'm going to talk about my favorite workshop to talk about, to lead, to facilitate. This is called Demystifying the Strong Black Woman Myth. I lead this workshop, and it's usually a 4-hour workshop or a 6-hour workshop, depending on the organization or depending on where it is. And this workshop actually lets you sleep. Yes, you come to my workshop and you sleep. You take a nap, you really do sleep. Demystifying the Strong Black Woman Myth is an intimate and transformative workshop that helps Black women unlearn the belief that strength requires self-sacrifice. Through storytelling and guided reflection, it explores how intergenerational trauma and colonial definitions of mental health have shaped our ideas of resilience and offers new, liberating ways to rest, heal, and lead from wholeness. You know, every time someone calls me a strong Black woman, I do not take that as a compliment at all, because strong pacifies a lot of transgenerational impact that we've gone through. It strips me of my humanity. And so if your strength is defined by what you choose to put down rather than what you choose to carry, then yes, you are strong. And so in this workshop, I like to guide Black women through a place of where this all came about. So I dive deep into intergenerational trauma. When I talk about intergenerational trauma, I don't talk about the trauma of the slave masters beating us. I go right into the foods that we eat. I dive deep into how we raise our kids. I dive deep into how we view the world and how we're viewed to be silenced and how important it is for us to take up space. It's a really transformative workshop that it blows my mind every single time I do it. And so if you're interested in that, you can definitely book me to do a workshop on this. It's, like I said, it's one of my favorite things to dive into. Next is my documentary that I talked about, the one that put me on the stage, the one that pivoted my career. And this is called The Blind Stigma: Mental Health Within the Black Community. Made Canadian history as the first film to explore how mental health is perceived within the Black community. Through honest storytelling and powerful lived experiences, it reveals the emotional and cultural layers of silence, stigma, and strength surrounding mental illness. More than a film, The Blind Stigma sparked a movement, opening up conversations across schools, workplace, and faith spaces, and encouraging communities to heal out loud. You can find this on YouTube right now. I recently put it up about 2 to 3 years ago. I had it up a few years back, but for some reason it got removed, but I put it back up, and I hope y'all can really watch this documentary. We have about 5 folks that talk about their lived experiences, including myself, and we dive deep into from eating disorders that you don't think like Black girls have. We go into schizophrenia. We talk about bipolar. We talk about so much in the film. And we were also very fortunate to get one Black man to talk about his experience, because at the time I knew friends that were going through stuff, but to get people on camera, the fear, the stigma, the shame still lives alive with mental illness at that time. Now I'm really happy to see how the veil is lifted, how people are having conversations. You know, we can, just like how we can talk about, oh, I had a latte today. We can say, you know what, I'm not feeling that well, or I think I'm having anxiety, I'm having an anxiety attack. I want to create a space where talking about mental health, talking about our wellness overall, it is important, just like how we talk about how's the weather today. It's really important. So if you're interested in finding the film, you can go to the website, www.theblindstigma.com, or you can check it out here on YouTube. Next, if you're interested in booking me, you can go to my website. You can see a lot of the things that I talk about. I really talk about even self-gaslighting. I talk about bigging up yourself, okay? As Black women, we don't give ourselves enough credit. And sometimes we feel like the work that we do, a lot of times the accolades has to come from outside, but I want you to know that it should come from within. So every morning you look into that mirror, you look at yourself, you're getting ready to work, always remember that you got to big up yourself, because I've learned, and perhaps it's a little personal, but I've learned that sometimes the same voices or the same people that can praise you can also use that same mouth and curse you. So if you're relying on outside validation, please don't do that. Make sure the validation starts within yourself. And so please feel free, if you're interested, you can go to my website at www.staceybuchanan.com and book me. I invite you to stop glorifying the grind. I invite you to choose harmony over balance. I invite you to choose paid and peaceful over booked and busy. So if you're interested, the QR code is there. Again, you can find it there at staceybuchanan.com. I'm going to go over to the next slide. I hope I'm not going too fast. Please, in the comments, let me know. I do still struggle with anxiety. I do. It's maintained, so sometimes I may go a little bit fast. But please let me know if everything is moving at a pace that you can understand. And lastly, let's link up. If you're on social media, if you're on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn is one of my favorite sites. Let's link up. You can find me there. And my name is the same across all the boards. It's Stacey Ann Buchanan, no E in the Stacey, but you can find me there at any time. And I'll go to my next slide. And I just want to say thank you. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. It has been so grateful to share this global stage with you all and to learn from y'all. And I want to say one more thing before I go, because it's very important as to why this rest movement is crucial in my life. May you rest, because our ancestors have done enough. Thank you all. Bless you all.
Oops, I'm on mute. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stacey Ann. I know you had me captivated, by the way. One of the things that I loved when I first met you, and I think everybody that is watching this and will watch this, there's a realness about you. That vulnerability is really powerful because we don't keep it real. I'm from Jamaican heritage as well. So when you kept talking about what your dad and the comments that he was saying, I so resonated with that. I can imagine my dad telling me that. Go and go tell people about your business.
Yes.
I could imagine it, and I get that, but at the same time, it's almost like that conflict pushed you into facing things, and it actually was the turning point of you even showcasing yourself, putting the event on. You have me captivated. You are a brilliant storyteller, and it's not just about being a storyteller. This is actually your life. It's not a story, and I said it in the chat, like, thank you for sharing. It's a big thing. And I want everybody that listens to recognize that. And I just feel like if we just more all spoke more openly and honestly, it would just, the world would look like so much more of a different place, especially for our community. So thank you for bringing your realness. Thank you for showing us what vulnerability is. I feel like that's what you did. And there's probably a lot of people that can connect with a lot of things that you said, but we keep it puffed up in here. We don't talk about it. So on a serious note, thank you for sharing. That was absolutely amazing. And if you do want to just get your slide back up quickly, and let's just get the QR code out to remind everybody.
Which
Brilliant.
one? This is my website.
That's the one. Yes. Yeah. So this is Stacey Ann's website. Please do make sure that you scan the QR code. You go on there. Taking it, your social channels are on there as well. Please make sure you follow Stacey Ann. That was a big thing that she just did, sharing that with her. So please make sure you check the website out. You check what's on there. You check out how to book Stacey Ann. I know we would love to have you back inside our community for sure, talking to our women. That's what makes this community so different. I think as Black women, we have been brought up to just pull up and shut up, to just get on with it, to just be able to just keep going. And we keep going so much, we just don't take a second look to look back on ourselves. So I just, everything today was just so powerful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. So make sure you scan the QR code. Make sure that you reach out to Stacey Ann and you follow her on social media. We've all got to support one another. When we support one another, we start to make big strides together. And that's what this event and this summit is about. So thank you, Stacey Ann. Lovely to have you here. Hopefully, I've got no doubt that we will see you again and we will catch up. So take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Right. So, no, that was very, 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 very powerful. Thank you to Stacey Ann. We've just had some amazing speakers. please do make sure that you scan the QR code above me, by the way. That's going to take you directly onto our platform. So if you are streaming, you are watching this through social media or another channel, make sure that you scan the QR code right above my head or next to me, and you come onto the platform, because we are going till 8 p.m. today, UK time, which I believe is about 3 p.m. US time. I've just had note actually that it might be 9 p.m. We might have another speaker for you, but after that point, we're no longer streaming live. But there are some fantastic, great masterclasses running throughout all of the day. So make sure you scan that QR code, you get onto our platform, because what that means as well, you're also going to get an alert to get all 100 masterclasses and replays together if you've missed anything. So really important, make sure you scan that QR code right in the left-hand side of the screen. So I do apologize. Next, we have got Cara Bell coming up. So just bear with me as we bring her out onto the virtual stage and get her ready. What I want to do is I've been giving away a business audit all of this week, and I just want to give an explanation of what that looks like. So we're going to take a quick break. And while we do that, we're going to bring
Beautiful Souls is Natalia here. Now, can I just have a minute of your time and just... Now,
Sorry, can you see my hands moving? Touch screen. At least you know this is live. Right, so we're going to take a little bit of just like a few minute break. Let me break down to you about the audit call. The QR code, I've just changed it on the screen. And when I come back, we're going to kick off with a competition as well. Remember, I've been doing the keyword competition all week. And what I'm going to be doing is saying a new set of keywords. And at the end of the day, I'm going to be dropping a link that's going to take you to a Google form where you can insert the keywords. I'm going to repeat them throughout the day. Once you insert them, that means you're going to go through to our prize draw, and you've got the opportunity of winning one of our programs, either the Funnel Mastery program or the Coaching Mastery program. If you want to know what those programs are, if you want to know what the prize is, simply go to our website, www.womenindigitalbusiness.com, and you will see on the menu bar Funnel Mastery, Coaching Mastery. If these are programs that you are feeling like, ooh, this might be good for me, make sure that you take part in the competition, because we're giving away a complimentary space on the program. Okay. Outside of the complimentary, these programs are amazing. We've got really great success rates. So please make sure you scan the QR code above my head, and you book in that free audit call. I'm going to take a look at all your content assets, including your social media, your online visibility, your digital footprint, the funnel. If you've got landing pages that connect, you've got links that maybe you're booking Calendly calls on. I'm going to tear it apart and look at everything, and we're going to give your business an audit. Okay. That will let us know if any of the programs are right for you. Even if you don't want the program or don't take it, book the audit call. It's going to be life-changing, and it is directly with myself, Natalia Nicholson. So we've got 7 minutes to the next speaker. Like I said, let's talk about that audit call and give you more of an idea of how it can really help you.
Just have a minute of your... Hey there, beautiful souls, it's Natalia here. Now, can I just have a minute of your time and just be really honest and frank and open? Throughout my entrepreneurial journey, I have met so many organizations, companies, business, solopreneurs, but mainly Black female entrepreneurs, because that is what I am and that is who I relate to, and that's whose lives that I want to improve. And I often just see how much work and effort goes into the coaches, consultants and content creators that I work with, where when I meet them, they're just churning.
Welcome to the Speakers Negotiation Master.
So either putting content on social media, writing blogs, trying to get their social media to where it needs to be. They're trying to get following, they're trying to get likes, they're trying to get shares, they're trying to collect emails, they're trying to build communities, they're trying to get known. And often we don't really have a strategy, we're just trying everything. And when we don't see any of the results, it can be really disheartening, especially when you put your all into it, and especially when you want to get to monetization to really make a difference in your life, those around you, and your clients' lives as well. I know how frustrating it can be when you're simply just not converting at the levels of where you want to be. That's exactly the reason why I created the Funnel Mastery program. It's a program that's really going to be able to help you put together, your lead magnets. It's going to help you put together your campaigns so you can make yourself more aware. It's going to help you get leads and create email campaigns. It's going to help you put together landing pages. Landing pages are a set of URLs and web pages that you will use to create your funnel. You're going to use it to create a journey from the top of the funnel at awareness to engagement to being able to collect information of email addresses and phone numbers to converting to really being able to nurture and really be able to upsell all the other products and services that you might offer, as well as really looking at things like your offer and just making sure that you have got a strategic funnel that you've put together and you know how to create all the content assets that you need to, but it's a part of a journey. It's a part of a funnel that flows like water and attracts you to the very audience that you want to get the attention of and get that audience to know, like, and trust you in a very a very strategic manner, but at the same time, a very human manner. Being able to actually connect with your audience and get them to buy into you, be vulnerable with them so they can see that you're human and you can help them. But at the same time, create an automation through technology that's going to pass them through a strategic journey that gets them to know you, like you, and again, buy from you. So normally this program would be $1,197. Today, we are giving it to you for $1,497. That's a staggering $500 off. Why do I say the word staggering for $500? Some of you might be thinking, okay, that's a lot, but it's not that much. Well, actually it is, because one of the things that we pride ourselves at, Women in Digital Business, is the amazing value that we give. We are on a mission to help 1 million Black female entrepreneurs globally level up their businesses and make sure that they've built their own table and they're not waiting for a seat at somebody else's table that does not serve them. So we already offer all our programs which are very, very, very high value. Okay, you get a lot of accountability. I show up. It's not just a set of online courses. You also get really small group and really be able to grow with that nurturing of coaching and consultancy that goes with the actual program. Okay, so it's lowly priced already. So we are giving away another amazing $500 off, and you will never, ever, ever see this offer again. So I promise you, take that faith of leap. Okay, make the change that your business needs strategically so you can have the fruits of your labor. So if you're tired of spinning those plates, if you're tired of the guessing work, if you're tired of feeling lonely, if you're frustrated of never getting the results that you require to really get ahead, this is the program for you. Okay, so don't procrastinate. Take that leap of faith. Take what it is that you need to do. I'm going to work with you. Whatever you put in, I'm going to match you fully, and we're going to do this together. So I look forward to seeing you on the program.
Mute. Oh gosh, it's all happening today, isn't it? Friday vibes, Friday feeling. So there you have it. We are giving everybody an audit call. When I say everybody, if you are stuck in your digital journey, if everything's not aligned, especially if you've been following the masterclasses that I've been delivered, just scan the QR code and make sure you book that audit call with me. We're going to go through your content assets. We're going to go through your website. We're going to go through it all. And really see where it is that you need help, where it is that you don't need help, how to create that flow and create that funnel. So without further ado, it is coming up to just 1 minute from 4 p.m. We have got our next speaker. Our next speaker is the amazing Cara Bell. So without further ado, let's introduce Cara.
Ladies, remarkable Black women building digital empires and creating change. This is your moment. This room is alive with possibility, clarity, and fierce ambition. And right now, you're about to hear from someone who lives and breathes what it takes to claim your value and negotiate your future. Meet Cara Bell Arnold, Caribbean-born, Harvard-trained negotiation coach, strategic leader, founder of Leadership Coaching, Dr. Arnold, with a PhD in public policy and administration, from the early days of navigating life in the Caribbean, juggling jobs, saving tuition, even negotiating her own campus housing when others said no, to now guiding high-achieving women to own their power and step into platforms of influence. Because she knows what it means to be overlooked, to be underestimated, to stand at the table and be told your voice is too bold, your ask too big. And she also knows how to shift that narrative for you, right here, right now. Cara doesn't just coach negotiation, she coaches transformation. She equips women in digital business, women building online courses, membership sites, scaling platforms, with clarity on what they're worth and results that match. She's mentoring women of color to craft offers that stop, stand out, and scale. She's guiding female entrepreneurs in tech to build communities where Black women don't have to fit in, they lead. Imagine a world where your worth is never negotiable, where your voice is always heard, where your digital platform is rooted in purpose and radiates influence. That is the world Cara invites you into. So lean in, get ready, because the message you're about to receive isn't just yes, you can do it. It's yes, you will. Yes, you will build that course. Yes, you will launch that membership. Yes, you will grow an online empire that empowers Black women and rewrites the digital narrative. And now, please join me in giving a bold, warm, unapologetic welcome to the stage, Cara Bell Arnold.
To the Speakers Negotiation Masterclass, how women speakers start negotiating contracts that pay. My name is Cara Bell Arnold, founder of Leadership Coaching LLC. How many times have you said yes when you wanted to say no? Think about that time right now. Maybe you said yes because you didn't want to lose the opportunity. Maybe you thought you weren't ready to ask. Maybe you told yourself, next time I'll charge. Picture that event. Picture the energy, the people, the stage, and then picture yourself walking away empty-handed. Write this down. I've missed money by not negotiating. That is the hard truth. If you don't negotiate, you'll miss money again and again and again. Not because you aren't brilliant, not because your message isn't powerful, but because you simply didn't ask. Let's bust a few myths right here, right now. Because these myths have a lot of us in a chokehold. Myth number 1, you must be well known to charge a fee. Wrong. Your voice already has value. Myth number 2, exposure leads to payment later. Wrong. Exposure usually leads to more exposure. How about myth number 3, it's greedy to ask for money. Oh no, that's wrong. This is business. Now, which one of these have you believed before? Write it down, circle it, and then cross it out, because it stops here, right now, today. I want you to write this down specifically. I'm not greedy. I'm a professional. I hold a Master of Science degree in negotiation and conflict management and a certificate from Harvard in negotiation and leadership. I've spent over a decade negotiating anything from raises, promotions, project leads, working from home, deals, and contracts. But here's the thing. You need a strategy to negotiate. Negotiation is a skill, yes. It takes time, it takes practice. And it's more than just asking for a dollar amount for a specific line item. Negotiation is all encompassing. It shapes the way you position yourself, the way you protect your value, and the way you walk away respected. No two negotiations are the same. Each one has to be unique to the person negotiating, to the thing being negotiated for. It has to be unique to you. And that is why I created my company, Leadership Coaching. For years, I found myself doing this for free, just like I drove 12 hours for that workshop in Virginia. I was so passionate about helping women find their voices and ask for what they deserved that I coached and guided others without even charging. But over time, I realized something. The value I bring is worth so much to women, not just in dollars and cents, but in confidence, in freedom, in future earnings. It's not just about what I receive through coaching, it's also about what I get. The mission to teach women how to ask, how to claim their worth, and how to stand in their value is what I am passionate about. That's why leadership coaching exists. To teach women how to stop settling for exposure and start negotiating with strategy. Not only have I studied this at the highest levels, I've lived it. I've seen the ins and outs, and today I'm going to give you clarity on what to negotiate for as a speaker. I can help you negotiate in any areas of your life or many areas of your business, but today we're laser focused on your speaking contract. Let's get into the blueprint. Every speaking contract must have 5 points that you must negotiate. If you miss one, you're leaving money and authority on the table. I want you to write them down as we go. Let this 5 become your checklist of sorts. So, ready? Get your phone, your pen and paper out, and let's go. Number 1, your fee. Your fee is not about the minutes you speak. It's about the transformation you create. Now, think back to your last unpaid gig. How much value did you give? Did someone come up to you afterward and say, that was life-changing, yet you walked away unpaid? Write this down for me. My fee is anchored in value. Now, imagine saying your fee out loud with confidence. Imagine doubling it. How does it feel in your body? Scary? Empowering? Write one word that captures it. Number 2, travel. You are not a tourist, you are talent. If they want you there, they invest in bringing you there. Think of a time you paid for your own hotel or flight just to be on stage. How much did that gig actually cost you? Huh? Think about it. Now go ahead and write this down. I will no longer cover my own costs to speak. Now, write one boundary you will set from now on about travel. Flights covered, hotel included. Put it in writing. Because if you don't put it in writing, you'll forget when the pressure comes. On to number 3, recording rights. That video of you on stage is gold. It becomes your reel, your credibility, your next booking. But if you don't negotiate, the event owns it, not you. Think of one event where someone recorded you. Did you ever get a copy? Or did they keep it? Right now you should know, you should write this down. I own my presence. I own my content. Write one way you could use a video for your next talk. On your website, as a pitch in your reel, in your social media. See how valuable this is? Okay, number 4, merchandise and sales. Some speakers earn more in book sales than in their fee. Every stage should lead to the next step with you. Think about the last time someone asked, do you have a book, a program? Do you offer coaching? Did you have any offer ready? Write this down. My stage leads to sales. Now write one product, service, or program you already have, or that you could create to offer at your next event. Don't overthink it. Write the first thing that comes to mind because I know you have quite a lot to offer. Number 5, follow up. Applause feels good, but applause is not a pipeline. If you can't connect with your audience afterward, you can't turn inspiration into transformation. Take some notes here. Exposure without follow-up is incomplete. Now, reflect. How are you currently collecting contracts from your talks? Do you have a QR code, a sign-up sheet, or are you just leaving it up to chance? Jot it down quickly. One step you will take, every future audience has a way to stay connected with you. Just one step. What will you do? Now, let's compare for a bit. Before negotiation, you had unpaid gigs. You're covering costs, you're waiting for luck. After negotiation, however, Not only are you booked and busy, you're paid and respected and in control. Jot this down quickly. Negotiation equals authority. Which side do you want to live in? The before or the after? You might be wondering, so what's next? Let me make it simple. First, if you want a buttoned up, succinct version of what we just discussed here today, I've created a checklist of sorts that you can download quickly. This is your quick reference guide that you can use before your next gig. Scan the first QR code and grab it today that you can just go ahead and do this on your own. Second, maybe you already have a contract in hand. You've been booked, you've got a speaking gig lined up, and you don't want to leave anything to chance. That's where I come in. Scan that QR code right here for a 90-minute strategy call with me. Together, we'll walk through your contract, your fee, your package, and I'll give you a concrete action plan so you walk away confident and walk out paid. Third, if this has been valuable and you want more strategies, more insights, more negotiation tips, or you want to send this to someone else, someone that you love who needs these tips, then scan the QR code right here to join my mailing list. That way you'll always have fresh tools, reminders, and encouragement to keep you negotiating like the professional that you are. And finally, if you'd like to stay connected with me today, follow me on TikTok, Leadership Coaching, Facebook at Leadership Coaching, and Instagram at The Negotiation Coach. It's also Leadership Coaching. I share negotiation tips, strategies, and inspiration to keep you moving forward. I also share information about how to negotiate a salary, a promotion, a raise for anyone in your life who may be starting their career and want negotiation tips or need negotiation tips. Let me leave you with this. Negotiation is not optional. It's the standard for women who know their worth. Look at what you've written down today. The unpaid gigs, the missed opportunities, the moments you said yes when you should have said no, or you wanted to say no at least. That was your past. Your future is different. From this moment on, your next contract will be your best and most profitable one yet. Your value is non-negotiable. The only thing that shifts is your strategy to claim it. I can't wait to meet you after this.
I keep doing it today. I'm twitting on and I'm on mute. I need to stop, don't I? I'm so sorry. We've got so much screens going on. We've got so much great things happening here. I'm just making sure that I'm lining everything up for you. So round of applause to Cara. That was absolutely brilliant. Please do make sure you connect with Cara. If you missed that QR code, if you missed any of her details, please scan the QR code that you can see above my head. Come onto our platform directly, where you can see all of Cara's details and a breakdown of her masterclass. In fact, you'll be able to see all the speakers of today on our platform. So if you are listening to me, if you are streaming through social media, you are at the top 100 most powerful Black women summit. We are doing, I'd like to say 100 masterclasses, which is 20 masterclasses across 5 days. We are even giving you a bonus tomorrow. We'll be giving even more masterclasses. It's a place for Black female entrepreneurs to come, to connect to me, and to listen to masterclasses from entrepreneurs that have eaten glass, they've got grit, tenacity, they've gone through it, and they've either got a coaching, consulting, content creation, community membership, or online business around an array of topics. That is anything from mindset to leadership, to digitalization, to AI, to financial, building wealth, okay? Counseling. As Black women, we have got to start working more with coaches, consultants, therapists, and counselors in our own image. Okay, we've got to create community. We've got to come together. The AI age is here. We do not want another revolution to come. And what always happens is we're the creators, we're the trendsetters, and then we get left behind. Look what's happened to the music industry. Black culture has become pop culture. We don't own what's become pop culture. We're just associated with it when it's all bad. Hair, multi-billion pound market, not even million. We are nowhere to be seen. This is the AI stage. You're in a position where you can be creating your own content, owning your own content, owning your own channel, which is going to create legacy. Okay, it's time for us to start building a community with each other and also building an economy. Okay, let's start here. We have brought to you 100 real women, not really big keynote speakers that's going to cost us millions to book. Okay, we're not coming to you with celebrities. Okay, and no disrespect to them. It is beautiful that we have got who we have as an example for us. It's absolutely brilliant. But when you're speaking from a place of 7 and 8 figure and you're giving a few sound bites and nuggets, that doesn't translate when you're in 5 or 6 figure. Okay, so this summit is about us raising one another up so we don't have to be sitting at tables where we're not really wanted, or we're given token seats, or we just about squeeze through the door because only 213 get 213. You're gonna learn this about me. Only 1, 2, or 3 of us get let through. This is about building community and it's about building an economy. So if you have just can't get the words out today. So if you have just joined us, welcome to the Top 100 Most Powerful Summit. Please make sure you click that QR code, you come directly onto our platform and you see the rest of the masterclasses we've got for you today. You can see the previous masterclasses that you've missed. You'll get a link to the masterclasses that are going to go ahead tomorrow. And most importantly, everybody that has streamed live will go up onto our platform. And now we will have 100 masterclasses so you can go through them at your own leisure. Also on our platform, you'll get to see everybody's offer. There's been some amazing offers this week. Okay, one of the offers that we got yesterday that we're actually about to feature again today is a masterclass from Vanessa. Vanessa's actually given you a complete and utter free workshop and book if you go and attend her masterclass. There's been some amazing offers this week. Coach Tamara, Savannah. There's been Savannah Gate. Oh my gosh, Savannah's giving you a Christian Strength Finder at a complete and utter no-brainer price. Okay. Lithia, Dawn Speaks. I could just keep going on and on and on and on and on. And if I've missed anybody out, I can't get through everyone. But I urge you to make sure you go over to our platform and you access all of these coaches' masterclasses. They're brilliant offers that they've given you. And you can also see, okay, where do I need help? If you go onto our platform, you'll be able to see all the titles of the masterclass, a description, so you can choose what's really going to help you. So I really urge you to make sure that you come directly onto our platform if you are watching this on social media. And also, ladies, share. This is not a summit. This is a movement that we're coming to with. The more you share is the more we can build this community that I'm speaking about and build an economy. Black women start businesses at the fastest rate globally. Facts. America, Canada, Africa, Caribbean, Australia, we start businesses the most. We support economies, but we can't always break through into that 7 to 8 figure. Okay, we need support, and actually we can support one another, because many other coaches, when they're looking for a coach to help them within their journey, they tend to get coaching from someone that's familiar with them, their background and their lifestyle. We are connecting with all different types of groups that don't necessarily understand us. Here, this is an array of knowledge, experience, inspiration, motivation that you're going to get from someone in a like image. It's really important that we start coming together, building our own tables, and start building communities and building economies. Right, before I give myself a heart attack, because I've been a bit bunged up and stuffy this week, we're going to take it over to a competition. So before Cara came on, I told you that I'm going to drop the keyword. So if you've been listening all of this week, okay, you will see that we have been doing keywords every day. And at the end of the day, we give you a Google form. You log on to that Google form, you insert the keywords that I've been repeating throughout the day, and you have an opportunity to win a place on our coaching program or our funnel mastery program. If you want to know what these amazing prizes are, simply go onto our website, www.womenindigitalbusiness.com, and you will see a tab that says funnel mastery, and you will also see a tab that says coaching mastery. Okay, if you click on either one of those buttons, you'll get the details, and that's what you're going to be able to win. Okay, If you're interested in either one of those programs, I've just put a QR code on the screen. Please make sure you scan this, because this is going to get you an audit from me, Natalia Nicholson, on all of your content, from your website to your social media, any content, any URL you've got. I'm going to be going through all of it to look at how can we make sure that you put this into a framework of a funnel to really help you get visibility, get leads, and then get sales. Sales equals profit. Okay. So what we're going to do now is that the keywords. What am I doing? Right. There we go. Let's give you the keywords. So the keywords are, and I have said them already once today, and then I've also got another gift for you from one of our speakers. So don't go away. So keyword drop. Right. It's day 5. Confidence. Visibility. Authority, discipline, scale. Okay, so jot those down on a piece of paper on your phone, and at the end of today's live sessions, remember the masterclass will be going on all throughout the day, but streaming, we're going to stop roughly about 8 p.m. UK time, which is roughly about 3 p.m. Eastern time. But after that, it goes on. But before we come off streaming live, I'm going to be giving a link to a Google form where you'll drop those keywords and you'll go into our prize draw to win a place on either one of the programs, Funnel Mastery and Coaching Mastery. Okay, so like I said, we have had some absolutely amazing offers, okay, from a lot of the speakers. So again, I really do urge you to go onto our platform where you can be able to access all of this, okay? And you're going to see some of the offers that you've got are absolutely crazy. So I just want to get Vanessa's offer up for you. Please do bear with me. There's a lot of screens open over here, okay? There we go. So I'm just going to get the video up, but it's going to be worth it. Like I said, you've had some amazing offers this week. And I just want to highlight this one because it's a good one. It is a good one. Here we go. Right, there we go. Brilliant. So let's get it all uploaded. Can you see all my hands moving around? Do you know what? It's so funny. There's a film with Tom Cruise. I can't remember what it's called. If any of you remember, put it in the chat for me. And I remember watching it years ago. I think I might have been in my early 20s. And it's something about time, like losing time. Like you've got this watch on, and once your time's out, that's it. It just means like you die. I cannot remember the name of the film. But what I do remember in the film was there. I remember Tom Cruise having this screen. He was picking things here, putting it here. And at that time, there was no touch screen available. Technology isn't where it is now. And it's funny now that
ladies, welcome to the top 100 most.
Oh, sorry. Today mouths are extra sensitive. Don't know what is going on here. I really don't. I just seem to breathe and something moves on my screen. Right. So like I said, there has been loads of special offers this week. Competitions, giveaway. I just did the keyword competition. At the moment is the QR code to get a free business audit call where I'm going to audit all your content assets. And that's about to come off the screen because the next offer that we had was was from Vanessa. Vanessa has a masterclass. She was here with us yesterday. But if you've got access to all of the days, you can find her. And plus, we'll be sending out all of the masterclasses next week, and you'll be able to find her. But we really just want to be able to feature, and it's not just Vanessa. A lot of the coaches have had some amazing special offers. So make sure you go onto our main platform if you're streaming online. Again, here is a QR code that will bring you onto the platform for today. But once you're in, we will be sending all 100 masterclasses to everyone. So this might only bring you to day 5, but if you opt in and you register, you will be getting an alert with all 100 masterclasses. And that's where you'll find Vanessa, and that's where you're going to find another amazing offer. So let's check out Vanessa's offer.
Women's Summit. Now, all week and throughout the promotion of this summit, where we are giving you 100 masterclasses, we've had a number of competitions and giveaways. And it's been absolutely amazing. And here with me today is the wonderful Vanetta Morrison, who's going to be delivering a live keynote masterclass. So I urge you to make sure you register for her masterclass because she has been amazing. She is actually giving away a great workshop. So for those who attend her keynote, she's going to be giving away a workshop. And if you get into that workshop, and it's not going to be easy, and this isn't just something that Vanetta's just offering and she's just going to scratch the surface. This is going to be a hard-hitting workshop. I'm going to let her tell you about it. But if you do get into the workshop, if you're lucky enough to get into the workshop, you're actually also going to get a free copy of her book. So Vanetta, please tell the ladies what they can expect from your keynote, how they can get into the workshop and get a free copy of that book.
Yes, thank you so much, Natalia. So I'm Vanetta, as Natalia's mentioned. I'm really excited and looking forward to the summit. I'm going to be doing a keynote that is really close to my heart, and it is titled Burnout Proof Business, The Black Woman's Guide to Success in Systems Built to Exhaust Us. I feel like this is such a necessary and core topic in this season, whether we're based across the pond, so to speak, or in the UK or wherever we're based. I think as Black women, it's something that is really close to our lived experiences, whether we're in corporate or even as entrepreneurs. Burnout is such a close, unfortunate experience for many of us. Either we've experienced it already or we're closer to it than we want to admit. And so the keynote will really focus on how do we tackle burnout? How do we get to the root of it? How do we really build systems and devise strategies that allow us to move away from burnout and develop burnout-proof businesses for ourselves or burnout-proof careers if we're feeling like corporate is the way that we want to go. And so I'm really looking forward to this keynote. And as Natalia has mentioned, in addition to the keynote, because there's a whole liberation system I want to invite ladies into. There's a whole system that's focused on freedom and focused on developing your authentic authority. I'm also giving away a copy of my book, Me, Myself, and Imposter, How to Boss Your Imposter Syndrome Through the Fraud Framework. And the book is really what started off this passion that I've had to support Black women in particular in dealing with burnout and dealing with things like imposter experiences and imposter syndrome. So often, you've been doing everything right, but still kind of carry that quiet question out, am I enough? And so the book in particular reframes imposter syndrome completely. It's not a personal flaw. I see it as a data point, really. And this is something that we can then leverage to our benefit and see how can we actually use the data that I'm receiving, that where I'm questioning my worth, questioning my capability, questioning my belonging, and where others might be questioning that openly too, seeing it as data points and looking at how can I now align myself, how can I leverage the strategies that I'm receiving in this book to live out liberation, really, live out freedom. And so this book, like I said, is going to be a giveaway. But on top of that, I'm also inviting women into what I call Fraud to Free, the Leadership Sanctuary, which is a 60-minute taster for you, if you want a copy of the book, to really knock some imposter syndrome moments immediately on the head. There's one particular short tool that I will be teaching on and giving us space to actually practice using your lived experiences, your live examples, so that you can come out of this workshop, this free workshop, with a tool to help you in your day-to-day. So I'm really excited about that.
Nation isn't just a buzzword.
Sorry, ladies. It is just today is. I'm so sorry. Right, I'm back with you. I do apologize. My sound has gone. My laptop is just going crazy. I'm literally just breathing on it and it's moving everywhere. It's like hands off, hands off, hands off. Oh my gosh. It's giving me anxiety. Right, here we go. Right, whew. I'm back. I saw I was off mute there as well. Calm. Right, for any of you that do content and things go wrong, or you don't like doing lives, you're better off just being honest and completely and utterly vulnerable. I'm so sorry. So that got cut shortly. That was Vanetta's offer. Vanessa is offering you a workshop, as you heard, and she's also offering a book if you go and check out her workshop. So please make sure that you register. Let me get the QR code up. It's like I don't even want to touch this thing before it does something crazy. There is the QR code that brings you directly onto our platform so you can access today only's masterclass. Once you've opted in, you'll also get access to tomorrow's masterclass in advance, ready for when we kick off. And you'll also be sent all 100 masterclasses. Okay, so it's really important that you make sure you come onto the platform so you can get all the information, so you can check workshops like Vanetta's, like mine, for example, like tomorrow's, like Dr. Donna that's about to come on. Where you can check everybody out, you can see what their promotions are. It's 100 masterclasses. That's 100 pieces of information that could really help excel you, and some really, really great offers. So make sure you scan that QR code. Right, I was on mute at time. You probably saw me yakking away. Didn't realize that I was on mute while I was looking for Vanetta's offer. So just in case you're wondering what I was speaking about, there's the QR code on the screen. Please make sure that you book your audit call with me. Sorry, when I was saying it, I'd gone mute. So there's a QR code. Please make sure that you book that audit call with me if you really want to go through your brand, your content, your website, your web pages, all of your marketing, so we can see if you're a right fit for the program, and if nothing worse, it's not a right fit for you, or you're not a right fit for it. You spend some time with me going through that audit. Okay, so I look forward to seeing any of you that book that call. So that's what I was saying while I was on mute going away. Right, I have got here with me in the studio the fantastic Dr. Donna. She's absolutely amazing. In the UK, we have got an expression here, Dr. Donna. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's called a silver fox. And a silver fox is someone that is just like 10 out of 10 at absolutely everything. They just ooze confidence. They ooze knowledge. They ooze experience. Okay? They ooze wisdom. Bit like Solomon. When God asked Solomon, what does he want? Solomon said, I want wisdom. And Dr. Donna is full of wisdom. So without further ado, here is Sasha to introduce Dr. Donna onto our virtual stage. Hear a little bit about her before she's going to kick off with a very powerful masterclass. Now, let's see if I can do this without messing it up. Right, here we go. Let's take it away.
Today's digital age, transformation isn't just a buzzword, it's a necessity. Women are leading the charge, building digital empires that redefine success. But what makes a sale matter? What makes leadership real? Let's explore. Meet Dr. Donna Smith Bellinger, a powerhouse in sales and leadership. Her mantra, stop selling, start solving, shifts focus from pitching to understanding. She's transforming growth-focused teams and digital leaders with her strategic insights. Dr. Bellinger partners with entrepreneurs to turn clarity into offers and ambition into impact. Her work with high-performance sales teams and online courses is changing the game. She's here to elevate Black women entrepreneurs to new heights. For Black women entrepreneurs, leading with power is essential. Dr. Bellinger provides strategies to close the gap between vision and victory. She sharpens negotiation skills and strengthens business models, ensuring success in the digital realm. Learn how to create urgency without desperation and lead with authenticity. Selling from a place of service and building strong platforms are key. Dr. Bellinger empowers women to align their purpose with profits, fostering sustainable growth. Creating urgency without desperation is an art. Dr. Bellinger teaches how to lead authentically and sell from a place of service. Building platforms rooted in possibility, power, and purpose is the ultimate goal for lasting success. Recap: we've explored transformation, met Dr. Bellinger, and learned strategies for empowerment. By aligning purpose with profits, you can lead with authenticity and impact. This approach shifts how you think about sales and leadership. Embrace these insights and transform your approach. Start solving, not just selling. Lead with power and purpose. Join us in this journey of growth and empowerment. Your digital empire awaits. Let's welcome on stage Dr. Donna.
Wow, that was interesting and powerful. Thank you so
Over
much.
to you.
All right, let's see what I can do about trying to share this screen.
Right, so at the right bottom of your screen, you're going to see a microphone symbol, a video recorder symbol, and then a screen with a plus. So if you just tap the screen with a plus to share screen, and as soon as it comes up, I will get it on the screen for you. So of all the weeks to get sick and get a cough.
That's interesting. Okay, let's see if we can get this to.
Yep, it's here. So let me
Go
add
here.
to stage. Right, I'm going to put it up for you right now.
There we go. Woohoo! All right, ladies. It is a pleasure to be here today, and it is absolutely a pleasure for me to share this particular topic with you. So, welcome to a transformational experience that is designed specifically for ambitious women entrepreneurs who are ready to turn conversations into cash flow. We've heard a lot about the softer side of running a business. We've talked about mindset. We've talked about our inner strength and those other things. But now I'm going to take it to the harder side, okay? The unvarnished truth. And so this isn't just another business training. This is going to be your pathway to sales mastery, because for my, oh my God, decades of working in sales, I largely led male sales teams. And one thing that I noticed is that, you know, women sell differently than men, sometimes to our own detriment. So you're going to get some straight, no chaser, unfiltered comments from me, in addition to a few other things. Out of the more than 100 trainings that, you know, are out there, you chose to join me today. Thank you, thank you, thank you for selecting this one, because this tells me about your commitment to growth. And if you're here, it's likely because you're not getting the financial results that you want. You're putting in tons and tons of effort, but you are not arriving at the destination that you envisioned. We are in the middle of the fourth quarter. And what I'm calling this right now is your fourth quarter push and your first quarter plan. Because if you're brilliant at what you do, but translating it is where you fall a little bit short, then that's where your challenge lies. And we're going to shift that today. It may make a few of you feel a little bit uncomfortable. Sorry, not sorry. Okay. Growth always feels uncomfortable at first, whether it's mastering a new workout routine, you know, like when you signed up for that fitness program and then you did your first 50 sit-ups, you were like, ooh, this hurts. This is hard. Yeah. But what is the light at the end of the tunnel? And we're going to talk about that. A little bit more about me. I didn't start out in the boardroom. I didn't have anything handed to me. I started out basically as a homeless teenage mom, meaning that I grew up in an upper middle class family, but I had a child right out of high school. So my father and my stepmother disowned me. They threw me out of the house with a 6-week-old baby, told me no good man would ever want me, and I would be working the streets in 6 months. Ha ha. Quickest way to get me to do things, tell me I'm not capable. I had to create my own economy. By 21, without a college degree, I was an assistant admissions director. Later, I also co-founded a successful tech firm. I've done trainings for Fortune 1000 and Fortune 500 firms, earned an honorary degree based on all of my economic development work and my dedication to helping women and communities generate wealth through purpose and performance. So today, I help women just like you, tired of inconsistent revenue, And I'm helping you to turn your conversations into cash flow. I'm helping you to lead with unshakable confidence in what you do. And help you to remember that sales is not about being pushy. Sales is service. Those of you who feel you have to feed this part of you, we're going to do that. But I need you to remember that this is your business. This is not a job that you own. I'll say it again. This is your business. This is not a job that you own. So let's talk about the difference of two types of mindsets. One is your employee mindset. That's the one that plays it safe. You wait for permission. You're always worried about what everybody else thinks about you. And, you work just hard enough not to get fired, and they pay you just enough that you don't quit. And what you wind up doing is leveling your lifestyle to the revenue that's coming in consistently. And that's how you do it. Okay, that's not going to get you where you want to be. The business owner mindset, you take calculated risks. You create opportunities. You don't wait for them to come knocking on your door. You embrace challenges, and you're able to therefore achieve consistent revenue growth. So whether it's in small business and entrepreneurship, and I just want to remind you, at least here in the US, a small business is a business that's making $5 million or less. So if you're only at 5 figures, 6 figures, and you're thinking, oh, I don't matter because I'm a really small business, you matter. You are a job creator. You contribute to the economy. You contribute to the lives of the people that you have chosen to serve. So shifting from an employee mindset to a business owner mindset is key for you. So let's take a minute and think back to the very beginning. Why did you start your business? Someone, if it was a client, a colleague, maybe even a stranger, told you you were brilliant at whatever your gift is. They saw something in you that sparked a vision, and you made the brave decision to step away from the safety of that check and create your own economy. And one of the other things that I will say is, if you are still working your full-time job and you're in the building process of your business, consider your job a paid internship. It is funding your future, but don't put your future in the back seat to that job. No one ever killed themselves to make somebody else's dreams come true. Okay, are you with me? So brilliance alone doesn't pay the bills. Neither do social media likes. You can be social media rich and revenue poor. Execution is what pays your bills. Okay, so what is the gift that you bring to the world? Who truly needs it and is capable of compensating you for it at the level that you require? And because when your exceptional service meets their urgent need at the right investment level, sales becomes this beautiful exchange. It's nothing but two entities coming to a mutually beneficial agreement. That's all sales is. That's all that transaction is. They have a need, you can fulfill it, and they can compensate you. Ding, 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 there you are. That's all it is. It's not about being liked or any of those other things that as women we've been programmed to figure, they have to like us, we have to be ladylike, we have to whatever. What we have to do is keep our lights on and take care of the people who are depending upon us, whether that is ourselves, our family, or our teams. A brilliant strategy with weak execution is not going to pay you. Execution is where intention meets income. So many of you already have strong strategies, and you have, like today, invested in workshops, attended seminars, hired coaches, gone through tons of content, and your knowledge is impressive, but you know what? Sometimes you just have weak execution. That's all. You know what you should be doing, but you have that fear. So you avoid directly asking for the sale. You hope that people will follow you instead of leading or controlling the conversation. You wait to be discovered. But here's the truth that's going to transform your execution. I'm sorry, to transform your revenue. Your execution is everything. It's everything. That's where your brilliant intentions will finally meet real income. Now, before I go into the sales pathway, I just want you to know that if you go to my website, askdsb.com, under free resources, I have a revenue calculator, which will help you to determine how much money your company, you're going to love this, how much money does your business need to pay you in order for you to reach your revenue goal? Far too often I speak to women about their businesses and I say, well, what's your revenue goal? And they'll say things like, well, we need to do 250,000. We need to do 500,000. We need to do 1 million. Terrific. And how much of that money do you want to come to you? What do you need? What is your standard of living? And they almost always kind of match it. And it's like, no, that's not the way it goes. You've got operational costs, you've got taxes, blah, blah, blah. These things all have to be taken into consideration. So when you're starting to plan your packaging and your pricing and these other things, you need to know how much an hour of your time is worth to the business. You may not be able to charge that initially, depending upon your reputation and experience, but you now have a magic number here that you aspire to. So please go to askdsb.com and do that exercise, or schedule a call with me and I'll walk you through that. So the simple sales pathway is, first of all, you have to pre-qualify. Who is your ideal audience? And, you know, a lot of people talk about avatars, and avatars are nice, but let's just really consider who has paid you in the past and who has told you you were brilliant and paid you in the past. The second thing is your message or your meeting. You have to have a clear, compelling reason to connect that speaks directly to their pain points. I do a lot of work with people in networking situations. I will tell you that my first book was called You Lost Me at Hello, Actionable Principles That Move You Beyond Networking. And if you email me, I'll send you a copy of it, a Kindle copy. But I want you to know that it is not an opportunity, an open invitation to go directly into a pitch. It is your responsibility in a networking situation to make yourself memorable and to begin the pre-qualification process. And I've got some different types of texts and things that I can work with you on, and scripts for that. Then you have to make sure that you ask specific questions that reveal the real problem. You know, so if you ask somebody, well, what's your top of mind challenge right now? Depending upon your specialty, it could be in your business, in your relationships, in your health. And they'll tell you, terrific. Then guide the conversation towards decisive action with confidence and clarity. And that means that if you are going to present the opportunity to work with you, you have to be very, very clear on what that is going to be. Never have a phone call without an agenda. Never have a coffee meeting without an agenda. You need to know what you will get out of that conversation and how that conversation is going to move you closer to your objective, which is probably the transaction, or to create a more memorable relationship with that individual. Anytime you have a conversation with a prospect, you want to never leave that hanging. You know, my most recent book is Sales is Not About Wait and See. Do you want to get paid now or eventually? Always have a concrete next step. When I'm speaking with a client and I'm like, hey, how did the event go? Hey, how did that conversation go? And they say to me, well, Dr. Donna, I'm just waiting for them to, I'm like, stop. Wait. What do you mean you're waiting? You didn't set a definitive next step. You didn't establish the next appointment. You didn't determine what else they needed to receive in order to give you a definitive yes. You didn't address their concerns. Come on. So I want to make sales simple and sustainable for you. This pathway takes away the guesswork. So where is your offer? Where does your offer land? That's the next thing. Is your offer unclear? Is it uninviting? Is it too darn complicated? Do you confuse the issue by using far too much industry jargon, by give them all of the little buzzwords and things that are associated with you? For instance, when I'm working with my people who are in academia, they have this desire to be the smartest person in the room, as opposed to connecting with the person that they're addressing. You have to listen twice as much as you speak so that you understand how the person you are addressing processes information. Is your offer uninviting? Do you make it sound too darn hard? You don't want to do that. You want to focus on the result. Okay, they're hiring you to do the other stuff. You're focusing on the result. Don't make it complicated. They don't need to know every step you have to take. They just need to know you can make it stop. And I'll kind of give you an example. When I am working with an individual, I generally will ask them, I have a term I'll talk about a little bit later, but I talk to them about yes-testimonials. A yes-testimonial is where you have clearly defined the challenge when you met them, the transition that you created for them, and then the result from having worked with you. Don't complicate the matter. If they wanted to know how to do it, they'd study it. They're hiring you because you are what? You are the expert. And that's what you need to remember. Confused buyers, confused offers equal confused buyers. That's the deal. Okay, so you have to be clear, you have to be urgent, and don't overthink this. Don't make it harder than it has to be. So let's talk about this. Even the most successful companies, and I've done work for a lot of finance companies, tech firms and things, they face revenue uncertainty from time to time, and market shift and economic pressures. Oh my goodness, like now here in the US, that's going on. But when that uncertainty is inside you, when you're not confident in your ability to generate consistent sales, it kills your growth potential. Why? You know when a person isn't confident. You've talked to people and you're like, oh, they're making this up as they go along. Oh, they probably haven't done this very much because they don't know what they're saying and selling. So here's the real problem I see destroying businesses every single day. Too many brilliant entrepreneurs are bleeding opportunity, and it's not because they're not smart or caring or talented. It's because your sales process is inconsistent, it's reactive, and it's unstructured. Revenue isn't lost because you don't know how to close a sale. It's lost because you didn't pre-qualify them properly. And if they're not properly pre-qualified and you're not following up strategically, everything is left to chance. You got your fingers crossed instead of everything being systematically managed. So when you're able to fix that fundamental issue, you don't just grow your revenue, you build unstoppable momentum. You restore your confidence. You build your own economy because you will then be able to scale, create a team, and not be what I call the owner of me, myself, and I Incorporated. It's just not all on you. So how do you get in with your ideal prospects? For me, it's speaking engagements. That's my primary entry point. For some of you, it may be social media. For others of you, it may be something else, networking, or referrals. Strategic referrals are warm introductions from satisfied clients and trusted business partners who understand your value. Or perhaps you have a book, a blog, and it's not, in being an authority, you have to remember it's not who we say we are, it's who others say we are, because we're inherently followers. Who do you follow? People you perceive to be successful, people that you perceive to giving great value. Okay, that's the way you need people to see you as well. And remember that social media platforms, webinars, and online content can attract your ideal prospects. And if you think, well, I don't have enough prospects, I want you to do this. Go back to your satisfied clients who have maybe dropped off your list, are no longer active. Invite 2 or 3 or 5 of them to a private webinar, specifically for people who have worked with you before. And tell them you want to discuss some things you think will help them move their needle even further. This would be your opportunity to re-engage, reignite, and possibly get more referrals, or upsell them into your next program. Get creative. Proof of concept. Yes-testimonials. I do yes-testimonials. I trademark that term. And these are the points, as I mentioned, that affect a good recommendation. If you're getting recommendations from your clients that say, oh, she was so knowledgeable, oh, she was so nice, yeah, she really understood me, that's not why they paid you. Let's cycle back to why they paid you, why they hired you. What was the specific problem, pain point, or aspiration that made them seek your expertise? What was the problem? What was the real cost of their problem? Emotional, financial, or professional? You know, emotional, it's bringing them to the brink of divorce or they can't maintain a relationship. Financial, oh, I don't have to explain that. We all know financial. Or professional, are you missing out on promotions? Are they not seeing you among your peers as the expert that you are? What is the pain point? Then, what transformation occurred? What was the journey and the breakthroughs? What was the tipping point? Or the way I like to put it, what was their aha moment? What made them go, yeah, I didn't think of it like that. Yeah, I really need to do that. Terrific. And finally, what were the measurable outcomes, the improved circumstances, and the lasting change that they experienced? Because that crystal clear before and after, when someone reads that, and I invite you to find me, Donna Smith Bellinger, on LinkedIn. I've got over 40 recommendations on LinkedIn. And the majority of them have what I call the money line or the result line. And that's when they're able to say, Donna was able to get through to people no one else was able to get through to. Donna helped me to improve my revenue by 30%. Donna helped me to win an award. Donna helped me to improve my close rate. There are very specific outcomes. That is what you have to have with a yes-testimonial. Those are the recommendations that will bring you more clients. So results build unshakable influence and people follow proof. That's the reason you want to have those yes-testimonials. Storytelling is huge with that. And when you master the art of storytelling, something beautiful happens in your conversations. It's no longer a transaction, it's a transformation. That's the moment when sales becomes service and when revenue becomes just a natural byproduct of impact. So, let me give you a couple of quick case studies, just so you know I'm not tooting my own horn. This is a group that I worked with, Watch Me Learning Services, and before, their offer was cloudy. People didn't understand. These are two academics out of the University of Arizona. They do instructional design. When they presented their offer, they didn't have a clear target. It was sort of that somebody, anybody, everybody thing that you've heard people say. It was too broad. It didn't define clear outcomes. Yeah, so they were stuck. Here's what they said about working with me. Donna helped my business partner and me lean into our individual strengths and recognize the habits that were quietly holding us back. Her insights challenged us in the best way, not just with strategy, but with the mindset and behaviors, and shape how people experienced our brand. And then there's Christian. Christian's one of my favorites too. Christian is in financial services. He didn't have a target. Again, somebody, anybody, everybody equals nobody. He is talking about insurance and finance. The benefits seemed nice, but not necessary. And the clients couldn't visualize the journey. I helped Christian, who is a U.S. Marine veteran, restructure the positioning of his company. And so now he focuses on veterans families, and also new parents. And so he has rebranded his business, and he is experiencing great success and scaling. He now has a team, and all of this happened for him in less than a year. Cheryl Grace of Polished Pebbles. She's an executive coach, a speaker, been on the Essence stage many, many times. And here's what she had to say about working with me. Having always been on the receiving end of asks and pitches throughout my 30 plus years in corporate America, because Cheryl used to be the VP of diversity for Nielsen, the TV people, Donna taught me the formula for making a successful ask as an executive coach. Her advice vastly improved my conversion rate, and I'll be forever grateful to her for that. So here is a real quick, as we come into the end of this, here comes a real quick revenue reset checklist. Do you give your prospects a clear outcome? Can they see what they will gain when they have that conversation? Why do they need it now? Are there clear next steps? And do you make it easy for them to say yes? These are just 4 simple things that you may be overlooking because maybe you're trying to show them how smart you are, as opposed to showing them that you are the answer. You are the answer for them. That is your whole purpose. So let me do this. You need to acknowledge, ask, answer, and advance. Show that you truly hear and respect their concern. Address that concern. Dig deeper, and then guide them. So here's an example, because I know people are like, how does that sound in action, Donna? Here's an example. Well, you know, Mary, I think I need to think about it. Okay. I completely understand wanting to make the right decision. May I ask, what specific part would you like more clarity on so that I can help you think this through? See how simple that is? You don't leave it dangling. Sales is not about wait and see. You show them that you hear them. You respect their concern. And now you want to avoid objections by offering to provide additional clarity. Objections are not rejection. They're simply requests for reassurance. They are looking to make sure that you are the best and the safest investment for them. And that's your job. So I'm going to be doing a 90-day plan. I'm looking forward to working with you all. We're going to do a goal tracker. We're going to do an outreach log. We do a pipeline health check. We do a map. Start thinking about these 4 things. And I want you to decide for yourself one specific action you're going to commit to implementing this week. Please don't try and do everything at once. That's overwhelming. That's stressful. That turns this from your vision of creating your own economy to a job that you own. Small steps taken consistently compound massive results. And your transformation is going to begin with your very next decision. So, if today showed you that simplicity sells and sales can truly become service, I want you to schedule a chat with me. Choose one step to implement this week. Set time on your calendar for daily outreach activities. 30 minutes a day, fine. 2 phone calls a day, fine. 20, better. Commit to tracking your progress and results. Please stop holding everything in your head. Create action plans every single day. At the end of the day, what do you need to get done tomorrow? And if it's not moving you towards your goal, it is not a priority. If it is not moving you towards your goal, it is not a priority. Your brilliance deserves to be profitable. The question isn't whether you're capable, because you are. Are you ready to claim it? That's the question. So again, because you need a 4th quarter push and a 1st quarter plan, I'm doing a sales confidence catalyst sprint. And I just want to know, what would it mean? What would you earn from just 2 more clients before the end of the year? 2 more clients. That's why now is the time to take action. When you join this particular sprint, you're not just getting worksheets, you're getting me. You're not getting people I trained or clients that I've worked with. You're getting the person who's hired by Fortune 500 companies to help improve their sales teams. But I choose to spend a certain amount of my time working with women-owned businesses. That's my choice. The other stuff keeps my lights on. You all, I got to help you. I got to give you what I wish someone had given me 20, 30 years ago. Okay, I'm going to give it to you for only $4.97. We're starting in November. It's simple, it's focused, and it's designed for people who are done playing small. This is a very simple 90-day program. So let's connect. Let's connect. If you're ready to transform your sales conversations and create consistent revenue, you're one conversation away. Remember, you don't need another class. What you need is a plan and a catalyst. I'm Dr. Donna Smith Bellinger, and it has been an honor to present to you all here. Have a great day. You're on mute.
I'm on mute again. Dr. Donna, please do put that QR code back up there just in case anybody didn't catch it. Let's get it back up there. And did you hear what Dr. Donna just said? She's going to give this offer to you, what she paid for it. Dr. Donna, that reminds me some of the prices that we used to pay for things, and they're not like that anymore. So this is an absolutely amazing gift. And one of the things that definitely transformed me in my business was that sales piece. Sorry. It was, I was scrapping around thinking I've got to do X, Y, and Z on social media, and I build funnels. Okay, that's what I teach is digital marketing. But when all's said and done, it does come back down to sales. All it is that we've got different digital sales channels, but fundamentally, framework-wise, it's sales. And if you're uncomfortable with selling, you need to get comfortable. And we need to remember, being uncomfortable usually means there's something really great around the corner. So if we could have that QR code up, I want to make sure that you get this offer because it's absolutely amazing. Really great offer. Well, actually, I need to, that's on me. I tell you what, I'm having a day of technology today. What have I done? Like, seriously, Dr. Donna, I feel like all I do is breathe on my mouse at the moment and it just starts doing some craziness. Right, bear with me. I'm going to try and get the decks back up for you. Here we go. There we go. There's a QR code. So please do connect with Dr. Donna Smith Bellinger. It's an absolutely amazing offer. And like I said, sales is definitely the catalyst that catapulted my business forward. It's not something that old and we don't do anymore. It's going to remain with us till the end of time, and as a way of how we grow our businesses and find customers. So Dr. Donna, thank you so much for being with us here today. I really do appreciate you. I appreciate you being a part of the summit. If you came on late, remember, I'm going to put the QR code in the top of the left-hand corner of the screen. I'm pointing to it. Make sure you come onto the official platform, because you'll be able to connect with Dr. Donna, have all of her details in there, and you'll get access to all the masterclasses for today. But because you've opted in, it means that you're going to get a replay of all the masterclasses from Monday until now. And don't forget our special bonus day tomorrow. Dr. Donna, thank you so much for having us. Happy Friday. It was an absolute pleasure. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Right, people, happy Friday. Right, so next we've got coming onto the stage, she is just getting ready, is the brilliant Susan Hollywood. What a name, eh? Just sounds so famous. So Susan is going to be with us shortly. She is just making her way into the studio, and what I'm going to be doing is running a competition again. Remember, every day this week we have given keywords out. If you jot those keywords down at the end of the live sessions, I'll drop a QR code that is going to bring you to a Google form where you'll insert the keywords from today, and you have got the chance of winning a free space on our funnel mastery or coaching mastery program. If you're wondering, what is that program? Please, please, please just make sure you go onto www.womenindigitalbusiness.com. And if you go on there, you will see a tab on the menu bar, one that says coaching mastery, one that says funnel mastery. If this program is you're feeling, it's a little bit of me, this will be brilliant. Make sure that you enter into the competition. So I'm going to announce some keywords. Those keywords will then be put into a Google form, which I'll give the link to at the end of the live sessions. Sorry, my hand's going over today. The live session will be roughly around, the last keynote is going to be around 8 p.m. UK time, which is 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so make sure that you grab these keywords and you are around at the time when I give the Google form out, so you've got a chance of winning a space in the two programs that we put on. Okay, so one of the things, and those spaces, by the way, gosh, it's all happening here today. I've just changed the QR code. QR code on the screen is the audit call, where you can go through a whole audit of your business, your content assets, your websites, any web pages, your webinar, anything that you do online. I'm going to be doing an audit with you. So make sure that you scan the QR code at the top left-hand side of the screen. Okay. So like I said, we have got Susan Hollywood coming up soon, but let me give you the keywords. Gosh, nearly forgot them. And then I want all of you to really make sure you subscribe for our YouTube channel. Women in Digital Business Team, if you can drop a link to our YouTube channel in the chat, that'll be absolutely amazing. And you know what? Why don't I just get a QR code as well? And I'll pop one up in the screen at the moment. But I'm skipping all around the place, aren't I? Back to competition time. So the keywords are for today: confidence, visibility, authority, discipline, and scale. Those are our keywords for today. Like I said, at the end of the day, we are going to be dropping a link that will take you to the Google keyword. So at the moment, we have got a QR code. And actually, we're streaming live on YouTube at the moment, by the way. So if you simply go to Natalia Nicholson Official, you'll be onto our YouTube channel. But, you know, one of the things that we're going to be growing a lot more in 2026 is our podcast, Spotlight Voices. It actually started off being Spotlight Hustle. And it's funny, this is where feedback from your audience becomes really important, ladies. It's always good to make sure that you keep open communication lines from the people that buy from you. I was running the coaching mastery program about a couple of years ago, And it was Kanika who turned around and said, you know what, I'm so glad that I did this program because I nearly didn't. Because when you kept saying, like, you know, spotlight hustle, it just made me feel like my business is some type of part-time hustle or hobby. And I don't see it like that. And I was like, wow, I didn't realize that's how the messaging was landing. That's not how I meant it. So you've got to be really, really careful when it comes to content and messaging. I cannot stress that enough. So that's why we changed it to Spotlight Voices. So there's a bit of honesty, truth, and vulnerability for you. So Spotlight Hustle became Spotlight Voices. But it's just a place for us to speak about all the great things that Black women have done, all the great things that Black female entrepreneurs do. Just to see that you're not here fighting by yourself. You're not out here by yourself, not necessarily getting the results that you want. You know, there are breakthrough stories, and there are many breakthrough stories where people have gone from just struggling to get to where they want to be to, you know, their company, you know, being bought and sold out by, you know, an exit strategy with huge conglomerates and corporates, down to being independent and growing into global brands, down to just being a small business in a local area, but, you know, you still got to 7-8 figures. You know, going from nothing, and how did you just go in a year to even from 0 to 6 figures? The more stories we hear, the more stories we see, the more we realize, hang on a minute, there are loads of women out there like me, and actually many of them are succeeding. And what we want to do is make sure we bring everybody onto one platform so we can make sure that we are sharing, we are lifting each other up, building a community where we can own our own digital content. Like I said, AI is on the rise. It's another revolution. Like we had the steel revolution, we had the industrial revolution. Sorry, mind went blank. We've had so many revolutions over the year. At the moment, the digital revolution is going to that next stage. We don't want to be the community that gets left behind and gets left out again. So it's really important that we start building digital platforms. Okay, so Spotlight Hustle, Spotlight Voices exists for you to just see how much success is out there, and people talking about their successes, talking about their stories, talking about the adversity that they went through, to really show you, you know what, I'm on the right path. Nothing happens without proof of work. And when you're feeling uncomfortable, on a serious note, that's when something's about to take off. Okay, so what I want to do is feature an episode of Spotlight Voices. This one was when it was called Spotlight Hustle. It's called Branding Brilliance. Okay, it's about some excellent female Black entrepreneurs just rocking it and just hearing their story. They were also featured in a documentary called She Did That was available on Netflix. If you haven't heard of it, go and check it out. She Did That. It's an absolute brilliant documentary that really showcases us. And there are millions of us out there like this doing things, and we don't know about one another. And we want to use this platform to be able to connect with one another, make connections, start a community, learn from one another, but also create an economy with one another as well, just like other communities outside the Black community. Okay, so let's take a look at that episode. And when we get back, we will be bringing onto the stage Susan Hollywood. So here we go. Let me share screen. Let's hope my mouse doesn't go wild. Pray for me. Sorry, just checking. So we want to share screen. Here we go. There we go. Branding Brilliance. Share. So you can now see my screen. Perfect. And let me get rid of myself and let's take it away.
Welcome to Spotlight Hustle. My name is Natalia Nicholson and I am the founder of Women in Digital Business. Spotlight Hustle is a podcast that I really wanted to bring out, and we want to grow this and we want to build it. So please do make sure that you click the subscribe button, and if you do find this content of interest, please do make sure you share it. But we created it to create a space where we could highlight the successes of Black women rocking it in the online space, in the business world, in the entrepreneurism world. Not
I'm on mute again. Before we actually kick off with Spotlight Voices, I have just seen that Susan has stepped into the studio. Woo! So we're going to take a look at Spotlight Voices after this at some point while we are live today. Don't worry if you were getting all geared up to watch an episode all around branding brilliance and featuring some amazing women. We will come back to it. But we've got Susan in the studio now, so we want to make sure that we can bring her onto stage. So just bear with me one moment while we get all of our technicals sorted out. Oops. Bear with me. I'm so excited. You're going to really enjoy this, by the way. Right, let me stop sharing screen. I didn't realize I was. Right, bear with me. We are on day 5. There we go. There we go. Bear with me. Right, Susan, we are getting ready to just introduce you onto stage. That's it. Here we go. I'm just getting ready to do your introduction. Oh,
Right
I
now,
love it.
all
Here we
eyes
go.
turn to the moment that matters. The
Right, sorry about that. Right, let's go back. And I would like to introduce the fabulous, the amazing, I love your name, Susan Hollywood. So Sasha is going to introduce and bring Susan to the stage and just give you some insights before she gets started.
Right now, all eyes turn to the moment that matters. The moment when insight meets intention, when purpose meets platform. Enter Susan Hollywood, a force for transformation, ready to meet the challenge of our times. Susan's path has never been about playing safe. From navigating complexity to boldly rewriting the rules, she has championed women who build digital businesses, craft courses, host memberships, and lead with heart. She knows your story, your ambition, your questions, your fire. Today, she stands for clarity, results, offer, women, nurture, for Black women in digital business, for women entrepreneurs scaling online platforms. Susan brings you tools, she brings you strategy, but most of all, she brings you the invisible force behind your next leap, that you are seen, you are capable, and you are ready. So lean in. This is your invitation to step into your most vibrant story, to build your membership site, launch your online course, grow your community. The time is now. And the guide you've been waiting for is here. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Susan Hollywood.
Can you hear me okay? Hello.
Oh. I'm on mute. Hello, Susan.
Hello. You can hear me okay. Wow.
Kat, do you know what? Every time I hear your voice, I've said it to you before, it feels like home. Obviously, remember, I grew up in South London, moved to East. We've got that.
Yeah.
We've got that London twang.
I love the London twang.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It feels like home. Anyway, Susan, it's your platform. It's your stage. Let me hand it over. If you've got decks to share, there's a symbol right at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
You've got the recorder, the camera, then it says plus in the screen. If you just click on that, get your decks up. I'll make sure that it's shared on the screen, but I'm going to leave it to you and over to you.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Yes, my name is Susan Hollywood, and I am the founder of Nurture Vita. I am a holistic health coach, and I specialize in helping Black women to be the very best version of themselves, especially when they're going through what is considered as very natural hormonal changes. In other words, it's the phase of what we call perimenopause. And the reason I just wanted to, before I share slides with you, I really wanted to share why I decided to specialize in helping Black women as a holistic health coach. First of all, it's really down to my personal story. I was actually training to become a health coach when suddenly I ended up in hospital unexpectedly, ended up having sepsis, and this was about 3 years ago. Little did I realize that this sepsis, which was linked to my gut, was actually caused by something called fibroids, which is what many Black women struggle with. 3 in 5 women, Black women, are likely to have fibroids. Guess what? By the age of 50. So I thought what I would do is specialize in this area for Black women, because I had gone through so much. I don't want any other Black woman to have to go through what I went through. And sadly, there are health disparities in the health sector. And you know what? I think you guys are in the best place right now, whatever age you are at, because you are primarily positioned to be in a situation where you can start taking good self-care of your health in a very knowledgeable way. And that is what I want to present to you today, in the form of helping you to know so much more about hot flashes, because guess what? You're likely to have them, and you're likely to get them. So I'm going to start by showing my screen. I'm going to whiz away. Slides. Ooh, I'm just trying to think. I've got slides, but I wanted to share my screen. Here we go. Bear with me, because this is all new to me. Share window, share screen. Let's go with share screen. Bear with me, sorry. I think it's...
Oh, take your time, Susan. I'm just waiting. As soon as it comes in, I will put it on the screen.
If I wanted to share...
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, because I think I want to share from my web browser. Should that be window or screen?
If it's your web browser, it should say, I'm on PC, so it would say Chrome tab.
So when it says present...
And then you just select tab. So let me do share screen myself, just so I can see the option. So mine says Chrome tab, and I can see all my tabs open. And then you're just going to click on the tab you want to share.
Oh, okay. So let's have a look.
Yep, I can see it.
Can you see it? Right. Well, actually, funny enough, sorry, I'm actually going to go through an app. Can you see this?
I can. I'm going to get it up on the...
Brilliant. Because I'm going to whiz through this. Just let me know when. Hope you guys can still hear me.
Oh, sorry, Susan, you couldn't hear me. I'm talking away. You're all good to go. Your decks are on the
screen.
Am
I all good to go?
Keep doing that today. Decks are on the screen. Your lovely, beautiful face is right next to the decks. We can hear you. You're all good to go, my lovely.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, as you can all see, this is just a summary of basically my journey. So I started with the College of Naturopathic Medicine. I am a qualified health coach. I am also a female founder winner, and I am a member of the Association of Naturopathic Practitioners, and I'm also a workplace menopause champion. So I do feel utterly qualified to be sharing with you what I'm about to share. So you're probably in this space because you're tired of hot flashes. I'm going to discuss why hot flashes hit harder for Black women and help you to begin to feel ready to be you again. So, hot flashes are more than just heat surges. They're a sign that your body is indeed overwhelmed. So, just to house hot flashes, I'm just going to whiz you through 4 stages of the menopause spectrum. And yes, you are all a part of the menopause spectrum. Don't be put off by the word menopause. If you have a period, guess what? You are on the spectrum. So let's take a look, shall we? The first one is pre-menopause, and that is when you've got your regular periods and you've got normal hormones. That's right up from your teenage years to your late 30s, early 40s. Next, perimenopause is what I touched on earlier, and this is where things are gonna hit hard. Not necessarily for every Black woman. I have to put that out there. However, there is a tendency that it's likely to hit us as Black women. So during perimenopause, you're likely to have hormonal imbalances, hot flashes, even menstrual flooding, which is very common in the Black community as women. Fibroids I touched on earlier, sweats, weight gain, sudden weight gain, I should say, brain fog, poor memory, and outbursts. And that usually happens when you're in your early 40s. Moving on swiftly to the actual menopause, and that is when you go 12 months without having a period. And that usually happens around about the age of 51 and 52. Moving on. Then you have postmenopause, which is where you're sure to not have any periods for 12 months and beyond. So I wanted to take you through the 4 stages just to give you a bit of context as to where hot flashes actually sit and where you are likely to be on this actual menopause spectrum. So why do hot flashes hit harder for Black women? And I have to say that it's all linked to, I should say, 2 drivers. Well, actually 3 drivers which contribute towards our hot flashes. Just bear with me. Let me just get my extra notes up. So, take a look first of all at this slide. I've got a question mark. So, hidden driver. Can you guess what the hidden driver is? One of the hidden drivers. Answer is, well, it begins with S and ends with S, and it is, yes, you've guessed it, stress. I'm going to quickly move on to the second hidden driver, and then what I will do is explain how they all affect our bodies, especially as Black women. So, the second hidden driver is indeed, there's a common ingredient in all of these carbohydrates. They are called simple carbohydrates, and the common ingredient is sugar, a lot of sugar. So we have a mixture of stress and sugar, which are common drivers, would you believe, of hot flashes. So how does stress and sugar impact on our bodies as women in general? Let's do a time check. How to explain this as simple as possible? So what happens with stress? First of all, I need to introduce you to 2 hormones. Those hormones are simply estrogen and also progesterone. Now, I'm just going to stop sharing my screen, if I may, and I hope this is going to be straightforward. So let's have a look. Stop sharing. I just want to do this face to face. Is this going to come off the screen or? Okay, I'll carry on. So when we are under stress as women, what happens is you've got progesterone, which is a balancer of our hormones, and you've got estrogen, which is what I call the growth factor. These hormones are just very important for our bodies for balance. What happens is when we actually have stress is progesterone falls, and that's because we have what's called cortisol, which it steals away from progesterone, which means there's less progesterone and guess what? More estrogen. What estrogen does is it's simply because there's more estrogen and there's more sugar because we are eating a lot more of these types of food. These foods create excess sugar in our bodies, in our system. And what that does is that it shoots up estrogen, and progesterone lowers. And can you imagine a seesaw effect? That is where you get the imbalance. Now, I'm going to continue with the slide. Can I get onto the next slide? Yeah. I just wanted to give you a visual on this. So here we've got the stress level, which is pretty low. And then as it gets higher, what happens is your estrogen levels shoot up, your glucose shoots up because you're eating a lot of simple sugars. Simple sugars are the easiest type of food to get into your blood. And guess what? They get into your blood really quickly. And what happens is that they spike up your blood sugar, spike up your cortisol, lowers your progesterone. Whoa, before you know it, you've got a hot flash. Now, moving on to sugar itself, because that's explaining about how stress works on the body as a woman. Moving on to, can move on to sugar itself. Over time, progesterone stays steady with sugar. However, sugar, as I said before, it increases your estrogen levels, and what happens is that your estrogen levels tend to rise, spiking up your blood sugar. Your glucose is high, your insulin is high. There's too much of an imbalance going on here. And why it affects Black women more than any other race is simply because we have a double jeopardy already, okay? Not only are we Black, we are female, we even have the other jeopardy of sexuality, maybe disability, we are caregivers, we are also ambitious, and sometimes we feel like we've got to prove something, we've got to prove ourselves in the workplace. That can mean putting extra stress on our bodies. Extra stress means lower progesterone, means higher estrogen. Guess what? That means imbalance. But here's the thing. Not only are we carrying our present day load, we are actually carrying as well what is called intergenerational trauma. We're actually carrying the trauma of our ancestors and what our ancestors would have gone through, especially with the transatlantic slave trade, slavery. These individuals wouldn't have been able to express the brutality, the harshness, the cruelty of what they're going through. And because of that, all of their stress is actually kept in their tissues. And those tissues, what happens is that through the generations, we are the ones who inherit their unresolved stress. So yes, and if anybody's interested in references on this, I'm more than happy to share it. But yeah, we are carrying a heavy load as Black women. So all the more it is important for us to really begin to check into ourselves and start. This is what I love about perimenopause. It's actually your body saying, hello, hello, hello. Your body wants your attention. That's what the hot flashes are saying. They want your attention, and they want you to start to begin to sort out yourself. As we all know, your health truly is your wealth. So it really is a priority. And you, as beautiful Black women, are all primed or positioned to be able to take the first vital step, which I will talk about in a few moments later. Now, I did say that there were 3 drivers. So we've looked at stress, we have looked at sugar, our sugar intake. So I forgot to explain as well that so there's two types of carbohydrates. Don't know if you know, but yeah, there's two types of carbohydrates. There's simple carbs and there's also complex carbs. And it's the complex carbs which the type of foods that basically the simple carbs are what we call the white foods, as you can see, bread, white rice, crisps, and they get so easily absorbed into the system. Whereas the more complex carbs, for example, potato with skin on it, carbs which have got fiber, they are slower to absorb into your bloodstream, which means you'll find that your hot flashes won't spike so much. And what I love is that when I was studying to be a health coach, I actually accidentally ended up, I was having hot flashes, and through putting all that I needed to put into practice on my course, I wasn't getting hot flashes anymore. So I feel so excited to be able to present to you all in a few moments what I have to offer you and how you can start to take that vital step. So more of that later. Now, so we've looked at two drivers. Now we're going to look at the final driver, and this is definitely a hidden one, and it's definitely something that we've all been guilty of ignoring. It is, I can just imagine a drum roll right now. Let's take a look.
Susan, just to let you know really quickly,
yes,
your decks, we can't see that screen. You just need to share your screen again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes.
That's
to go
okay.
Back. Yes. So where do I go from
If you just
here?
share where you're at. So I've been following you and I've been keeping up. I've been learning a lot of myself. You've even changed my mind on what I want to eat tonight for dinner. But
oh my God.
no, I've been listening to you, and I'm sure everybody else has. It's all stuff we know, but I think we need these reminders. And I didn't know about the two types of carbs. But yeah, if you share your screen now, I'll be able to get the decks up for you.
So how do so I can see my screen, but I'm looking for the button to say share screen.
So just at the bottom again, you've got a microphone, a camera, and then the screen with the plus sign. Exactly what you did the first time. You've got to do that again.
Oh, I've come out of it. Yeah. I'm with you.
Perfect.
I'm with you. Let's get that going again. Yeah. Allow to share screen.
Fabulous.
Enter share entire screen. So
yeah.
Right. So let's get that back. Can you all see this now?
Screen. Right, you're back. We can see you and your screen.
Okay. So yeah, another hidden driver is actually our emotions. And I did actually touch on it earlier regarding intergenerational trauma. So I've got some emotions on the screen here, and I want you all to just have a think in your mind if you can actually name each of these emotions from number 1 to number 5. And I'll just give you a few moments to sort of register that in your mind. This activity might just be a bit more difficult for some people or absolutely easy for others. It's all to do with our level of emotional intelligence and just how much of that we have got. I know personally for me, growing up, I was, my emotions were absolutely buried. I didn't particularly have a close relationship with my mom. She was present, but at the same time absent. And as a mom now, I totally get it. I totally get what she was going through, and she's gone through a lot. She didn't share her emotions. And you know what? The sad thing is, with the Black community, we do not share our emotions. And again, this is all linked to intergenerational trauma, where you can imagine you can get beaten for even expressing sadness, fear. You've only got to watch the old. I don't know if you. I'm old enough to remember the series Roots in 1977, and you've only got to watch that to know what our ancestors have gone through and what they've not been able to express. So, going back to my personal experience, I remember just being in my mom's kitchen, and our kitchen was set up so that it was somehow parallel to our neighbour's kitchen. And I remember our neighbour sneezing, and I must have been about, 7, 8. So she sneezed, and then I sneezed, even though I didn't need to. I sneezed. I thought it was quite funny. And I never forget my mom raising her arm, ready to, like she was going to hit me. And you know what? That took all the emotion out of my soul. And growing up from that point, I didn't really show any emotion. And as you know, you don't show emotions. Emotions are supposed to be considered as weak. But you know what? They are very much what we need in our lives to express. Let me just talk about, let me just get. Now, yeah, and according to research and by the wonderful woman, a lady called Candace Pert, the reason why our emotions are so important to express is, guess what? Our emotions are not just in our head, they're actually in our body. And they're in our body in the form of small proteins, which are called peptides. And these peptides run all around our bodies, giving our cells information. And the information they are giving our cells are our emotions. And the brain picks up on these emotions, and the brain translates the emotions into feelings. Now, these feelings need to flow naturally through our bodies. They just need to flow. But if we are not in touch with our feelings, if we do not acknowledge our feelings, they get stuck in the body, and they get stuck, they cause blockages. And these blockages contribute towards us having hot flashes. Just going to do a time check, quick time check. So, Candace Pert, who I explained earlier, had said that our physical body can be changed by the emotions we experience. Now, Candace Pert was actually, this was groundbreaking research for her. And sadly, she was robbed of a Nobel Peace Prize because she didn't receive it for the research, but her mentor did. And guess what? Her mentor is a male. So sadly, she was overlooked, but this is groundbreaking research. Yes, your physical body can be changed by the emotions that you experience. Let's see what else she has to say, shall we? Here she is on the right, Candace Pert. She is a neuroscientist, and she says the chemicals that are running in our body and our brain are the same chemicals that are involved in emotion. And that says to me that we better pay more attention to our emotions with respect to our health. So, I've covered, so far, looking at hot flashes, I've explained what hot flashes are, and yes, we all know what they are, but it just helps to be clear, and why we as Black women experience hot flashes more. And we've looked at the 3 drivers, which are stress, simple sugars, and also emotions. And this is telling us that we cannot keep on striving in life without putting our health first. And I know it sounds kind of strange because, you know, yeah, we need to pay the bills. You know, a lot of you are career changers. A lot of you are entering entrepreneurship. But you know what? You can be entering all of that. But if your health, if the foundation of your health isn't right, guess what? Over time, you're gonna see that you're gonna literally feel it. As my mom always used to say, if you don't hear, you're gonna feel it. And boy, did I feel it with my health. I was just I was taking on so much. I was a learning coordinator. I'd taken on extra work. I was studying. I thought I could juggle it all. I was getting menstrual flooding, and I was late referred to see a consultant. My fibroids had grown so huge that when it came to the operation, it was a difficult operation to remove my fibroids. And from that operation, I had complication after complication over the span of 5 years. I was told that the operation went well, when in fact they actually clipped a bit of my intestines. And it was my intestines that caused a bowel blockage, that led me to hospital, that led me to basically a near-death experience in theatre. I am so grateful to have come through that. The surgeon had to call my family in. They didn't think I'd survive it. You know, we, especially in the UK, we get so overlooked in the health system. And I can't exactly just blame the health system. I think, you know, we are suspicious when it comes to doctors. Sad to say, it's in our DNA somehow. And we tend to leave things extremely late. And when we go to the doctor and they refer us, we are actually at a very late stage of our condition, you know. And sadly, I know there's so many people I know who've been close to me and who have passed away because they hadn't paid heed to their body and their health. And I don't want that for you guys out there. And I know that you guys will be able to, from this point onwards, going forward, begin to look within yourself and start to listen to what your body is actually saying and your body is actually telling you. So, where do we go from here? Let's move on to the next slide. So my question is, are you ready to feel like you again? Because as you know, with hot flushes, they're unpredictable, they're interfering, and you know, you don't feel great about yourself and you can't feel confident, especially if you're a high flyer. You don't know when these hot flushes are going to come. You don't know when your sweats are going to come. And I want us to go from the previous emotions screen where we saw all of those emotions labeled from 1 to 5 to looking like, wow. And so, as I say, this is one of the reasons why I founded Nurture Vita. I don't know about you, but I love life and I love living life to the full. And growing up as a child, I used to look through catalogues and I always used to love the way that the models looked, you know, they just looked like there was just so full of life. And that was always the energy that I wanted to have growing up. And I feel proud to say that I'm loving my life and enjoying my life. And I really want to share the service that I have with you and that I've created for you with you. So let's take a look, shall we, at what that service is. Let's keep an eye on the time. Okay. So, Nurture Vita, what is Nurture Vita? Nurture Vita is a holistic health coach service for women, by a Black woman, for women. And that involves holistic health coaching. When I say holistic, just to be clear, it's really looking at not just the condition, but looking at you as the whole person. Forgive me if that's straightforward, but I just wanted to make that clear. And at Nurture Vita, we focus on emotional and hormonal balance. And with that emotional and hormonal balance, that's when you can truly feel your best and thrive, because we all go through perimenopause, you know, and some women will go through it a lot, sail through it, and some women won't. And what you don't want is your body going all haywire when you're trying to when you're trying to aim high in life. You know, you've got two conflicting approaches going on there, and one of them will have to give. Let it not be your health. Let's have a look at the next slide. So at Nurture Vita, I have what I call the Radiant Reset experience, which is, to me, the gift that keeps on giving. It's where it's transformative, and it boosts vitality, and it restores your balance, and it helps you to be radiant from the inside out. Well, how so, you might just say? Right, well, at Nurture Vita, I work with beautiful botanical essences. Let me just change the picture. Now, the picture on the right is showing you a dopper, which you put drops on your arm, but these botanical essences, let me just explain them. They're basically the dew from flowers, which is captured by the potency of the sun. So they're left out in the sun. I don't do the leaving out of the sun, but I have a range of botanical essences to hand. And what these do, they are absolutely amazing. They help you to, in particular as Black women, clear a lot of the negative traces and residue that are in our system over the years, the centuries gone by, that we have inherited, I should say, from our ancestors over the centuries gone by. But they're there to really help you to beam, help you to shine. And what they do is that they work at a cellular level. And so that means that they work to restore balance, and not just for a moment, but for good. And I am offering a free sample of a plant essence, a botanical essence, to the first 3 bookings. Now, let me just go into more detail and show you the range of service that I have to offer. So there's a micro radiant reset, and in this radiant reset, we focus on stress relief, emotional balance, where we get you to start to begin feeling like yourself again. And what we do is work on getting your emotions and to a place where you're comfortable being able to use techniques which will be shown to help you express your emotions and balance those emotions out, so you can start to lower your hot flashes. So this is really a starter for you. The next package or bundle, and by the way, all of these come with a follow-up. The next bundle is what we call the mini radiant reset. And here again, we focus on stress relief, lowering that stress level, but this time we add in hormonal balance as well as emotional balance. And also we get to share, or I get to share with you some beautiful quick wins to help reduce your hot flash triggers. And they do work. The next package is what I call the Maxi Radiant package, and this is really full on your complete transformation journey. What it does is that it aims to restore complete balance and also give you a vitality boost. And this is done through one-to-ones, and it's done online, and it's done through health coaching and preparing botanical essences for you. I am offering you, let's have a look, bear with me. Let's have a look. So the Micro Radiant Reset is valued at £149 if you're in the UK. I will actually honour that because it should be £199, but I'm honouring £185, excuse the typo. And I'm offering you this where you will get emotional release tools to help lower your stress. You will get a botanical essence blend for your emotional balance. Now that is it's optional, so it's an optional purchase, but you will get these emotional release tools to get you started to feeling like yourself again. I hope I've made that clear. Sorry, I don't want to feel like I'm rambling. To take up this offer, here is the link. It's Rebrand LY, Rebrandly at Rebrandly/radiant-reset, and you are to use the access code TOP100. And as I said before, for the first 3 bookings, you actually get your botanical essence for free. Now, I feel as though I've really whizzed through everything there. If you do have any further questions about the service I provide, these are my details. Please take a snapshot of them. And that is where I am going to end this presentation. So thank you all for listening. And I will stop my screen right now, or stop sharing. Here we go.
Oh, lovely. Thank you so much, Susan. That's absolutely amazing.
Okay, so there's a lot there. I hope
there is
helpful.
a lot there, but it's all great things there. And I think the thing that I loved about it, someone's turned the light off, shut the door. The thing that I loved about it is that it's for Black women by Black women. When you said that, I thought yes, because our bodies are different. We are different. And when we talk about the transatlantic slave trade, that's a topic really close to my heart. I don't think we really take on board all the blueprints that have come from that time. Even now, like, I don't know, when we talk about diversity, don't get me wrong, every group deserves to have a light shone on them and there should be equality. But as a person of colour, I do have to stand up and say sometimes, hang on a minute, what other race, what other group have been through what we've been through? Because there isn't one. Like, even when you look at old government papers, I love history, it will say things on it like, we will let through X amount of subjects. That's in black. So when they were letting us through the Caribbean, coming on the Windrush ship, coming over from Jamaica, Trinidad, St. Kitts, Barbados, all those different islands, they actually refer to us as subjects. There's documents that say that we are not human. Black women die in childbirth all the time because as far as they're concerned, our bodies can take it. We're strong enough. And sometimes we're in this world. I know, Susan, I was here. You don't understand. Even my husband's next door. We've got a leak at the moment and he's putting up the floorboard and he stopped doing what he was doing to listen to what you were saying. He's very hot on food. He's really hot on food. And he was there saying, see, this is what I've been telling you lot. We've gone through some health scares in my family over the last few years. I found what you just delivered really, really insightful. And for someone like me who I adore learning about our culture, I really, really have got, it's fascinating. From the age of 14, I think I told you when we met, I was so curious about, well, who am I? Like, why are we so different? Why have we got to work harder? Like what I generally just didn't get it. Like when you start going to school and that whole, oh, your hair feels like cotton wool. This is a weed, by the way, everyone. Your hair feels like cotton wool. All of those things. It's just like, I used to think, but I don't get it. Why? And then I started reading Black history. And the more and more that I read was the more and more it just felt like, and I had to stop at a point, just to let you know, because I was just starting to hate the world. But I don't think many of you who are listening as Black female entrepreneurs, a lot of the things that we go through, the burnout, the putting up and shutting up, the health issues, even me, sometimes I get a twinge in my boob, I get a twinge somewhere else, and you do just shut it out. So by the time you get to the doctor, it's too late. We have to start looking after ourselves, and we have to understand who we are and where we came from. And I think, Susan, you did a brilliant job of pointing out all those themes. So I thought that was absolutely brilliant. That QR code, everybody, that Susan just shared, please make sure that you scan it and use it. Like on a serious note, like even for me, Susan, you're going to see me in your community, and I actually mean that. One of the things that I'm quite conscious of as a Black female entrepreneur is that as I'm growing on my entrepreneurial journey, I run a community. I feel like community is important. I'm saying Black women come together, you know, we can build together, build tables together, build a legacy together. But without our health, we're absolutely nothing. And I know that as I'm getting older, at the age of 47 that I am now, I am very conscious. I told you, I get signs, I do get twinges, and I keep ignoring it. And for me, I can't talk for anybody else. You woke me up with that session. And I feel like if I was going to educate myself further around anything in my life right now, it's about my body, how I treat it, what I put inside of it, so I can be here longer. I'm an old mum, so I can enjoy watching grandkids. So I thought that was absolutely brilliant. I really, really did. And you will be seeing me in the community. In fact, Susan, if we can we just put the QR code on the screen one more time? Sorry.
The QR
I just want to get it up there. Yeah, even if you're just share your screen again, the same way you did before.
Oh, yeah.
And let's just get that up on the screen. And anybody watching this that might have just come on and you're listening to me talking, Susan's got a really good offer. And again, most of the coaches that have come on and the speakers that have come on at this summit have given some really amazing offers. So please make sure that you will go onto the main platform. If you are streaming on social media, please go over to our main platform. On the main platform, you're going to get access to all the masterclasses, including Susan's. And again, there's some amazing offers. But this is one I just want to shine the light on. So here we go. It's on your screen. Rebrand. Look, I don't know if anybody can see me. I'm actually taking a picture of this myself. There we go.
Okay.
And I've actually just gone onto the website, so it's open in my browser. So please do take a copy of the QR code. Many of you are going to be watching this on a replay. This is still live. You've got the access code, which is top 100. You've got Susan's email, LinkedIn. Please make sure you reach out. We've got to start using more nutritionist Black women. We've got to get to start knowing our own bodies. We've got to make sure that we can get ourselves right. And it's not because something's gone too far and we're in a doctor's office. Our body is different. Like, I'll never forget, Susan, the first time that I watched Dr. Sabi. And there's one line that he said that I'll never forget. He said, they took us from Africa and they never bought our food. And I don't know why, it's always stuck with me. Always stuck with me. They took us from Africa and they never bought our food. So all these carbs we're eating, if you look at the countries that we come from, you know, I'm Jamaican. Let's face it, my ancestors don't come from Jamaica. They're somewhere in Africa. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All of that is rooted within my heritage and my body. And I don't know how to treat myself. Even now, oh, my husband's like a doctor within himself. I'm not feeling well at the moment. He's got all natural remedies. God gave us all the tools and resources to live on this earth. We don't actually need anything processed or out of the bottle. And you can tell you've got me going, Susan. I know anybody that knows you right now is probably sitting there thinking, yeah, she's on her soapbox again.
No, it's good.
But we're going to do a podcast as well, Susan. We're going to do a podcast and we're going to talk about this. And ladies, trauma does affect us. Trauma from the transatlantic slave trade does affect us. But for a race not to be connected to who they are, like, I don't know about how many of you are listening here. I can go as far back as my great grandparents. Okay. And I'm second generation Jamaican. That's how far I can go back. I appreciate some of you from Africa can go back. You come from tribes, but there's still many of you in Africa and West Africa and East Africa that can still only go back a certain point in time. And that's because we were conquered and we were divided and scattered all over the world. And Susan, what you do is actually the pinnacle of top 100 Black women. Because if we come together, this is the thing. There's a reason why they wanted to separate us. And I think we all need to realize that there is power with us coming together. And that's what this summit is about. That's what this community is about. It's about us coming together, raising up as one and helping to build one another up. Okay. So make sure you check Susan out. That was absolutely brilliant. We are on a roll today because the next guest that you guys have got the pleasure of seeing, woo, it's another powerhouse. So Susan, thank you so much. I'm about to introduce our next guest. I'm sure you'll be in the community again, hanging out with us, and I simply cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Susan. So, people, our next guest, she is just, oh my gosh, she's amazing. The moment I spoke to her, she just inspired me. She is like this vessel just full of all of this wisdom and knowledge, just imparted it on me. And you just feel like you just want to sit there, listen, and just take in all of the wisdom and knowledge she's got. Frida is our next guest. And actually, Frida also, like Susan, is someone that has grown up eating off of her land. I don't want to give too much away, so I'm going to try and be quiet. But her story is just captivating. Frida, for me, has paved the way for many of the women here in our younger generation. The story that she's going to share and tell you and what she does is what actually connects us back to some of our roots that for many of us who are westernized, it's easy to forget about. And what she's going to do is bring back that story and just remind us of our roots and just remind us that a way has been paved for us. Things may seem really difficult for many of us now, but those who came before and those who came before Frida, those who came before that, they've all passed something down to be able to help that next generation. I feel like, Frida, you are a part of handing that knowledge and information down to make the next generation thrive. And we've got to learn from you, and we've got to make sure that we impart the same knowledge onto the next generation. If we're going to talk about, you know, the trauma of what we went through with the transatlantic slave trade, it's still going on today. And the mainstream want to talk about it less and less and less. Okay, I deliver diversity workshops. I literally watch people roll their eyeball to the back of their head when we start talking about Black and Indigenous people. Here we go again, get the violins out. I'm going to say again, there isn't a group that was treated like how our community was treated over decades upon decades upon decades upon decades. It's the same narrative over and over again in a different way. But so many of us have broken through. Frida is one of those women that have definitely broken through, and her story is just absolutely amazing. So what I would say is that actually, Frida, I'm introducing you today. There is no Sasha or AI. I'm doing it. So from classrooms of Kenya to the corridors of global leadership, Dr. Frida Manya built her story one bold step at a time. With a bachelor's degree in education, a PhD in organizational leadership, and an honorary doctorate in humanitarianism, she has walked the journey of learning, leading, and serving. And now she brings that story to you to show you what's possible. Please, ladies, welcome to the stage, Frida Manya. Over to you, Frida.
Oh, thank you so much. I hope I am audible and people can hear me, because on this other side of technology, I might not be able to know whether they're hearing me. Are they hearing me?
They are hearing you loud and clear. Your decks are on the screen. You are at the side of your decks. The stage is yours, Frida.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you so much for introducing me. I was enjoying how technology is being used to become our virtual assistants and introduce people, and I loved it. But I love it more when you took the time to introduce me. Now, like Natalia was saying, I am Frida, and I'm from Kenya originally. I am speaking to you from Texas, US. And that journey is the one that Natalia was referring to, how I came from Kenya, moved to Botswana, and then moved here to the US. So that journey was informed by many reasons and many circumstances. But today, what I want to focus on is celebrating us women, and especially how far we have come. We have heard from our sister, and actually the whole week, we have heard from our sisters how they have overcome whatever it is that they came through. And those of us who have been here a little while longer are able to share our journey and our trauma. And as you're sharing about a trauma, I want to use it as celebration. I've shared this with Natalia before, that these days when I see a challenge, I love it because it becomes my change catalyst. It helps me propel myself to the next opportunity. For me, it's like it's knocking for me a door for another opportunity. And so it's not like I would like all the challenges in the world, but I have stopped looking at it as a challenge or as something to bring me down, but as a bridge, as a portal to get me to the next level. And why have I done that? Out of experience, I discovered, a way of navigating that. And today, before I get into it, let me first of all start with a game. Get your phone out. Get your phone out. Scan that QR, because at the end of my presentation, someone is going to win a prize. But I'm like Oprah. Today, everybody gets a prize worth $500. And I will get that prize to everybody. And I will put a link in the chat. I will be assisted to put a link on the chat for you to get that prize at the end of my presentation. At the end of my presentation also, the first one to give me a review, because I love feedback. And that's what I was going to tell you. That has been my secret. Every time I get to a certain level and I want to go to the next level, I ask for feedback so that I can know how did I perform in this level and how can I perform in the next level. And so feedback has really been my secret weapon. Well, not my secret sauce, my secret weapon. I'll share with you my secret sauce in a minute. So my secret weapon has been, tell me what I can do better. And then I realized the only person I can compete with was myself. So I wasn't satisfied with whatever it is I was achieving. I wanted to move to the next, better level, excel better than where I was. And feedback is what was helping me. So when you ask for feedback, be specific on what kind of feedback you're looking for and be ready, because you don't know. When you get that feedback, are you ready to take action? So if you're not ready to take action, do not ask for feedback, because the universe will conspire against you. When the universe conspires for you, then that feedback will come with a step-by-step process to get you to the next place that you need to be. So please, using my secret weapon, when I finish speaking, please use this QR code to give me feedback. The first person in will win a 5,500 coaching session with me, one-on-one. And this is a cost that I usually charge double that. But I'll give you for 30 days, one-on-one with me, 30 days. Some of it you'll do it yourself, but I'll give you 30 days. Now, why am I doing this? Because feedback is my secret weapon. Now, if you learn nothing from me at the end of the session, give me at least 1 star for showing up for Natalia and all of us. So give me 1 star. If you learn at least one thing from me, give me 5 stars. And then give me feedback as to what I could have done better. Now, keep that in mind, and then we'll revisit that at the end of the session. So I started thinking about how I can coach others, because I became a coach by default. Number one, I was born first in my family. And when you're born first, then you replace your parents most of the time. So you become a leader even when you're not even trained, you don't even know what that is by default. So having become a coach by default, having taught high school, having taught university, having become a coach and consultant, I was always, the go-to person by default. And so I studied myself and studied what I was doing and the feedback I was getting. And I came up with a framework that I called Spiral. And then I did a research, and that research further informed my framework. And so I published it. So if you Google me and Google Spiral Pedagogy, you'll find me. And if you go to LinkedIn, you'll find other things that I have put there as well. So the best thing is to Google me so that you can see everything. But what I'm trying to say is I self-observed and then reflected and then used the world as my mirror. And from that, I informed myself and designed this framework that I call Spiral. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. Even all my stories, my whole life, my experiences, all the tidbits, all the source that I'm going to share with you today is based on that. My journey, my self-reflection, my journaling, and then observing that and creating this framework. So this framework came about because I wanted to study myself and share with others because, like I said, I had become a coach by default with no training. And so I went to school, got trained on that when I realized I needed it. And then now I can coach from a place of confidence. So when I got my PhD in organizational leadership, and I had other masters before that, that's when I realized, oh, I can actually even take it further. And now, instead of studying organizations, because I want to know me more, I can focus on self-leadership. And that's how self-leadership became my point of focus. And that's how my spiral framework found a home. So my spiral framework found a home in leadership and self-leadership especially. So for the next now 30 minutes, I will be talking about some of the major concepts and, of course, steep it into the digital environment because that's where most of us are now. And I'll tell you a story about how I got into the digital environment, which Natalia loves. And then I will talk about us women and our complexities and show you how my framework can solve some of the problems that you have right now as a Black female. And then, of course, we'll get to the feedback. And like I told you, that's my secret weapon, feedback. So out of all that, I asked myself, when I watch sports, I see every team has its own mantra. What was going to be my mantra then? As self-leadership with my spiral, I needed a mantra, which would be something is always grounding me, always reminding me, like a torch, always showing me the way. And that's how I came up with this mantra of no one can lead your life better than you. I own my life and nobody can lead it better than me. And because of that, I can achieve anything and I can own anything. I can be accountable and hold myself accountable because no one can lead my life better than me. No one is leading my life. I am leading my life. And therefore, I am directing it. And therefore, if there is anything that is not going according to my vision, then of course, there's nobody else to blame, if there's any blame at all, because no one can lead your life better than you. Now, consciousness, which most of us study when we are studying, beyond psychology, is the hidden engine of wealth. When you elevate your own awareness, you start shifting from chasing money to commanding it. And I think one of my fans is in this room right now who told me, I can see you know how to command the universe. I didn't know that that is what it was. But all I knew was I can use my awareness to create wealth. And I can now use my organizations to create profit that sustains both my purpose and my legacy. Because I'm at that age where now what I'm working for is a legacy that I want to leave behind. And that legacy has to be impactful. Impactful. I have been the change catalyst of myself. And now the legacy I'm leaving has to be impactful. It doesn't have to be to my children. It can be to my community. It can be to the world. And that's why I love speaking on global stages, so that I can leave my legacy globally. And I want to point out, as we start getting deeper into these woods of self-leadership, that we don't burn out. No, we don't. We don't get exhausted. No. We don't get tired. No. What we experience is the result of being disconnected from our creative essence. If you're not being creative, then there's that disconnect, so that whatever it is you do will exhaust you, even if you work for 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, it will exhaust you. Even thinking about it will exhaust you, because it is not connected to your creative essence. We create, and we love to create. And when you're creating, that's when you feel alive. And when you're feeling alive, that's where life becomes a flow. Easy, even breathing, But when you don't address that disconnect, whether it is disconnect from nature, whether it is disconnect from the foods that nurture you, whether it's disconnect from the people that nurture you, whether it is a disconnect from spaces that help you be creative, so that you can express your creativity, share your creativity, because all we do is share the gift. Whether I'm using my skills to share the gifts, or whether I am using my knowledge, or whether I am, using my space, it's just to share my creative essence. And that's why I love the creatives. And that's why I love nature. So once you connect with your creative essence, like another speaker said about balance, you don't need balance. It comes with harmony once you connect with your creative essence. Then you get that harmony, that alignment. And that's what my spiral can do for you. It can help you not only to see with your physical eyes, but also with your spiritual eyes, what your spiral is and how it will help you align, so that, there's very little yin and yang apart from a natural dance of waves. There's a difference between yang and yin when you're pushing and pulling, and a dance. There's a difference. And once you get that, and you tap your life from that creative essence, then you live your life and you lead your business with clarity, and you leave a legacy that is lasting and impactful. Because leaders and small business owners worldwide, they hire me not so that I can increase their productivity. Of course, we increase productivity and we increase revenue, but they hire me because they have realized that disconnect in their organizations and their employees from their inner self-leadership. If you align it to the strategic business growth, that's how you're going to create a profitable business that is purposeful and impactful. And so if you forget everything else I have said, focus on the fact that no one can lead your life better than you. So I am here today to expound and share that gift with you. It was given to me free as I was trying to learn and understand, who am I? What am I? What am I doing here? What is my career for? What is my education for? And so I want us together to harness the power of the digital world from that place of being aligned, and we are dancing. When you're dancing, there is no disharmony, there is no fatigue, because it is a beautiful wave of give, receive, give, receive. So I want to remind us, and especially myself, that driving innovation in digital spaces is not that easy. It's not easy. Well, it's not hard, but it has been made hard by the circumstances and environment around us and centuries of leadership that did not align with human nature, with creative essence. It had pockets of that. And that's why we know it exists. That's why we know it is there. That's why we long for it, because there have been pockets. And today, we can actually recreate, we actually are recreating and increasing those pockets so that everybody, because as women, we are the nurturers of this world. We are the keepers of the dancing wave. We are the keepers of the everlasting fire of creativity. And so the reason why it feels hard, it's because, like another speaker spoke, I think it was Monday, about visibility. Women don't have visibility. I remember one of the speakers saying that they wanted to be creative, but they were told by a pastor to keep baking cakes. But they defied that and said they weren't going to keep baking cakes. They were going to not just write a book, they were going to tell the story they were writing in that book. So where is your book? Have you written it? Have you had it published? Tell your story. Don't wait until, I don't know what age people wait for. I remember telling a mentor of mine that they need to write a memoir or a biography of themselves. And they said, those are things people do when they're almost dying. I said, no, I will write mine now. I'm not going to wait until on the other side of the grave to be celebrated, because I won't be there. My energy will have been transformed and transmuted. But I want to witness it now. And that is why this summit is very significant for me, because it has become that stage where we can celebrate each other. We have not been celebrated. All the things we've been through. Can you imagine being 6 foot down? You crawl your way up and you're right here now, people can start to see your face and they're still pushing you down. And you crawl out and someone looks at you and says, oh, you've done well for yourself, for a Black woman. And it's like, wait a minute, I've dug myself 6 foot down. And now all you can say is, you've done well for yourself. Yeah, I hear being told, oh, you speak very good English for someone who just got here in the US. Did you learn that here? And it's like, I don't want to tell them, yeah, I learned from your colonial self. No, I don't want to do that, because I want to celebrate where I am. I want to celebrate the milestones. And I want to join sisters like you to celebrate those milestones. Look at, credibility. Women, we do so much, but where is the credibility? They want to describe us, like in my community, unless I give someone permission to call me Frida, they're not allowed to call me by my name. So even if they were to celebrate me, they would celebrate me using my family name, not my name. Family position, not my position, not my place. It would have to be within the community. And if they won't be celebrating my hard work, they will be celebrating me as a contribution to the community. And that is why I prefer to call myself Dr. Frida instead of Dr. Maina, because that's me who worked for that degree, not my dad. Anyway, so I'm here to show you how real profit, real purpose, and lasting legacy can be achieved. Look at flexible work shifts, like working from home. You see, I'm working from my home office. I'm loving it. But even that is being taken away from us. So feasibility, credibility, sustainability, if we don't champion it, they won't give it to us. So let's champion it. So thank you, Natalia, again, for hosting this so that we can enjoy this moment. We can enjoy this space. We can celebrate each other. So, this masterclass, as I was designing it, I wanted to equip us who are in digital business and everywhere else to be able to move from financial stress to financial intelligence and brilliance. And that is why I named this masterclass From Thriving to Brilliance. So, how can we align ourselves with our profit? How can we make sure that our profit is aligned with our values? How can we make sure that everything is purposeful and impactful? I discovered self-leadership, like I told you, and I'll share with you some of those strategies that have got me to where I am. So, what is that? So, let me first of all tell you my story before I show you my spiral. And as you can see, my spiral is always everywhere in my greens because I love living in the wild. So I grew up on a small farm. And my upbringing was not an environment that had adequate resources at all. And it's not because we weren't hardworking, but it's because I was born at a time when the country had just come from colonial rule. So we were coming from reserve villages back to our land. And so there was nothing at all. The farm had to be tilled to grow our first crops back on the land. The animals, where they had been enclosed in little structures, had to be allowed to roam again so that the land can be fertilized. And we were rebuilding from zero, ground zero completely. So the colonialists have plundered us, they have diminished us, and they have taken off. And even whatever they were to bequeath us, they have destroyed it because they have been forced to leave once we gained our independence. So from that, I learned that I can rebuild from scratch anytime. And so when it came to leaving Kenya to go to Botswana, I just packed a suitcase and a suitcase for my children, and that was it. I knew nobody in Botswana, by the way, but I knew I just needed to get there and I'll find a way. And then when it came to leaving Botswana to come to the US, again, we all packed each a suitcase. Whatever we had, we distributed to the community and gave it away. Every time, that's what we do. And so we came here, we landed in Michigan, were there for 7 years, cold, brutal cold. And then again, when it came to leave, I just packed a carload of things, a small carload, and gave away everything else. And I had learned from that foundation. I did not see my grandmother break. I did not see my relatives break just because they were rebuilding from nothing. They were starting all over from nothing. I did not. So I did not see it as a setback or in my career whenever I found a challenge. I saw it as a lesson. I saw it as an opportunity. I saw it as an invitation. And that's how self-leadership and the spiral were born. So, what is this spiral? Because life gave me all those opportunities, and I understood no one can lead, my life better than anybody else, I wrote a book. And I asked all those questions, those philosophical questions. Who am I? What am I? What am I doing here? What is my career? How is it going to help? All those questions I asked and was journaling, I turned it into a book and I published it. And it's right here, Everyday Philosophy for the Common Citizen. So I wanted to empower everyone to be a philosopher for themselves. Even my merchandise says you're your own philosopher. And that's how powerful this was when I found out nobody can live my life better than myself. So I became my own catalyst. I became my own philosopher, and I wrote it and left it as a legacy for anybody interested. And I decided to call it, a name that nobody will be looking for an obvious, sauce. Most sauces are obvious. Oh, this is for barbecue. Oh, this is for pre-rub. Oh, this is. I hid my source inside the book because not many people read. But if I talk to you about a book and you go and read it, you will find all the secrets that I'm talking about. So there it is. Now, as we unpack the concepts that are going to help us get to the spiral, I want you to keep remembering women work all the time, and their work at home is never recognized in the economy. It's not recognized in the economy. And therefore, I want us to start recognizing ourselves and creating real profit purposively and leaving a lasting, impactful legacy. Because we have been in the digital world for years, for centuries, but there was no recognition. And unless you had a male sponsor, you couldn't get a patent, you couldn't register your business, you couldn't write a book and have it published. You had to do it behind the name of a man. That's why I'm Dr. Frida. So, where are the opportunities these days? They're in the digital world. So don't get left behind. I started teaching on a blackboard. You know those ones where you're writing with chalk that scratches and irritates your ear, and the dust that irritates your throat? That's where I started. But as a teacher, I started to notice that there was new technology coming in for instruction. And I started embracing it slowly by slowly. Today, I teach using technology all the time, like right now, and then I realized, oh, wow, this is interesting. I don't have to, focus on teaching a small class where I'm in a brick and mortar room and I can teach 25 students. Maybe the largest class I've ever taught was maybe 100. But in the digital world, I can teach the whole world. And I don't have to just teach them today. Today, here I am live. But thing is, thank God for Natalia. Natalia is recording it. Natalia is going to share it as she's been sharing our profiles all over the world. And now I will become immortalized because even many years to come, that recording will still be there. That recording, the way we read books in the library of people who died centuries ago, in the digital world, you're leaving a print. You're leaving a print that is going to over-survive you. So let's take advantage of this. Today, self-leadership is more important than ever. Reason being, apart from the fact that no one can lead your life better than you, it is an opportunity because it goes beyond your business. Women leaders in digital spaces can't just manage business tools. They must manage themselves. And by the way, you're like a mirror. We see your business through you. The elevator pitch is not being made by the business. It's not being made by your COO. It's being made by you. So we see you before we see your business. Because of that, if you're not well self-led, it will reflect in your business. It will. And I can tell you, because of this knowledge, when I speak with business owners, I can tell the business owner whose legacy is going to be perpetual. Profit is going to be perpetual and legacy is going to be impactful. Why? Because you can tell a self-led person just by looking at them, by communicating with them, by listening to them. You can tell. You can tell where their energy is. Is it dancing or is it, all over the place? And if your energy is all over the place, your organization is also the same. It is all over the place. But when you're self-led and you're comfortable in that creative essence, it shows up in your business as well. And so here we are. What is my strategy these days? My strategies change with technology. You see how technology changes fast? That's how I do it. So right now, I am helping businesses take advantage of financial technology. and blockchain technology, because that's where that fusion, that's where we are going. And that's where we are going to be making profit and leaving impactful legacies. So we'll talk about that. And if you want a one-on-one, I will be waiting for you. So the spiral is finally here. The S is self-awareness. I've already talked about self-awareness. But do you know you? Do you really know you? They have, taught us to think about who we are. Oh, I'm a woman. Oh, I am Black. Oh, I am a mother. Oh, I'm a teacher. That's not what the secret is, as to knowing you. The secret is to knowing what. What are you? So no longer ask yourself, who am I? Ask, what am I? I'm going to leave that to you, but we'll do an exercise in a minute. So the P is for personal responsibility. I told you when I started studying self, I accepted. I'm going to take accountability and responsibility for whatever. If it is success, yeah. If it is something I need to adjust, okay. Then inner alignment. They keep teaching us about work-life balance. But this person who is at work in the office is still the same me at home, at the market. So what do you mean by work-life balance? That doesn't work. It means you want me to split myself. That's why most people are suffering stress and split personalities, because they are one person at home and another at work. Because you check out at the door, depending on where you are. I'm going to work in the morning. I check myself out at my door and embrace this other work person or this work persona to go to work. And then in the evening when I'm leaving work, I check out that person and wear this other persona of being at home. But what if there was an alignment? What if whatever I was doing was so purposeful and intentional? Therefore, I am going to work to get resources for my lifestyle at home. That is a different kind of alignment. And there will be no yin and yang. I won't even be concerned about why I'm going there, because purposefully and intentionally, I know why I'm going there. What if there are challenges out there? I'll embrace those challenges because I took myself there, because I know I'm there to get the resources I need in trade for my skills, not my energy. My energy I preserve. That's my secret sauce. So I get it. I come home. I serve my community and my family and whatever I need to do, and my lifestyle of traveling around the world. And that's that. If I start a business, I want it to replace that, where my business is intentional as well, and it's supporting my lifestyle. I'm not there to show off, oh, Wall Street, oh, whatever, Fortune 500. No, I'm out there to get the resources to support my lifestyle. And my lifestyle is always of wanting to know me better so that I can share my gifts from a better place, a calm place, a peaceful place, a loving place. That's why I set resilient boundaries. Resilient boundaries are interesting because it includes my phone. My phone, these days, everybody is on their phone about this, on their phone about that. But if I set resilient boundaries, even with my phone, then I can unplug and not miss it. My computer, I can unplug and not miss it. My friends, who we just, chat, I can unplug and not be offensive or be offended. So, resilient boundaries. As women, we have a problem with that. And it's not our fault. It's not our fault. It's the way the whole economy structure, the whole community structure is set. So if I'm the one nurturing, and you're nurturing your family, you're nurturing yourself, you're nurturing your community, you're nurturing everybody, we forget ourselves. But if you set resilient boundaries, then you'll be able to protect your energy. That's the secret sauce. That's where I hide my secret sauce. And so I can wake up an hour earlier, set those boundaries, protect my energy, so that even when I go to work and I meet colleagues who are on the negative or on the low of energy, I can watch out for that so that they don't snatch mine. And I can work on the project that I'm supposed to be working on at work and finish it before they do, or make my contribution before they finish, so that I still have my energy. And all I gave them was my surplus. You know, I live in a house where I use solar, and I know how when I collect too much energy, then I have a battery backup for storing that. So during the day, I'm just giving them what I can give intentionally. But my battery is still packed up. And the more I use, the more I get. The more I give, the more I receive. You know? So that's the advantage of being aware that your energy never gets used up. Energy never gets ruined or spoiled. And therefore, my reserves for my energy is always there. So I only give what is the surplus. Even on the garden, when we garden and we harvest, we only give away the surplus. Secret sauce. So everything is aligned and inspired action. And therefore, our legacy is going to be impactful. So I came to the US, was in Michigan, like I told you, in that brutal cold place. But I quickly did my research and realized there are some states in the US that are not as cold. And I quickly relocated, tried a few others, finally landed in Texas. Why? Because in Texas, I not only can get good weather throughout the year for planting and gardening and walking and enjoying myself and meditating outside, but I can also get, hear this, land. Texas has a lot of land. I did not say it was cheap. I just said there was land. And because I grew up on a farm, a little farm, I got myself a little farm so that I can live off the land the way our ancestors always did. So my life is a spiral all the way back. All the way back. Why didn't I choose a staircase? Because on the land, growth happens in spirals. If you watch beans when they're growing, they grow in spirals, peas in spirals, and so forth. And then the seasons, every season is different. So you're thinking, oh, now we are in summer. True, but you've never seen this summer before. You're thinking, oh, last year summer was like, no, this year's summer is different. When the sun is, lighting the earth, and the earth and the moon are rotating, it's like a clock, tick tock, a different angle every time. Therefore, you've never seen this day before. You might call it Happy Friday, but you've never seen this Friday. You've never seen this day. You've never seen this space. I may always sit at this chair in this office, but I've never been in this space before because of the rotation of the earth and the moon. I might look like I am stationary, just like when you're driving. You sit there and you're thinking you're stationary, or flying on a plane. We even walk around the plane as if it is stationary, and yet it is zooming at such fast speed. But the illusion of being stationary always lies to us that we are in this space. Oh, this is the same season. That's also the spiral of growth. And when you embrace the spiral of growth, there's no challenge that you can't take on. And every action is inspired action because of remembering this is new every day. People keep saying, oh, I've been through this over and over. No, you've not. No, you've not. But because it's a spiral and it's also a mirror, and you're going like the cycle, if you can see the spiral on the screen, because you're going like that, you're thinking you've always been there. and it's been going on and on and on and on. No, you're just seeing it from a very different level, from a very different height. And then you think, oh, I'm seeing this over and over. No, you've never been here before. Enjoy the moment. When they tell you to be in the moment, when they tell you to enjoy the moment, I don't even think they know what they're saying. But if you now come to that realization, I've never been here before, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy this moment. Well, that's a class for another day. Come to my class, we'll talk about it. So, I'm a teacher. And so, for those at the back, let me say it again. The S, self-awareness, knowing your strengths, knowing your blind spots, and knowing your digital identity. The P, personal responsibility, taking ownership of your brand, taking ownership of your narrative and growth. Let me pause at narrative. There are so many stories as women we can tell to others and tell to ourselves. But you have to choose, what story do you want to tell others and what story do you want to tell yourself? I want to tell my story of success because I'm on the spiral and I'm not looking down to when I was learning. You know, it's like looking down on grade 1 or kindergarten. And then even when you're at university level, all the stories you're telling are kindergarten stories. Really? Kindergarten stories at PhD level? Come on. You're an owner of an organization. You're a CEO and founder. You're the chief of everything. You can't be telling us kindergarten stories. You can't be telling yourself kindergarten stories. All right? I hope I'm making sense. Now, even at the elevator pitch, choose the story that positions your organization as a success. See the success before it happens. Nobody else is going to see it for you. See it before it happens. And then that's what you're talking about. See your own personal success before it happens and craft your story around that. Don't tell us kindergarten stories. Remember that. Don't tell yourself kindergarten stories. So bullies are everywhere. So you were bullied. Are you going to keep telling us that story of how you were bullied? Today is not that day when you were bullied. What is your story today? What is your story this moment? Not yesterday. This moment. Inner alignment. Ensure your business reflects your values and lifestyle. Ensure that. People start businesses. Oh, so and so started a business. I'm going to start a business like that one. Rather than based on your own personal values and your gifts and what you want to give. Right? And then resilient boundaries. Like I said, we don't burn out. We don't get tired. Energy doesn't experience all that when you know what we're talking about. But when you're not aligned, there is going to be yin and yang, and you're going to be all over the place, and you're going to be tired. So women naturally build community. It's easy, but leadership requires maintaining self-boundaries. Protect your energy like your equity. That is my secret sauce. Protect your energy like your equity, because it is. And nobody can live your life better than yourself. So when it comes to aligned and inspired action, make bold yet strategic moves. In this digital space, you can do that. Even one podcast can reach the whole world. And your clients are no longer coming from your village. They're global. You don't even know where they are. So set up your organization in a way it can receive payments from anywhere. You can broadcast your skills and your gifts to everybody all over the world. That is how you're going to leave an impactful legacy. In the digital economy, where visibility, innovation, and pace move so fast, the greatest asset isn't your tools or followers. It is your inner authority, your inner conviction, your inner confidence, your inner knowing I'm in the right place. So don't just build a business, build people. Then the people will help you build your business. Then define success on your own terms. Define success on your own terms. All right? So I'm in the business of building the woman who is building that business. So I wanted to take you here. Please go to that link. Give me feedback. Let me know what else I could have, shared and improved your life, because that's my secret, living an impactful legacy, and especially to women like me. Thank you so much. Bless you.
Absolutely brilliant, Frida. That was absolutely amazing. Someone just put in the chat, you are a true leader. And you lead by example. And you're an example of how the next generation needs to be working. Even some of the tips you gave me. I got your WhatsApp the other day where you was like blockchain. So I went online, I looked it up about how we're even going to be buying goods, digital currency. Frida is always passing on knowledge and information, and community is important. That was absolutely amazing. Please make sure that you scan that QR code. Okay, to have a free self-leadership session with someone like Frida is absolutely invaluable. You've got absolutely nothing to lose, and the first one is going to win a prize worth over $5,000. Okay, we've got to start spreading knowledge. If knowledge is, Frida's right, if knowledge is given to me, I then pass it on to others. It's called passing it forward. Okay, and it's not just about community as well. It's about all of us. Also promoting economy as well. It's really, really important, but it starts with leadership. Okay. Right, I've got a link for you. Princess has just reminded me, by the way, that I have a link to drop in the chat. So bear with me. Sorry, I've had so many screens and things opened. I'm about to pop a link into the chat. There we go. Copy link. Let me come back to you. Well, I've just put a link into the chat.
Yeah, that takes them to the workbook, which is a workbook worth $500. So everybody gets a gift today. So everything I was talking about, you can have a keeper in that workbook. And it also gives you an opportunity to do the exercises right there in the workbook.
Okay, so it's a workbook, okay, worth well over $500, okay? So make sure you get the link in the chat. If you're watching this on a replay, the link will be in the bio with Frida, okay? So don't think, oh my God, I wasn't live, I didn't see it. Princess will make sure that this link is actually on the page that goes out. So thank you. Jackie has said thank you, Dr. Frida. Yeah, it is. It's amazing value. And we've got to start working together. We've got to start working together. When I think about some of the wonderful masterclasses that we have heard here today, from how we should get to know our bodies more and look after them, leadership, how we treat one another, what it is to work in. Jackie has said requesting access, by the way, Frida. Well done, Jackie. Thank you. So I think on the link, hang on, let me check it from my end as well. Yeah, you just need to make the access available to everyone.
All right, I'll do that.
Absolutely perfect. Thank you, Jackie, for letting us know that. That's brilliant. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. All right, bye.
Perfect. Frida, thank you so much. We have actually got our next speakers here. So Frida, we will have you in the community again. We definitely need to have a catch up, me and you, which I can't wait for. But it's just been a blessing meeting you. And thank you so much for today. It's been amazing. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Right, guys. So it is the Top 100 Black Women Summit. I'm coming at you. Natalia Nicholson, founder of Women in Digital Business. We are coming towards the end of our live sessions. However, you can continue watching these amazing masterclasses. Just click that QR code. The QR code is going to bring you to our main platform. By opting into that, you will automatically get a link for tomorrow morning, which is going to be the last day, the bonus day. It's going to be the last day. However, by you opting in, coming onto the platform, you're going to give yourself access to the rest of the masterclasses for today. Not only will you do that, it means that we can now send you all 100 masterclasses. Okay? They've been recorded. We're going to get them edited, uploaded, and you're going to be able to access all 100 masterclasses to be able to go through who's speaking, see who they are, link to their bios. On these live sessions, you've had some amazing promotions. All the promotions will be available at the page. It's 100 masterclasses, Black female entrepreneurs. Where can you find that? So our next guest is with us here, a duo called Millennium Muscles. I like to call them M&M. They're just an absolute delight. This is where you just get realness met with kindness, met with understanding. They're just absolutely amazing. But before we do, sorry, ladies, I've been told I need to run the competition keywords again. So every day this week, I've been giving keywords out. At the end of the session, I give a QR code that takes you to a Google form. If you drop these keywords in, it means that you will have the opportunity to be entered into one of our programs and get a free space, either on the Coaching Mastery Program or the Funnel Mastery Program. If you're thinking, Natalia, what is the Coaching Mastery? What is the Funnel Mastery Program? Simply go onto our website, www.womenindigitalbusiness.com, and you'll see a description. For those of you who have been listening to me throughout the week, where I have featured what those programs are, it's a chance for you to get a complimentary space. Okay, so I'm going to read those keywords out, and while I'm reading them out, I have given a QR code for the audit of all your content assets that we have been giving away. The QR code for that is on the screen. Sorry, someone sent me a message to ask me, can I share the QR code that brings them to the free audit on all their content assets and websites? So I'll go through everything with you. The call is directly with me. So without further ado, let's go through our keywords. The keywords are, drum roll. The keywords are confidence, visibility, authority, discipline, scale. Those are our keywords for today. So look out for that link. It will be coming to you. Oh, what time are we now? It'll be coming to you roughly about 9 p.m. when we finish up, between 8:30 and 9 p.m. At the end of these live sessions, I will drop the link to the Google form so you can enter those keywords if you got them, and I've said them before, and you'll be put into, should I say, a prize draw. So let's get ready for these lovely ladies, because we have run just ever so slightly over, but it's all good. We are on point. Right, sorry, here we go. I've got it all going on here. So please welcome to the stage. Ladies, get ready for power, passion, and purpose in motion. Millennium Muscles was born from two phenomenal women, Maria and Shantae, wives, mothers, and visionaries who dare to say, we choose both strength and softness, ambition and self-care. And when you meet them, it shines through, you're going to see. Maria is an award-winning creative director and wellness coach, turns purpose into beauty and women's stories into breakthroughs. Shantae is the chief realist friend, brings authenticity and courage, creating spaces where women of color can rise, connect, and thrive. Together, they've built more than a brand. They've built a movement of sisterhood, self-love, and unstoppable strength. Please welcome to the stage, ladies, the incredible duo behind Millennium Muscles, Maria and Shantae. Maria and Shantae, welcome to the stage. It's over to you. Woo!
Hey! Hello. Thanks for having us. Just want to say,
no problem. You are live. If you've got decks to share, just share them. And as they come in, I'll put them on the screen. Oh, sorry, you went a bit computerish there, but you are back. You're looking fabulous. You're there. So if you just go share, I will get them up for you.
Well, while we're doing that, we just want to say that we are honored and privileged to be among all of these beautiful ladies today that we've had the privilege. Actually, not today, this week. We appreciate it, guys. Let's see. Well, let's see to Natalia if you are able to see yet.
Yes, I can. So I'm going to put them up. There we go. I'm going to get rid of myself now, and you will appear at the side of it. Ladies, the stage is officially.
Okay. Everybody take a minute to scan that. You have built the brand, but somewhere along the way, have you lost your voice? We'll talk about that in a minute.
So let's jump right in. So who here has said yes when you are really screaming no?
Who here is carrying the entire team while your own health is suffering?
Who here has told their kids just a minute longer, then worked for hours?
Who here has been giving your best energy to your job or your business only to leave them the leftovers? And we know who the them is, don't we?
Yes. And who here has that friend or even a family member who calls you only when they need something, and yet you still say yes? I think we're all guilty here.
Let that one sink in. Are you visible to the world but completely invisible to yourself?
And are you building the dream but quietly losing yourself in it? Let's talk about it.
Other people's dreams and visions while yours are slowly burning behind the scenes. That's a heavy one, ladies.
Yes. And you are not alone. Today, we are going to stop paying this price. We are, what does it say? Setting boundaries. We'll be reframing boundaries from being a soft suggestion to a hard business strategy. And we're not here to give you any self-care basics, not this time. We're here to show you how to build empires and wealth. And we're talking about true wealth without burning down your health.
So, ladies, we've been building businesses, we've been breaking ceilings, we've been carrying entire communities on our back. And that has been clear from all of you speakers this week, right? But there's a price tag behind all of that, and it's been a heavy one. It's exhaustion, it's stress, hidden stress, it's strained relationships, right? We're not going to tell you what you already know. Like Shantae just said, it's not about the self-care basics, your checklist, you drink water, you sleep, you meditate, all exercise, all important. But we're not going to talk about those today. Today, it's all about what you need and what you crave. And what is that, you ask? It's a way to stay powerful and productive without paying the price with your bodies, your marriages, your relationships, and most importantly, your mental health.
So you may say, who are we to talk about these things? Maria, why don't you kick us off?
Oh gosh, I'm first. Okay. Wow. Natalia gave us a very nice introduction before. So my name is Maria Levan. I am a creative director by trade. I've been in the business. I've actually worked in corporate for 30 years to be exact. I'm dating myself. And in that time, I've had my own design studio for just as long. So going on about 30 years. I've had the privilege of working with clients and industries in every field imaginable. And I take pride in that. So I've worked in corporate, I've worked with professional athletes, musicians, artists, authors, and most importantly, dearest to my heart are entrepreneurs like yourself. That's who I really, really, really love working with, right? I'm also a life coach and wellness coach. I have a passion for making people look good, right? Not from in front, but from behind the scenes. And this is why, part of the reason why we started Melanin and Muscles. But along with that, I must say that I'm also a mom of four, married for 28 years, and I love pickleball. I love cupcakes and sprinkles, and I love music. And on that note, I'm going to tell you to listen to Shantae. She's going to tell you about herself and then why we started the business.
She has a throw on the sprinkles.
I did.
So hello, everyone. I am Shantae. I'm co-CEO of Melanin Muscles, known as the business manager and the chief realist friend. Why is that my title? Because I always keep it real with all of you ladies.
And me too.
I have roots in the New York City fashion industry. I have over a decade of experience in accessories and dressing young women and women all over the country. I also have a background in education, in which I was an educator for a few years, teaching exceptional learners in math and science. And currently I work as a writer for one of the biggest curriculum development companies, in which we make sure that we get those curriculums in the hands of our students today. As you can see on our slide, we have worked with many companies together and by ourselves to build that portfolio, but our most prized possession of working with are women like you. So we are so fortunate to be here today, and we look forward to going through this deck with you. I also am a mom of four young ladies, so it's important for me to show them more than I tell them. And
that's beautiful.
That's
so
how we started.
That's how we started. This is who we are. And actually, we didn't tell them how we started, why we started. Tell them why we started.
Okay, so
this is important.
Quick story. So during the pandemic, we were two women, family women, married women, and we were having a hard time with our, mental health, our self-care, things like that. And so we wanted to hold ourselves accountable to making sure that we were doing our best and being our best selves. And that's where Melanin Muscles during that time kind of birthed itself. And with us holding ourselves accountable, we wanted to make sure that we also hold our fellow sisters accountable. So Melanin Muscles was a gift that we gave ourselves and we're giving to the world.
I love it. That's why we started. And that, my ladies, is who we are and why we're here, right? So today, we are about to start. Boundaries are your wealth. How much are you worth? Ask them.
Yes. How much are you worth? Have you ever considered it? So today we are going to flip the script or flip that narrative. Boundaries aren't weakness. Instead, they are wealth. But we have to ask ourselves, how much are we worth? Their legacy. So there's a thin line, and many of us know it, between running our business and letting our business run us. And many of us have been in this situation. Today, we're going to show you three things. And these are three important things that is going to show you how to flip that narrative. One, we're going to turn our no's into the most powerful business move. Second, we're going to protect our energy without the guilt. And yet, we're still going to maintain getting results. And last, we're going to build influence and impact without burning out, because boundaries do not save your health. They don't just save your health by having them, they build empires.
Wow. How many times have we heard that word in this summit? Exhausted. How many of you guys are running your businesses on empty? We have to be honest, too many of us are running $1 million visions. I say visions. Some of you are running businesses, and that's great. We applaud you. But we are running $1 million visions on fumes. We show up and we're flawless on the outside, but inside we're exhausted, we're resentful, and we're one conversation away from it, right? But yet we keep still saying yes. We say yes to the board. We say yes to every question, to every ask, to every group chat. We say yes to everyone except ourselves. What's the cost? Like we said before, health. Health is wealth. Our marriages, our peace, our success is killing too many of us slowly. And today we're going to talk about just that.
We are. So now we're going to move over to the shift. And this is the reframe and the strategies, right? So we're going to talk about how our yes costs and our no's create.
Did you write it down? Yes costs, no creates. We're going to have an exercise for you guys, all right? Yes. Okay. So we're going to ask you to think about this question, right? How many of you guys who are here with us today have said yeses this month? Actually, we're going to say this week, right? How many have said yeses this week to something that cost you, right? It cost you something. Was it your health?
Yes.
Really? Tell me about it later. Was it your peace? Was it your joy? Who and what? Drop a heart in the chat. Can't see the chat, but we're going to see it later.
Yes.
Drop a heart in the chat if you said yes to something this week that cost you one of those things. Okay? All right. So now we're going to ask you to reframe that. Write down that thing, and then you're going to ask yourself, what would no have protected? So if you said no to one of those things or that thing, what would it have protected? Would it have protected your energy, right? Or your family, or even your clarity? And we're going to get into clarity later. But remember, that yes cost you something. So we're just going to ask you, what did it cost you? You don't have to put it in the chat, but think about it. Think about what you sacrificed for saying yes that one time.
And Maria, why don't you give them that example of yourself?
Oh, yeah. I was trying to slide past that. So listen, I am what I like to call myself a habitual boundary breaker.
Habitual.
I break my boundaries all the time.
And mine.
That too. I'm a habitual boundary breaker, right? So I say that because I will tell myself, okay, Maria, do not take on that client. Please, Maria, do not do that job for free. I know you want to. Not saying that you can't and you shouldn't do things, that you're aligned with, right?
Correct.
But when you know very well that it's going to interfere with your peace or your plans or just your mental sanity, right? You just workload. You know you shouldn't do it. I set these boundaries all the time, and then I look around and I'm like, what boundary? And it's also money too. Just letting you know. I had a nice conversation with one of our top 100 ladies, right? Dr. Claire. Dr. Claire and I were talking, and she made a point. She said, the only person that could break a boundary is yourself. And I was like, oh, she's right. She's right. So do you break your own boundaries? Are you a habitual boundary breaker? Do not follow my example. Do not. Do you have any examples? I know I'm not the only one.
I have plenty of examples, but I mean, generally, it's saying yes to that thing where you could have done something different, or you could have taken your sleep, or even just yesterday, I worked a full day and then I tutored someone's son, and and then I also had a meeting, I think, with you. And there's so many things that just add up in the day that you're saying yes to, and then you get off those calls and you're like, what did I do today? Like, I have no energy, I'm stressed, I'm not clear and focused. And one less thing could have just protected you from making sure that you had that time for yourself. So sometimes we just have to be, I have a soft spot for the kids and helping them with schoolwork. But sometimes we just have to be clear with ourselves of what we need and what that self-care is, and having those boundaries.
Good. Thank you for that example. I have one thing for you guys to take away, and I want you to write this one down. If you are always accessible, you are not valuable.
Oh, say that again.
Truly valuable. I'll say it again.
Yeah.
She says, say it again. If you're always accessible, you are not truly valuable. And I say that. Think about that friend that we were talking about before. The one who is always calling. Yeah. You love this friend. Not saying that you don't have a good relationship with this friend, but she might not be there for you the way
you're there for them,
right? And then you get this wake-up call, and you realize that she didn't need you. She needed somebody. She needed somebody, and guess who that somebody was?
Yeah,
the person who's always there,
always showing up.
All right. So remember, if you're always accessible, you are not truly valuable. Okay.
Correct.
Now, on that note, I think we have an exercise.
Yeah, so we're going to do another exercise. So we hope you have you guys pen and paper, or you have something you can write down or think about it. if you're on the move. But I'm going to ask you to list or think of 3 of your last projects or commitments. They can be personal or professional that you said yes to. And once you think about those 3 or you write those 3 down, I want you to circle the ones that were truly aligned to your vision and to your values. Okay?
I think I might do this exercise.
Yes,
myself.
yes, we should all do it. And so after you have the one circled, I want you to think about these 3 questions. And it's going to be, how did you feel when working on these projects? What impact did you have? And last, how did you feel when they were completed? And the reason we want to do this exercise is because we want to make you notice, and all of us to notice, that when you have projects that you're aligned with, you tend to be more excited about them. You put that extra effort, that extra mile, you know, you have a different pep in your step, as they say, when you're doing that. But when you're doing stuff that you just said yes to, or wasn't necessarily aligned with your goals and your values, then it tends to be harder to get through those projects. It tends to take a little more effort, a little more time. You find yourself struggling through the process and not wondering why. These are things that we have to keep aware of. Of course, there's going to be things that we don't want to do in life and we have to do, but we want to always make sure we have the space for the things that are aligned to our visions and our values.
I love it. Did you guys get that? Okay. Let's demonstrate that, shall we?
Oh.
I think we're going to demonstrate that. Who's ready for a demonstration? I am. Okay. So, Shantae, she's going to be our she's going to be our boundary maven. Let's call her that, all right?
Yes. Well,
she's
like
going to be our boundary maven.
Yes.
Me, obviously, I am the boundary, what am I? The boundary breaker. Okay?
Yes.
I'm the boundary breaker. So in this demo, Shantae is going to be setting some boundaries. Heavy.
Yes.
And me, I'm just going to be doing what Maria does.
What the regular Maria does.
I'm just going to be doing what I do.
Every day.
Okay, so look.
Okay, so.
Ready, girls?
We're going to go. So, Maria.
Yes, Shantae.
Can you cover my word? Because I dropped the ball again.
You know, I want to go to the gym today, but you know, Shantae's a really nice person, so Shantae, I'll do it. Boom. Rock. Wow. It's a little heavy. Mm-hmm. Hey, Shantae, honey, can you hold everything down, please, for me at home while I check out, because I need a break.
No, I can't do that. I decided that I was going to take a break today. I worked all day. I need to take a break. I can't do that for you. Ooh, gold bar, a boundary. So, Maria, can you stop doing what you're doing to handle the kids? Because they listen to you more than they do to me anyway.
I know these kids definitely. I'll do it, honey. I know. Come here, kids. Oh, that one hit me in my head. Rock. Oh, by the way, it's heavy. All right. Oh. Hey, Tay. Hey. I know you have plans, but you know I need rescuing again. Please, I need you to come help. Even though I never show up for you the same way that you show up for me.
You know what? I have to adhere to my plans today. I usually show up for you, Maria, but today I just cannot do it. My plans are my plans, and I plan on keeping them.
Bling! Gold bar.
Maria, can you please help out? We just need one more committee chair, and just for 1 year. It's just for 1 year. And you're the strong one. Like, I know you'll figure it out and get everybody in line.
You know, I know they can't do it. I mean, I know they can, but they can't do it like me. So, fine, I'll do it. When is the first meeting?
Tomorrow.
Bing. Big heavy rock. Hey, Shantae, can you just put yourself last, please, so that we can go first? We all can go first. Can you do that for us, Shantae?
Not today. I scheduled a spa day. I'm going to have a spa day. I cannot put myself last.
Bling, 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 bling. Do you guys get the point? Listen, my load is heavy. Yeah, heavy.
And I've gained nothing but gems and self-care and boundaries and wealth for myself.
Takeaway, guys, alignment is powerful. When you say yeses and they align with your purpose, your impact, your influence, it grows. Look at that. Well, they can't see it, but look at that, right? You show up, you're clear, you're present, you're not tired, and you're not weighed down like I am. You're rich, right? When you're spread thin, you cannot make proper decisions. Your decisions are going to be made in a place of lack and non-clarity. And that's not going to be good for any of us, not yourself or not the people who you're trying to help. There's no sense in being weighed down with unnecessary burdens. So, girls, how did you like that demonstration? I'm about to throw away my rocks.
Yes.
I'm gonna kick rocks. In America, we like to say kick rocks. I am gonna kick rocks to these things right now. Okay? Here we go. Bye. Okay, goodbye. Done. So we're gonna go on to our next section currently. And Shantae, you are going to let us know what's next.
So
we're going to ask you that question.
Yes, we're going to ask you again, what is your worth? Okay. And we're going to move into the next section, which is the $1 billion boundary blueprint. Let me say it again. The $1 billion boundary blueprint. Pull up to the screen, ladies. Okay. So there are 3 pillars that we teach. And we're going to go one by one for each slide for you to take your notes or take your time to understand what each pillar is. So first, we're going to talk about protecting your energy. And Maria is going to give us some hints on those.
Okay. Let's talk about time blocking. And I know you're all business women. You definitely know what time blocking is. But we're going to approach it in a different way today, right? We're going to approach it in the way of, let's say, energy matched blocks. You are not thinking about cramming all your many tasks into hours. Everything you have to do, I got to get it done. I have this many hours, I got to get it done. It's not about that. It's going to be about aligning your tasks with your natural energy cycles. So, for example, if you are a morning person, right, you're going to reserve those times, those peak energy hours, to do deep creative work or make strategic decisions, things that you know you need your brain to focus on. And you're going to push all those administrative tasks or things you can do with your eyes closed to your low energy hours. Why does this matter? Well, because number 1, it protects your energy. Number 2, it prevents burnout. You guys heard a lot about burnout this week. And it ensures that your best hours are not wasted on busy work. If you're not working in your zone of genius during those hours, then you have to reframe your schedule. So I know most of you have, I don't know, if you're like Shantae, your calendar might actually, your calendar might look like a Tetris board. No, I don't. A Tetris board that you're actually failing, right? Now play Tetris, you're failing. If your calendar looks like Shantae, it does.
And it's colorful, and just like Tetris board, it's ridiculous.
It's pretty. I'm a designer. Design is beautiful. We're going to talk about that later, but there's a problem. So we'll get to that in a minute. But time blocking also helps with decision fatigue, right? Why do I say decision fatigue? If you have a problem making decisions, right? You're like, oh, should I do this? You're indecisive. Oh, should I do that? Oh, it's less time wasted. What should I do next? As high-achieving women, as an entrepreneur, you guys make hundreds, and I say hundreds, and if you're like Natalia, probably thousands of micro decisions daily, micro decisions. And so what? It might be, what am I wearing? This bra is not what I should be wearing. I don't like this color or the hair. How am I doing my hair today? That's just the kids. I'm
Right.
talking about everything,
Yes,
right?
everything.
Okay. So when you set yourself up, right, with this in this way, you're actually eliminating the decision fatigue. Because sometimes, sometimes you're just tired of making decisions. Have you been there?
Oh, I'm here now.
We don't want to make
I don't want to make another decision.
just tell me what to do, tell me what to wear, and I'm there, right? So that is part of the benefit of time blocking. So next, this is a really good one. I love this one. It's context switching killer. Okay. Did you know that every switch between your tasks costs you about 20 to 30 minutes of focus? Did you know that? I didn't know that until I was researching it, right? If you are in deep focus on a project and you decide you're going to work on something else, and we're all very good multitaskers, or so we think. But each time you switch from deep focus, it's costing you a specific amount of time. Some obviously may be better at doing it than others, but this is all about preserving your valuable assets, and time is one of your most valuable assets. So my recap here, it's about reclaiming hours each week that translate directly to revenue and rest. And one of our fabulous speakers just said, revenue is rest. Revenue is rest. And we're going to talk about that more. So let's go to our pillar number 2. Shante.
Yes. And we're going to talk about prioritizing legacy. And that basically means treating your yes as currency. So when you think of investing, you only want to invest in things that are going to produce more revenue or going to bring you about more riches or wealth. So you only invest in places that are going to align with your long-term goals or visions or core values. So that means before responding, you have to ask a couple of questions. Yeah.
What are those questions?
So we're going to ask, does this move me closer to the life, the business, the impact that I want 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Or is it just feeding the urgency of someone else's priority?
Those are good questions.
And we have to ask them, and the alignment and the values in that is that your yes must honor your values. So your values are freedom, family, faith, health, whatever it is that is non-negotiable for you, those are your core values, and that's what's important to you. And if you don't do that, then a misaligned yes, right? A misaligned yes will cause you resentment, overwhelm, and even burnout.
Where are my rocks?
They're here.
They're
You
right?
threw them.
Yeah,
You
threw
picked
them.
So every commitment strengthens who you are and doesn't strip you away when you are making an investment and you treat your yes as a good investment for yourself.
I love it. That was beautiful. So basically, if it doesn't fit into one of those 3 realms, then you've got to do what with it? That's it. Your life, your business, or your impact. Core values are very important. So that being said, we are going to go to our last pillar. Yes. Pause to profit. Pause to profit. Someone on one of these master classes was talking about pausing and resting today, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So exhaustion erases clarity. And clarity is where profit lives. When you learn to pause on purpose, I'm going to say that again, pause on purpose, you sharpen your thinking, you see opportunities faster, and you make decisions that compound wealth. We want compound interest here for any of you guys that are involved in that. We want compound wealth instead of draining what we have. Okay? So pause to profit. I'll give you this example. I don't know if you ever have encountered someone that speaks very slowly.
And why is she looking at me though? I don't think I speak slowly.
No. when sometimes when someone speaks, you're like hanging on every word. You're trying to see what they're going to say next. However, they're pausing. They're speaking with intention. This is the same pause we want to take. We want to pause on purpose and make sure we're sharpening and heightening what those opportunities are going to be. And that pause is going to create profit.
I love it. Protect the white space. Protect the
You have to explain that.
space. I'm saying it very slowly. So I told you I'm a designer. I'm a creative director. White space in the industry is a very beautiful thing. White is a color of purity, right? Cleanliness, luxury, elevated. It's beautiful. Protect the white space. Why? Well, when we were talking about that Tetris board calendar before, we are going to look at that calendar and we're going to change some things on that calendar. You are going to make sure you have white space, white blocks in that calendar. What are they for, you ask? What do you think they're for, Shantae? They're for you. Y-O-U. Those spaces are there because you're going to build some time into the calendar. Doesn't matter, 10, 15 minutes, an hour, whatever you need, where you have nothing scheduled. Do I say that again? Nothing scheduled. How many of you have taken a moment just to do nothing? I don't know when the last time, I don't even know what that means actually. So right. we have to stop being hypocrites. Okay. So how many of you have done that? Have you taken a space and a time just to literally do nothing? You're not thinking. You're not even listening to music. And I love music, but you're not even listening to music. You're just being. You're there, right? You're with your thoughts. You're with nature. I'm a big nature person. You're with nature and you're with your creator, right? That white space is yours to protect as well. Show them the bar. And this bar right here, white space, golden, yes. Right? So when you do that, it's going to breed ideas, creativity. I have another story. So another wonderful lady I met, we were talking about, she dresses very colorfully. I loved it. And she told me her favorite color to wear is white. And I was like, well, that's good. But then we went a little deeper in the conversation, And she said to me that white is a mindful color. And I was like, oh, I love gems. What does that mean? I love gems. White is a mindful color. What does it mean? When you're wearing white, right? Aren't you careful? Aren't you mindful about what you do, what you eat, where you go, how you move, how you sit, everything. White is a mindful color. So the next time you wear white, or the next time you book something in your calendar, think about mindfulness and be mindful about how you make your decisions when you say yes or no. So again, white space allows you to create. Instead of working out of lack or just habit or whatever you're working out of, you're actually working out of the space that allows you to be, to dream, to live, to just be excited. When you're creating, I don't know, you guys are creators on there. When you're creating, you're in a whole nother realm, right? And that's what white space does for you. It allows you to be innovative. It allows you to be resilient. And it also gives you renewed energy and renewed drive. And that, my ladies, is pause to profit.
Yes. And along with that, pause doesn't stand alone. It's the anchor that makes time blocks and legacy choices sustainable. When you're protecting your energy through the power block method that we just gave you, it gives you structure. You're filtering your yes through the legacy lens, giving you clarity. But it's the pause to profit principle that keeps you resourced enough to actually enjoy the successes that you are building. We want to enjoy those successes. We don't want our business running us. So together, these three principles and pillars transform boundaries into something that feels restrictive and into the very blueprint that builds freedom, as we talked about, legacy and wealth without the tax of burnout. I don't want to pay regular taxes. I definitely don't want to pay the burnout tax. Okay, so Maria, let's talk about that burnout tax. Let's calculate.
I don't even want to talk about it right now. Are you prepared to pay this burnout tax? Really, ask yourself. But you don't even know what it is yet, right? So we are about to show you what this burnout tax is. Go figure. So, I said to AI, let's come up with an emotional tax calculator. Right? So I came up with an emotional tax calculator. And let me see if I can go back. Yeah, yes. Sorry. All right. So we're going to talk about Janet. Janet was our test. Yeah. Right? Natalia will tell you, she was our avatar. She was our demographic, right? Really, Natalia's 45. She's married. She has 3 kids. A couple of them are in college. They play sports. She has a husband who works a blue-collar job, and he works a lot of overtime. She's in corporate, and she works 9 to 5 in New York City, and she's laden with deadlines, right? Always just high level of stress. She makes an average of about $52 an hour before taxes. Her mortgage or her rent is like, $3,200 a month. Car payments, that's New York, right? Probably, right now it's probably even more.
It's much higher. This is being very modest.
Very, very. I was like, which city are we in again? So, she takes public transportation, $150 a month, and just other miscellaneous things and activities, right? So she also has her social circle. So she spends, some money with friends and family, and she has aging parents, right? So I said, let's put a price on it. Please, let's calculate what that would cost emotionally if you were putting an emotional tax. And guess what? Can you guys see the screen? Look, I'm just going to run through it, right? Extra client projects. She spent
the one she said yes to, that she should have said no,
right? It's equivalent of $13,000 in change. What was the impact? Lost family time, burnouts, doing my box.
Misaligned values, and
midnight emails. Are you guilty? Yes. You don't even have to answer. I'm going to answer for you. Yes, you're guilty, because I'm guilty. Not everybody is, but if you do that, stop. 156 hours. Let me just get that one last email in, because I don't want to deal with it.
Turns into 10 more emails.
Okay.
20 more emails.
$8,000. Your mind doesn't switch off. Your mind is not off. You're steadily thinking, processing things, and you don't have that white space, right? Volunteer work, nothing wrong with that. It's a beautiful, admirable thing, right? But it costs. So she spent 104 hours last year. The overextended friend role, they got a lot of hours, and it's probably even more. Right? 4,000.
And it's usually hours that are not, respectful of your time.
Right? Unwanted favors. And this one is very good. We all have parents, and we love our parents immensely, right? But if they're getting up in age, there's also a toll it takes, right? It also takes a toll on your mom, because you worry about your parents. You don't want things to happen to them. And if you are a caretaker, you cannot forget caretakers. That role and that level multiplies infinitely, right? So it's a constant mental load. So I said, so what would this price be? 650 hours that you did not get paid for or account for in that calendar year. $35,000 a year. So that would be your emotional tax. If you had to pay $35,000 every year, Shantae, would you do it?
When you calculate it, you would not do it. And for each person, this is different. Obviously, Janet is a example. Some of us are higher, some are lower. Most of us are probably higher. But no, you would not do it once you calculate it financially, because you realize how much you're giving away that you're not even, giving to yourself.
So now that you said that, why are you still paying it? Do you think it's time for you to make a different choice? Do you? You think it might be time to make a different choice? You do your own emotional tax calculator. Go into ChatGPT or whatever you use and do your own emotional tax calculator and be real and be realistic with that, okay? And on that note, we're going to ask you, are you ready to invest in your health, your wealth, and your dreams? Are you?
So I want you guys to read this slide. Okay. It says, be unapologetic for setting those boundaries. Say that again. Be unapologetic. We like to feel sorry for setting our boundaries, but we're not doing that. Boundaries are a strategy. You do not build empires by giving everything away. You build them by being whole enough to carry the weight of your brilliance.
Say it one more time for the people. Say
You
for me,
build
actually.
them by being whole enough to carry the weight of your brilliance. And that starts with one boundary that you set today without apology.
That was pretty deep, Shantae. That was pretty deep. So we ask you if you're ready to invest in yourself. No, it's not an offer. Definitely not an offer. We are keeping this tight and light. Why? Because we're all about building community. That's what we're trying to do right now. And you guys have heard a lot about community this entire week and the value of community, the value. And community, will come to understand it's going to help. You're going to grow, right?
Yes.
You're going to be uplifted. You're going to be stretched. You're going to be doing all the things that you cannot do by yourself.
Right.
And that's part of what
Gaining a village.
That's part of what the pandemic taught us when
Right.
we formed Mountain Muscle, because we formed it because you need strength, right? You're always categorized as a strong Black woman, right? But why? Why do you have to do that, right? So
And
here
you need sisterhood.
strength, and that's where the muscles comes from, if
Yeah.
you were wondering. Strength and sisterhood. So that said, we are just going to show you what we have for you today.
That's right. Get those phones
All
ready
right.
to scan those codes.
Okay. So we have your free, I love the word free, your free boundary reset audio pad. It's 3 days of short voice-led resets that we send to you when you start to slip. We're all going to backslide. We're all going to backslide. And it's just going to happen, right? So here you guys get 3, and they're really, really nice. And it's just a nice way to just bring you back down to calm. So scan it, and give me a second. All right. And while you're scanning it, just to let you know, I didn't say it at the outset, but my other part of my life, as you know, as a designer, creative director, Maria Loren Designs, we work in tandem with Melanin and Muscles. And this is why it's pointing you here to this website. And what you scanned before, I'm going to talk about it in a second, when you saw that QR code at the beginning, it was asking you who's behind your brand. Take the test. Take the test to see which part of you is leading your brand, because maybe that part needs a reset. Okay. You guys ready for the next one?
Move on to the next one. So the next one is Boundaries as a $1 billion Strategy. And this is our ebook. And you can get your copy only today, just for ladies here at the summit, for $19. And this ebook is for every high achiever, which we know you all are watching this. And this is what you need to read before you attempt to say that yes again. Okay? Because you're going to learn the art of turning no into wealth in order to gain your time and your energy back and be aligned with your purpose. And this is really 12 chapters of real talk, strategies, and things that leaders need, and what we all need to get our business in a way of success without us burning out. So we want you to take that time to scan that barcode and get these gems that you can get only here today in order for you to move on with your purpose and aligning yourself to your visions and your core values. And this is our gift to you.
You know what I love about the ebook too? It's not just a book. It has affirmations. And we can tell you all about affirmations. Go to the site, Know the Muscles. But it has affirmations. It has reflection. It has space for you to write down your thoughts. It prompts you to go ask yourself some tough questions, right? And we all need accountability. So please, girls, ladies, women, beautiful souls, scan. All right.
And last but not least.
Oh, this is the good one. We love this one. Okay, the billing, let me say it. And I'm very extra. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm very extra.
I'm sure you guys have.
That's the Jamaican in me. Jamaica by way of England and then America. Okay. The $1 billion boundaries bundle. You don't need motivation. You don't need courses. You need a system that honors your energy, that meets you where you are. And this boundary, it's a compilation of the tools that we use with our clients, right? Strategies, voice guidance, and daily practice to help you become in control rather than be overwhelmed. You get the ebook, you get the audio pack. You also get, which is a biggie, the 5-day Overwhelm Reset program. It's a voice-led program, 5 beautiful days, 10 minutes a day. Write to your email or write to your phone. 10 minutes, strategies, practices, exercises that you can do to help you reset when you're in a state of overwhelm. You also get I can't say it. I can't. The hormonal harmony. My Jamaicans know what I mean, right? My hormonal harmony. Is that right? Yes. Sleep edition. And the Overwhelm Reset workbook. Plus, you get an essential oil mini guide. For what?
A low price of $79.
I feel like a salesperson.
Only exclusive for you guys today.
$79. It's a great value.
It's a wonderful value.
It's a great value. So I hope you guys scanned. I hope you scanned. And then we're gonna move to this right here. And let's all, everybody who's listening, say it out loud. Say it out loud. Ready, Shantae?
Yes,
give me a bar. There you go. Oh, thank you. Ready? Every boundary you set is gold in your legacy.
Wow. Collect those bars, ladies.
Ding, ding, ding. We need sound effects. So here, guys, here's where you find us.
Yeah. So you've held it down today. Now it's time for us to hold you up. So please come join our community.
Yes.
Please learn more about Melanin and Muscles, Maria Loren Designs. We are here to support you from one sister to the next. And we want you to be empowered to turn your nose into powerful boundaries that build your businesses and your legacy.
I love it. And that is where we say goodbye. And it's not really goodbye, it's see you later. Okay? Thank you so much, Natalia and team behind the scenes. We know how much work you guys have been doing.
Yes.
Thank you.
And thank you for all of you who have come today and joined us for our seminar. We enjoyed being here immensely. It was our pleasure to serve.
Oh, thank you, ladies. Thank you. I just absolutely love your aura. You look so fabulous as well. I've noticed that on Monday I had red lip. Oh, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep. Sorry, you know I've got a big voice. Thank you for that, ladies. I always love your energy. And come on, guys, what an amazing offer. Like, seriously. It's an utter no-brainer. If you could just go back, by the way, ladies, to the screen with the book.
Let's see.
Is there a QR code? There we go. $19. Come on.
What?
I know. It's just an absolute no-brainer. And the thing about it, what you ladies are talking about, I think a lot of us as Black female entrepreneurs actually know, but we don't do. I don't know if that makes, like, I tend to find sometimes I'll speak and I'll come off stage, and it's always my family and people I know, by the way. They'll be like this. They'll be like, "That was great, Natalia." But yeah, it's not nothing I didn't already know. And in my mind, I want to say, "So why are you not doing it?" Because clearly there's a problem. And I think that can go for many of us sometimes, if that makes any sense. And I think if I didn't create boundaries over the last 3-4 years, I generally wouldn't be where I am in business, and that's the truth. And I've got to be able to protect myself as well.
You know what you said?
When all said,
I forgot to say it in the presentation, but we look at boundaries as like, you know, something that's going to keep people out, but it's a protection. Also, you're protecting a lot of things, and it's a safety. Like, you have a fence, you protect your little kid from going out in the street, right? So we have to reframe what we think of a boundary as. It's something that's going to allow us good, positive energy around us. So yes, we like that.
I do. I thoroughly enjoy that. So please make sure you scan the QR code. There's going to be a lot of people watching the replay of this. Please, if you're watching the replay, don't think that any of these offers are gone. They are still much valid. So make sure you scan the QR code. Okay, this is something that every single female entrepreneur, Black female entrepreneur, needs to really embed into our lifestyles. To be fair, most of the masterclasses we've listened to over the last 5 days are all things we should be embedding in our lifestyle without a shadow of a doubt. And make sure, as you're listening to these guys, come on, we've got to support one another. Please make sure you are following all the ladies that you're seeing on social media. Please make sure you're looking us up. It wasn't easy, all of us coming together. Yes, Women in Digital Business might have organized it, but without all of these incredible, intelligent, beautiful, knowledgeable, motivational, inspirational other Black female entrepreneurs, and we came together and we locked hands and said, let's do this, this wouldn't be possible. So please make sure that if you are listening to these masterclasses, you are looking these speakers up, you're following them on social media, you're supporting them. And if you're stuck in an area and someone's spoken to you and it's touched you or you resonated with it, please make sure you're scanning the QR codes, you're looking at the offers. It's about leveling up, and it's about being visible. We have to learn how to invest in ourselves. And if we invest in one another, we're not just building community, we're building economy. So Eminem, thank you again. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I love your energy.
Bye, ladies.
See you later, guys. Bye-bye. Right, so we are about to introduce the wonderful Dara. It's been fabulous today, by the way. We've literally been back to back. It's just been great. The presence, the energies we have from speakers. It's really weird. I look at myself in the screen. If we go to day one, I had the red lipstick. I was looking fly. Today, it's like, woo! You know, it's day 5, but regardless of how I might look and feel, I'm having an absolute blast. And I have to say, I'm touched to have met every single one of these speakers. Now, Dara, this is a lady that you're about to watch that is going to give you some information that's really going to hit home. Okay? She is going to really help you get on board, get your business on board. So prepare to meet a leader who transforms careers, climbs into soul-deep callings. Dara M. Wilson has walked her journey as a growth strategist, career coach, and facilitator for high achievers, healing from toxic patterns. She knows what it takes to shift from surviving to thriving. Today, she comes to us with a message for Black women in digital business, women launching online courses, building membership sites, and scaling their platforms. She brings not just strategy, but clarity, results, and offers women nurturing. Get ready to sit up, lean in to let your mindset shift into motion. Please join me in welcoming Dara M. Wilson. This is someone you are definitely going to be seeing more of with me. We share so many of the same beliefs. We're so aligned. I'm so excited to have another Black sister that's in the digital space with me. I'm just super excited to introduce her. And Dara, I'm super excited to be working with you in the coming months as well. Take it away. Welcome, Dara.
Hello. Thank you so much, Natalia. I am so excited to be here. Now, should I have had my screen share ready to go? Arguably yes, but it's okay.
Absolutely no problem. It is absolutely fine, my lovely.
I got
Right,
it.
I can see
I
you've
got
got
it.
it up, so I'm about to add it to the screen and you will become a little square next to it. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I look best as a little square, so I'm excited about that. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm very excited to be here. I am talking to you today about building a business that actually sets you free instead of becoming another trap you built for yourself. How do we unlock revenue and scale in a way that actually honors why we decided to build the business in the first place? But before we dig into all of that, who in the world am I? Who are you listening to right now? I am Dara M. Wilson. I always like to joke the M is there on purpose. There's a lot of other Dara Wilsons around doing nefarious things. It's not me. I'm the good one. I'm the one with the M. I help women and non-binary folks who've survived toxic workplaces build careers and businesses that actually celebrate who they are. A few years back, I was being told I breathed too hard in performance reviews at major tech companies. Today, I run multi-six-figure coaching business and marketing firm, working 20 to 30 hours a week max, depending on how I feel. And my clients have collectively earned now over $1 million in raises and new roles in new business this year alone. But here is what really matters. I built my business the wrong way first. I spent a whole year trying to be a white marble, generic, palatable, following every guru's template. It was exhausting. I low-key hated my clients. I hated my business. It wasn't their fault, by the way. I had literally escaped corporate toxicity just to build myself another cage. And then I burnt it all down and I rebuilt what I use that I call the red marble method. And that is what we're talking about today. Let me make this a little bit bigger. There we go. So let's like be super real for a second. You left corporate because you're tired of wearing a mask. This is how most of us end up in entrepreneurship. We're tired of code switching. We're tired of shrinking ourselves to fit into spaces that were not really built for us to begin with, not really built for us, not built for us to begin with, built to extract from us, built to make us feel small. And then what did we do? We start businesses and immediately start following templates created by white men who have never had to wonder if their hair was professional. Whoops. We create offers that are draining us. We're out here trying to scale by becoming more generic, by becoming more palatable, by becoming more like everyone else, right? We're trying to build automations that feel fake as hell because they are fake. They're not even really in our voice. We are being drained because we're trying to serve everyone instead of serving the people that we actually want to serve. Sometimes because we don't believe there's enough of them actually there. And whose voice is telling us that? We're charging prices that don't even cover our therapy bills from the trauma of dealing with these nightmare clients. And the worst part probably is we're wondering why running our business feels exactly like the job that we left. Like we're like, I can't wait to get away from this toxic boss. And then we become our toxic boss. Oh no, it's the same exhaustion. It's the same mask. It's the same feeling like we're performing instead of leaving. So we didn't leave the plantation to build a prettier cage for ourselves. This is not acceptable. You're not supposed to be another white marble in a bag. You're supposed to be a red marble that's impossible to overlook. And what do I mean by that? Everyone's teaching you to scale by shrinking, by being the same. appeal to everyone. Don't be too specific. Keep it professional. And there's one ideal of what professional looks like. Apply that same BS that they told you in corporate, and somehow you are supposed to have magnificent success. And look at how this has worked out, right? But what's happening? When you try to be everything to everybody, your marketing sounds like everyone else's. You're another coach talking about transformation. You're another consultant offering strategic insights. You're another creative with a unique perspective. Girl, that's not unique. That's what everyone says. That's not helpful to who you actually want to serve and who is waiting and wading through everyone trying to find you. It's not helpful for you. It's not lighting you up and making you live the life with your business that is really waiting for you. So instead, you are attracting clients that exhaust you because you're not clear about who you serve. You get whoever shows up, including the people who will email you at midnight, haggle for every dollar, and still leave you a mediocre testimonial or none at all. You're competing on price because you look like everyone else. Price is the only differentiator. Or you keep lowering your rates, wondering why you're working more and earning less. And it feels like, well, that's just the way it has to be. Or your automation doesn't convert because it's speaking to a generic avatar, which is a word that I hate, instead of a real human with real problems. Nobody reads an email and thinks, wow, this generic message that could apply to everyone really speaks to my soul. So then you burn out again because you're doing exactly what you did in corporate. You're wearing a mask, you're playing small, you're trying to fit in. The 1950s marketing model, treat everyone like identical housewives watching soaps, that is dead. It only worked when there were 3 TV channels and no internet. And also, it only worked for certain people selling certain things. And the people that you're trying to work with are likely not those people and never were. Now, especially now, people are allergic to generic. They can smell inauthenticity from space. And if you think about it, think about yourself when you are a consumer, you're the same way. So you can be your own evidence. Here is what nobody tells you. The more specific you get, the more money you make, not less, more. I don't mean specific like make an avatar who drives this kind of car and likes these kinds of movies. I mean specific in a very specific way. So let's get into it. Picture this. You dump a bag of white marbles on a table. What happens? They all blend together, of course, just round, white, identical. Now, what happens if you drop one red marble into that pile? You literally can't not see it. That's what stands out. That red marble isn't trying to fit in. It's not apologizing for being red. It's not trying to be a slightly different shade of white. It's being exactly what it is. And because of that, it's impossible to overlook. So that is what happens when you stop trying to scale by shrinking and start scaling by being more of yourself. If you even just think about the logic of it, it makes more sense. You can't scale by being smaller. You can only scale by being more, by attracting more of the people who are for you. Here are some examples for my business. When I changed my messaging from I help you find better jobs to I help you escape toxic workplaces that are literally making you sick, everything changed. Same program, same price, But now I was talking to that woman who cries in her car before going to work, who takes anxiety medication just to check email, who knows Sunday night should not feel like an emergency. The result was I went from begging people to join my programs to having wait lists, from charging $77 for something that was a higher tier thing to charging $3,500, from hating my business to working 20 hours a week. I had this feeling that I'm doing this decolonization work. So what I have to do is pretend that the thing I care most about is resumes. And then once I get people in, then I'll help them do the harder work. And what happened? I got a bunch of people in who didn't care about doing the harder work. And I had to do a bunch of resume stuff that I don't care about. I was miserable. And so were they, because they needed to be working with a different kind of coach and I needed to be working with a different kind of client. But that's the kind of marketing that we are taught, that you gotta bait and switch people, or that you have to lie, or that you have to just serve people on the surface and not actually help them with what they really need because they're not smart enough to listen to the truth. But when I started actually being honest and telling the truth about who I was, what I cared about, and what was actually important, the people who resonated with that were the ones who started to come in. And then I woke up and enjoyed seeing specific people on my calendar, as opposed to, oh my gosh, I have to talk to this person today. And it just made the whole day feel like, oh my God. As opposed to waking up like, oh yeah, I'm talking to Britt today. That's a specific person. Every time Britt's on my calendar, I get excited. Changed everything. Because when you are that specific and that honest, the right people recognize themselves immediately. They feel seen. They don't need convincing, which is exhausting when people need convincing. The other part is the wrong people remove themselves. The tire kickers, the hagglers, the nightmare clients, they run away. Good. You can also charge premium prices. And when I say premium prices, I mean the prices that you deserve to charge, the prices that your expertise is worth, because nobody else is speaking directly to that specific pain with that specific solution the way that you do it, because you do it in a way that nobody else does. Your marketing writes itself because you're speaking to real humans about real problems, not making up generic pain points. You need fewer clients to hit your goals, right? Would you rather have 100 clients at $100 or 10 clients at $1,000? Same money, 90% less work. So here's one thing that you can do today. I'm going to give you something you can implement right now, not tomorrow, today. Go look at your last social media post, your last email, and read it out loud. Does it sound like you? Like, does it sound like something you would say to your friends at brunch? Or does it sound like every other business coach on Instagram, every other, insert your niche here? This is the test. Could any of your competitors post the exact same thing? If yes, it is too generic. And what I offer to you is to rewrite it with your red marble factor. So here's how. Instead of, I help women achieve work-life balance, right? I help women taking anxiety medication just to open their work laptop. Right? What is it about your personal experience, your personal expertise? What is it about the people who tend to come to you and mesh with you? What is it specifically about that experience and that transformation that resonates? Instead of transform your mindset for success, even as I say it, if you can write it to like it's time for a Jet 2 holiday, then you need to rewrite it, whatever that thing is. Instead of that, right? Remember who you were before they convinced you to shrink. Right? How do those people talk themselves about their transformation, about how they're feeling before and then how they feel afterwards. How did you feel if you're in the kind of work where, you were in the position where your client was or is? Instead of strategic business consultation for growth, right? I help you build a business that doesn't require you to wear a mask. It doesn't require you to pretend to be someone else. In some of my client work, like, instead of just like, I'm a growth marketer, I help businesses who want to do the right thing, do it, and actually make money. It's not just, I help all businesses everywhere. I help mission-driven businesses actually make money. Because not everybody cares about your mission, babe. But I'm going to help you like fix your bottom line while still aligning with your values and your mission. That's very specific. And it's something that I do in a way nobody else does. So just do that with one piece of content today, just one, and watch what happens with your engagement when you stop hiding the pieces of yourself that actually make you unique and the pieces of yourself that your ideal clients are waiting to find out about you. Because what's actually happening right now is you're blocking yourself from your ideal clients by pretending to be somebody small, less than, and generic and boring. And there are amazing, fantastic, starlight, starshine people out there waiting to work with you who don't think that you're their ideal person because you're pretending to be basic. So at this point, you got two choices. So let's get real about what happens next. The first choice is you keep doing what you're doing, which I feel like we're not going to do that, right? You can keep following templates. You can keep shrinking. You can keep wondering why your business feels just like another toxic job, why it just feels like another thing that is, keep competing on price, keep attracting clients who drain you, keep building a prettier cage. Or choice two, you can burn it down and rebuild as the red marble that you actually are. If you're ready for choice two, I have something for you. It is the Red Marble One Day Intensive with me. It's not a course, not another template. This is not another white man telling you how to be more like him. This is 6 hours intensive one-on-one where we excavate exactly what makes you impossible to overlook and build the business and the offer that sets you free. So here's exactly what we do. We spend 1 to 2 hours finding your actual red marble factor, not what you think you should be, what you actually are, the thing that makes the right people unable to look away. Hour 3 and 4, we're designing your liberation business model. We're structuring your offers around your energy, your rhythm, your life. So you're not building another trap. We're figuring out specifically what is not working for you right now and how you can that day, that week, that month, eradicate those things so you can start living the life that you want right now. And then hours 5 and 6, we are working on magnetic messaging. That's the language that is so specific that the right people feel like you're reading their diary and the wrong people run away, which is what we want. What you walk away with is your signature offer completely built and ready to launch. The exact words that attract your people and repel everybody else, prices that honor your brilliance and your boundaries. And we just got a whole thing about boundaries, so I know you're paying attention to that. And a business model that gives you more freedom, not less. So this is $1,500. And before you start doing that thing where you might be convincing yourself that it's worth it or not worth it, before you start doing that math, let me tell you what one of my clients told me. Janae told me last week, I made back the $1,500 in my first week with my new pricing, 1 week, because I finally stopped apologizing for being brilliant. I mean, I could not have written this better. I literally, and my clients know I'm a crybaby. I was like, when I hear people I stopped apologizing for being brilliant. Yes, I love it so much. Another client, Monique, went from charging $500 for her consulting to $5,000. Same work, different positioning, different people she was bringing in who actually understood the value of what she was offering. And she said, I spent years trying to figure this out on my own. You showed me in 6 hours. So let's do the math. If you keep undercharging by even $500 per client, which I know a lot of y'all are undercharging by way more than that, you only need 3 clients at your new rate to make back the investment. 3. But it's not just about the money you're going to make. It's about the money you are losing right now. Every day you wait is another day you're undercharging by thousands. You're working with clients who drain you instead of energizing you. You're spending 40 hours doing what could take you 20 hours if you had the right positioning. You're building someone else's version of success instead of your own. You know what 6 hours is? It's what you probably spent last week in meetings that could have been emails or client consults that could have been an intake form. It's less time that you spent doom scrolling trying to figure out why your business feels like another job. 6 hours to completely rebuild your business foundation versus another year of trying to figure this out alone while hemorrhaging money and energy. And let me tell you what this really means. $1,500 to never again wonder why your business exhausts you, to stop competing on price and with people who don't get it, to build something that actually sets you free. Compare that to staying stuck, to another year of generic marketing, another year of nightmare clients, another year wondering why you left corporate just to build yourself another prison. But it only works if you're ready to stop hiding. If you're ready to be the red marble, if you're ready to repel the wrong people. This does take some bravery. If you're ready to build a business that celebrates exactly who you are. And for the first 3 people who sign up today, not tomorrow, today, you'll also get my 90-minute red marble strategy session as a bonus. It's normally $397. You get it free. Why am I doing this? First, I'm a big believer in bribes, and I want to bribe you to take action now. And this is one way to do that. Also because I want 3 case studies, 3 women who are ready to stop shrinking and start shining, 3 examples of what happens when you stop trying to be a white marble. I have worked with over 100 Black women entrepreneurs at this point, and the ones who take action today are the ones sending me messages 3 months later about their first 10K, 20K months or more. The ones who need to think about it, they're still thinking about it a year later. They're still charging 2019 prices in 2025. So if you're feeling like I'm ready, that feeling is usually right. So here is the link. Now needs to be smaller. There we go. There's the link. It's course.yourgoalblueprint.com/red marble 1 day. Those capitalizations actually do matter. Red, capital marble, capital 1, capital day. I don't think Natalia can let me know later if the chat works. I could put the link in the chat if it does. And this is a decision that is waiting for you today to make a real change. That is, like I said, a foundational change. So you stop building prettier cages, so you start building liberation. Our ancestors didn't survive everything we survived for us to build another cage. They survived for us to be free, to stop hiding who we are and wondering why it still feels like hell. Stop wearing a mask in our own damn businesses. To stop charging prices that don't honor our brilliance. Be the red marble. Build the business that sets us free. The link is on the page. I'll see the first 3 of you with the bonus on the other side. We've got 10 spots total, and I can't wait to see you in there. Let's go.
Thank you, Dara. By the way, you can drop the link into the comments, by the way. Can you see it on the left-hand side of the screen? If not, we will be pulling this link with
in the comments.
Dara's
Oh.
Oh, yeah, we got it. We got it. Absolutely brilliant offer.
Sandra, I just saw a comment. I didn't realize I was logging on to get attacked. That's so funny. I'm sorry. I do tend to do that, though.
Now, there was an LOL, laugh out loud.
I know, yeah.
To be fair, Dara, I think us entrepreneurs, Black female entrepreneurs, we need tough love. There's a lot of times, we're all coaches and we've been coached. And even with my coach, for a while, I was looking for a new coach. And every time I kept having discovery calls, I'm like, she's just way too nice. Like, I need someone to just give it to me straight. Because we are. We're a law unto ourselves, if that makes any sense, as entrepreneurs. So I know for me personally, if I'm going to be coached, I want to be attacked. I want to be told to get into shape. Oh, Sandra just said it's okay. I'm in therapy. I'll be okay. LOL. Oh, that is hilarious. Oh, sorry, ladies. But it is the truth. You can increase your prices. You know, you can increase your transaction size, increase your customers. We do. Even sitting here listening to you, Dara, we all get a bit too comfortable. And sometimes we dictate our business by the end user and who our customer is. And I'm one that's always telling you, listen to your customer, listen to your end user. That's who's going to guide you. That's your North Star. But also, as a great leader, you've got the right to choose your own audience. You reminded me of a lot of cool things this evening or this afternoon. You're in the United States. So thank you so much. So make sure you take Dara up on her offer. You've had some incredible offers, everyone, from all the speakers. So all of the masterclasses, if you've missed them, do not worry. You're going to be sent, once we've edited everybody, edited out all my not coming off mutes properly, edited my screen going funny and not having the right bits out. Once we've edited it, all the live sessions will be uploaded and they will be emailed out. So please make sure that you are registered. As long as you've opted in for one of the days, as long as you've got a ticket to the event, you will get a recording of all 100 masterclasses. All the offers that you've seen will still be valid. But at the same time, you want to make sure that you hurry up because all of the speakers only gave limited spots to their offers. Dara's not trying to give it out to thousands of women as this goes out live. So make sure, make sure you take her up on the offer, okay? Some of these offers are absolutely amazing and they're not going to be around. Okay, we're going to be promoting this summit quite heavily over the next 6 weeks where you get to watch the whole 100 masterclasses. So make sure that you are registered with us. I'm literally frightened to try and put a link in the chat because my mouse has just been possessed today. I just feel like I breathe on the computer and then all of a sudden the screen starts shutting down. So I've put a link into the chat, by the way. That there is going to give you access to a ticket. And actually, let me put it up as a QR code. There we go. Create. Perfect. So that QR code that's just popped up above my head, that is going to take you to our ticket page. We have got masterclasses tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time, which is 2 p.m. in the UK. So make sure you register for a ticket because if you register for a ticket, you'll get a link that allows you access in the morning. And next week, you'll also get all 100 masterclasses delivered to you. You'll get a link for every single day where you can go through them again. Dara, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for blessing the top 100 most powerful Black women stage. We will definitely be catching up because, like I said, anything digital, that's my track. There's been loads of tracks here over the last 5 days, not 5 weeks. And it's been a pleasure having you here today. I was literally, as you was delivering, like, yeah, that's right. Because I resonate with it. So, Dara, thank you so much. And no doubt we will see you in the community again. Take care.
Thank you, Natalia. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Right, we are wrapping up today the top 100 most powerful women summit. So as you know, as we wrap up, there has been a competition every single day where I give keywords out and you then submit them onto the Google form. And then you, of course, sorry, I got lost for words there. Some of you that know me know that I've actually got sick this week in the summit. So all the coughing in my throat, apologies. I'm back. So I'm going to be announcing those keywords again. And then what I'm going to be doing is giving you a QR code that's going to take you to a Google form. You're going to put the keywords in. You're going to submit it. I've already said them about 4 times today already. You're going to submit it. And when you submit it, you're going to go to a prize draw to get a complimentary spot either on our funnel mastery program or our coaching mastery program. If you're here with me and you're wondering what's funnel mastery, coaching mastery, just go onto our website, www.womenindigitalbusiness.com, and you will see the 2 tabs there. Check them out. If you think that's your flavor, make sure you enter the competition. Some of you might know exactly what it is. So what I'm going to do now is, there we go. I am just going to put on a QR code. I thought I had it already. I'm just going to put the QR code that's going to take you to submit the form. And then I'm going to read the keywords out, and we are then going to wrap up for the day. Happy Friday out there. Right. Have I got it? I've got it. Right. Let's see if I can come back to you. Let's add this QR code. Brilliant. Competition. Right, so live on the screen at the moment is the ticket QR code. As long as you are registered to this event, you will be able to access all 100 masterclasses. So make sure you get registered. I'm about to change the QR code now. There you go. I've changed it. And it's the link to our Google form. And I'm now about to read out our keywords, and you're going to be able to submit them. So the keywords today are, we have got confidence. We have got visibility. We have got authority, discipline, and scale. Okay, that's our keywords. The QR code is right above me. Make sure you click onto it, you enter into the competition, and we will be announcing winners tomorrow. We'll be announcing winners on tomorrow, the last day of the summit. So we're kicking off tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern time, which is 2 p.m. in the UK, for a few more speakers. And then after that, we're going to be busy editing everything so we can give you access to 100 masterclasses from the top most powerful Black Women Summit. There's no reason for you to miss anything at all. Right. So before I close out today, all week I have been telling you about what we do at Women in Digital Business, who I am. I think you've got the gist that I'm the funnel queen. I build funnels for a living. I'm in digital marketing. So again, I'm going to change that QR code, which is for the competition entering the Google form, and I'm going to change it to our audit call. Okay. This is where you can opt in. There's a short video that comes up. As you start watching the video, the rest of the page will appear, and you can book a business audit call with me. I'm going to go through all your content assets, your websites, your social media channels, to any lead magnets you've got, anything that's got a link. I'm going to go through it, and I'm going to audit and just help you put together what a user journey should look like that's going to help you, and just an audit on where things can be improved. So make sure you scan that QR code now and you book that audit call. Okay. I have got, and in case you are wondering, Natalia, an audit call for what? What do you mean funnel? I don't even have a funnel to audit. A funnel is simply a framework for a digital marketing campaign. Okay. We've all got to do marketing because we all want to become discoverable. Okay. We all want to be discoverable online so we can get more clients, so we can grow. Okay. And I think sometimes we forget that. We hear all these buzzwords that gets used: funnel, user journey, customer touch points. Essentially, it's your marketing campaign. It's your route to market to be able to be I can't get the words out, to be able to get known. And from there, that's when people get to know, like, and trust you, and they buy from you. Okay. So don't feel like, oh my gosh, I don't have a funnel. Everybody's got some type of funnel, if that makes any sense. So I am going to, here we go. I found it.
Beautiful souls.
it's all happening again. I told you, I just breathe and the mouse moves. So as we head out today, let's hear how an audit call can help you. Let's hear briefly what the funnel mastery program is all about. It's just a couple of minutes. Scan the QR code, book your call, and we're going to head out for the evening. We're going to get rested up, and we're going to come again to you tomorrow.
Now, can I just have a minute of your time and just be really honest and frank and open? Throughout my entrepreneurial journey, I have met so many organizations, companies, business, solopreneurs, but mainly Black female entrepreneurs, because that is what I am and that is who I relate to, and that's whose lives that I want to improve. And I often just see how much work and effort goes into the coaches, consultants and content creators that I work with, where when I meet them, they're just churning out all of this content. So either putting content on social media, writing blogs, trying to get their social media to where it needs to be. They're trying to get following, they're trying to get likes, they're trying to get shares, they're trying to collect emails, they're trying to build communities, they're trying to get known. And often we don't really have a strategy, we're just trying everything. And when we don't see any of the results, it can be really disheartening, especially when you put your all into it, and especially when you want to get to monetization to really make a difference in your life, those around you, and your clients' lives as well. I know how frustrating it can be when you're simply just not converting at the levels of where you want to be. That's exactly the reason why I created the Funnel Mastery Program. It's a program that's really going to be able to help you put together, your lead magnets. It's going to help you put together your campaigns so you can make yourself more aware. It's going to help you get leads and create email campaigns. It's going to help you put together landing pages. Landing pages are a set of URLs and web pages that you will use to create your funnel. You're going to use it to create a journey from the top of the funnel at awareness to engagement, to being able to collect information of email addresses and phone numbers, to converting, to really being able to nurture and really be able to upsell all the other products and services that you might offer, as well as really looking at things like your offer and just making sure that you have got a strategic funnel that you've put together and you know how to create all the content assets that you need to, but it's a part of a journey. It's a part of a funnel that flows like water and attracts you to the very audience that you want to get the attention of, and get that audience to know, like, and trust you in a very a very strategic manner, but at the same time, a very human manner. Being able to actually connect with your audience and get them to buy into you, be vulnerable with them so they can see that you're human and you can help them. But at the same time, creating an automation through technology that's going to pass them through a strategic journey that gets them to know you, like you, and again, buy from you. So normally this program would be $1,197. Today, we are giving it to you for $1,497. That's a staggering $500 off. Why do I say the word staggering for $500? Some of you might be thinking, okay, that's a lot, but it's not that much. Well, actually it is, because one of the things that we pride ourselves at, Women in Digital Business, is the amazing value that we give. We are on a mission to help 1 million Black female entrepreneurs globally level up their businesses and make sure that they've built their own table and they're not waiting for a seat at somebody else's table that does not serve them. So we already offer all our programs which are very, very, very high value. Okay, you get a lot of accountability. I show up. It's not just a set of online courses. You also get to do consulting sessions in a really small group and really be able to grow with that nurturing of coaching and consultancy that goes with the actual program. Okay, so it's lowly priced already. So we are giving away another amazing $500 off, and you will never, ever, ever see this offer again. So I promise you, take that faith of leap. Okay, make the change that your business needs strategically so you can have the fruits of your labor. So if you're tired of spinning those plates, if you're tired of the guessing work, if you're tired of feeling lonely, if you're frustrated of never getting the results that you require to really get ahead, this is the program for you. Okay, so don't procrastinate. Take that leap of faith. Take what it is that you need to do. I'm going to work with you. Whatever you put in, I'm going to match you fully, and we're going to do this together. So I look forward to seeing you on the program.
Ah, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So that gives you an idea of the funnel mastery program. So guys, scan the QR code, get your audit. I'm really excited to see all of you back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern time. And do not forget, it's not just these live sessions that we've got. It's 100 masterclasses, 100. Okay, so make sure that you get ready to be able to access them all. Make sure that you've registered for your ticket. Let me put the ticket QR code up again. There you go, because it means that you will get access to all the replays, anything you've missed, any of the offers, not just mine. There are amazing offers from all the speakers. You know, not everybody needs a funnel. Some people need help with finances, with wealth, with trauma, with leadership, with mindset. Okay, whatever it is that you're looking for, you're going to find it here. And if you're not, just liaise with us, because we're coming back to you in March. Okay, anybody that might be interested in speaking at the next summit, we're going to be issuing some details tomorrow. So again, as long as you're registered for tickets, you'll start receiving some correspondence for us, as we are going to start getting ready for March. But let's not get to March just yet. Like I said, you're going to get access to all 100 masterclasses. So without further ado, ladies, I'm going to close off the live sessions. But please make sure you scan the QR code, get your ticket, because actually you are going to be able to get access to all the speakers for the rest of the day. In fact, we've got the ticket, and let me change the QR code. The QR code has now been changed. That is access to day 5. Okay, that is access to day 5 of the day 5. Yeah, day 5 of the summit. I confused myself there. Forgot it was Friday. Day 5 of the summit, that's going to take you directly onto the page. Once you're on that page, you'll be able to access all the masterclasses, because there are loads that are still about to start now. We're just going to stop streaming live on the page and on social media channels. So make sure you head over to the page and make sure you continue to watch some insightful, some impactful, some motivational, inspirational masterclasses. Okay? My name's Natalia Nicholson. I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business. By the way, Women in Digital Business team, I could not do this without you. I love you. You're the best. I'm so proud of all of you and what we've managed to pull off. But peace out, good night, and I will see you tomorrow.